Welcome to Chinese Novel Audiobook. Chapter 341 The Strange God. Boom. At the moment of this strange promotion, the black ancient flag shook violently, and the rolling black fog swept across the world, and the strange and cold aura was already spreading. At the same time, it can be seen that mysterious patterns appeared on the ancient banner, and a strange phantom that could not see the true face appeared from it, and its scarlet eyes were filled with tyrannical murderous intent. Such a huge movement made the monks of the two tribes in the battlefield instinctively pause, and they both turned their attention to the 10,000 soul banner. At the same time, Qingfeng also looked at the strange phantom. The eyes are opposite. A crazy and domineering spiritual thought bombarded his sea of consciousness, as if he was being targeted by some terrible existence. This moment, Qingfeng's face also changed. What the hell is this? Even with Qingfeng's current cultivation level, when facing the spiritual impact, he was like an illusion of peeping into the blue sky. Fortunately, this is just a phantom. If such existence really came, it would be hard for Qingfeng to imagine how terrible it would be. When the strange phantom dissipated, Qingfeng also fell silent. The previous scene, the only arrogance that Qingfeng had in his heart disappeared without a trace. Always. Qingfeng is always pushing the ancient world, and it is hard to resist. Even if you go deep into the ancient land of Taichu, you will not be afraid of facing the ancient emperor. But, when he saw the strange phantom, Qingfeng admitted that he had already felt a sense of fear in his heart. This is not because Qingfeng is afraid of it, but the emotions that naturally emerged in the heart under that spiritual impact. Qingfeng can conclude. Even if the emperor came in person, there would definitely be no phantom that was terrifying. Originally, Qingfeng felt that the origin of the 10,000 soul banner was not simple. The vision that appeared this time undoubtedly confirmed what he was thinking. Then, Qingfeng stretched out his hand. The 10,000 soul banner fell into his hands again. When Qingfeng's divine thought fell into the ancient banner, another new message suddenly emerged. Strange God Banner. The three simple words are imprinted in Qingfeng's mind and will never be gone. The Strange God Banner, is this the real name of the 10,000 soul banner? Qingfeng murmured to himself. The word, Strange God. It already explains a lot. After the transformation of the Strange God Banner in front of me, there were a lot of seemingly strange and profound patterns on the black ancient banner, which were filled with amazing Taoist aura. But it's a pity. Qingfeng couldn't understand the mystery of the Taoist rhyme. As Qingfeng had another thought, he saw a strange man appearing in front of him. There is only one weird one, but it exudes an astonishing aura. This is a strange thing that has entered the realm of a saint. Normally, the way of heaven suppresses. No monk can break through to the saint realm. But at the moment of strange promotion, Qingfeng couldn't help but wonder whether it was the Strange God Banner, or that the strange promotion in such a treasure was not suppressed by the way of heaven. But no matter what, Qingfeng even understood. The weird God Banner is very powerful. And it is likely to be stronger than you think. Qingfeng dares not underestimate such a mysterious treasure. The Strange God Banner. Now there can only be a strange head here, but when it comes to its function, this strange head is much more useful than the dozens of strange heads in front of it. Qingfeng looked at the weirdness in front of him. The powerful aura emitted from it was not comparable to the weirdness in the past. It can be seen that although the number of strange things in the weird God Banner has dropped sharply, the quality is completely incomparable to the quantity. Not only that, Qingfeng felt it even more. Realm of a saint. It's not this weird memory. The strange God. Could it be that this strange God can eventually grow into a strange God? If it were a strange God, what level of existence would it be? Is it comparable to the great emperor or more powerful than the great emperor? Qingfeng thought of the strange phantom for no reason. Is that the rumored strange God? If so, the terrifying God is definitely not comparable to the great emperor. What level is the weird God? It's a question. The origin of the Strange God Banner is also a problem. Qingfeng looked at the Strange God Banner in his hand and found that the world was whiter, not as simple as he saw it on the surface. After studying the Strange God Banner and not finding any clues, Qingfeng once again sacrificed this treasure, and then let the strange here take action personally and kill the demons on the battlefield. Because of the Strange God Banner, Qingfeng also named this weird god. The strange god who entered the saint realm took action and launched a slaughter of the demon clan. The opponent's movements are as fast as a ghost, and his hands can easily break through the demon's body defense, dig out the heart, and then swallow it in big mouthfuls. Damn, what the hell are you? There was a demon half-saint who roared in fear and all his strength burst out to kill the strange god, but this level of attack was not worth mentioning for the strange god who had been promoted to the saint realm. The strange god broke through the half-saint's protective energy with one palm, then inserted his 5 fingers into the other party's chest, and then pulled it hard, and a huge heart was pulled out. Losing a heart. Although this demon half-saint did not really die, his aura became much more depressed. He watched the strange god swallow his heart with big mouthfuls, and his face suddenly showed a look of horror. After a moment, the head of the demon semi-saint was pulled down, and his spine was disengaged from his body. A bloody scene. It shocked the other demons. Being a demon, although they are also cruel by nature. But so cruel is aimed at other people. If they use this cruelty on themselves, they will also feel fear. With the addition of the strange god, the demon clan was completely defeated. Just then, above the city wall, the people in the demon suppression department seemed to have discovered something, and their faces changed drastically. Look at me. When many people heard this, they looked in the direction of his fingers. They saw black fog emerging from the bodies of many demons on the ground, and then turned into illusory shadows. These illusory shadows, with red eyes and bloodthirsty, directly killing other demons. With the addition of these shadows, demons on the battlefield were slaughtered, and in less than half a day, millions of demons were killed and injured. Even in the realm channel, no demons continued to appear. It was like the strong man who was secretly directing the demons behind him was also shocked by the scene in front of him. Strange. Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. These shadows are actually weird. He did not expect that the strange god could have such a way to directly turn his remaining soul into a strange resurrection in the dead corpse. To be precise, after these corpses fell, most of the blood and soul on their bodies were swallowed by the strange gods, and only a little residual power was left to revive and become strange. These weird strengths are generally not strong, but they cannot withstand enough. Millions of demon corpses are the fertile millions of strange heads. When Qingfeng saw the strange god standing on the hill made of corpses, millions of strange and terrifying scenes of bowing their heads, he couldn't help but become solemn. At this moment, Qingfeng had already made up his mind in secret that the strange god banner must be in his own hands. If such a treasure falls into the hands of others, there will be endless troubles. And Qingfeng must always pay attention to the existence of the strange god. As long as the other party has the slightest intention of being out of his own control, Qingfeng will erase the strange god as soon as possible. No way. The strange methods in front of him really shocked Qingfeng. After all, the strange births in the past were all probabilistic issues. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Only when some people with resentment die can they have a certain chance of reincarnation into strangeness. Watch the scene in front of you again. As long as it is a fallen creature, the strange god can awaken and revive the strange. To put it another way, as long as the ghost is given enough time, the other party can create a world where only strange existences are. This time, only then did Qingfeng understand what kind of gold the word, female, in the female banner has. Creating weirdness. It is not an exaggeration to claim to be a strange god. After all, only the gods of the strange clan can truly create strangeness and make many strange things surrender. This time, I saw the strange god roaring to the sky, hoarse and harsh sounds of glass rubbing, echoing throughout the battlefield. Go back. Spit out a word with difficulty. Then millions of strange things turned into rolling black fog and gathered towards the strange god. Final. These strange black mist condensed into a black cloak behind the strange god. The cloak has the distorted faces of sentient beings, and the others feel dizzy just by looking at them. The strange cloak. A treasure condensed by millions of strange things. Return. Qingfeng ordered coldly. The body of the strange god paused slightly, and his scarlet eyes looked at the place where the demon-suppressing fairy city was located, and then he saw his body turning into black fog and circulating into the strange god banner. Qingfeng stretched out his hand and the strange god banner had already fallen into his hand. Immediately afterwards, Qingfeng shook the strange god banner, and the strange god appeared again. Show me the cloak. He opened his order. Without any struggle and hesitation, the strange god simply took off the cloak behind him and handed it to Qingfeng's hands. Get the cloak. Suddenly, a very cold aura burst out, as if it was about to freeze Ji Qingfeng's body. However, this level of yin and cold energy naturally cannot help Ji Qingfeng. His eyes fell on the cloak, and the faces of sentient beings were twisted and squirming, and their mouths were opened, as if they were struggling to ask for help. A negative and strange spiritual force burst into the sea of consciousness, as if they wanted to completely assimilate Ji Qingfeng. Snort. Ji Qingfeng's eyes were slightly cold, and there was a stronger power of divine thought bombardment, completely dismantling and dispersing this spiritually polluted force. Then, Ji Qingfeng returned the cloak to the hands of the strange god. This cloak is evil. The treasures that are nurtured by millions of demons are naturally impossible to be simple. However, with the evil nature of the cloak, even if an ordinary monk obtains it, it is impossible for him to use it. To put it bluntly, don't say it's used. Whether it can withstand this strange mental impact is a question. If you cannot resist such a mental impact, then at the least you will become a madman in your mind, or at the worst you will completely degenerate into a new weirdness. Although Ji Qingfeng could block the evil nature of the cloak, for him, such cloaks had no major effect. Instead of keeping it in your hands, it is better to return to the strange god. Then, Ji Qingfeng tentatively asked about the function of the cloak again. The strange god looked slightly stunned when he heard this, and then a chaotic and intermittent thought came out, which immediately made Ji Qingfeng understand the role of the cloak. The cloak is called the cloak of the god. The more weird you absorb, the stronger the cloak will be. If the cloak is on your body, it can be equivalent to a defensive treasure. At the same time, the weirdness absorbed by this cloak can also be released and an army of strangeness can be formed in an instant. You have the intelligence, can you hear me? Ji Qingfeng looked at the strange god in front of him and frowned slightly. As soon as this is said, the strange god's face was dull, as if he couldn't understand at all. Immediately afterwards, Ji Qingfeng asked about some things again, such as the origin of the weird god banner. Regarding this, the strange god had a chaotic and refuting idea again. But unfortunately, the aura contained in it is very messy and has no effect at all. See this. Ji Qingfeng also extinguished his thoughts about asking about the origin of the weird god banner. Multi-faceted temptation. Let Ji Qingfeng have some understanding of the state of the strange god. The strange spirit in front of you was born from the strange spirit banner, but the other party's spiritual wisdom was as fragile as the first birth of a living creature, but as time went by, the so-called spiritual wisdom could gradually grow. This is not good news for Ji Qingfeng. After all, if the strange god really needs to be born with spiritual intelligence and grow, it means that if you want to truly control the other party, you have to face a lot of risks. If one day, the strange god breaks free from the shady god banner, but I am afraid that a lot of chaos will arise. But I thought about it. Ji Qingfeng still did not destroy the demonic god. After all, even if the strange god is destroyed, so what if the strange god banner is still there? You can give birth to a second strange god. But unfortunately, the magical god banner has a special material, and even with Ji Qingfeng's current strength, it is difficult to shake this banner at all. Let us talk about it. The hidden dangers of the strange god are all things that happen next. It is undeniable. The magical god has a great effect. If you can cultivate it, you will be a good assistant. If he was slaughtering his food due to choking, it was not what Ji Qingfeng wanted. So, he put the strange god into the strange god banner and ignored this matter again. And on the other side, the strange god slaughtered millions of demons, and then awakened millions of demons and shocked the demon clan. The demonic powerhouse responsible for commanding the passage of the realm to report the news back as soon as possible. When the Hanhai demon emperor learned about this, his brows were also furious. Awakening strangeness. Could it be a treasure? In the knowledge of the demon emperor of the Hanhai Sea, there are also many evil treasures, which are nourished by the essence, blood, and souls of sentient beings, and then transform and grow step by step. So according to the news, the demon emperor of the Hanhai believed that the demonic banner should be similar. This way, the demon emperor of the Hanhai was a little hesitant. After all, if you know that the other party has such a treasure, if you continue to send demons to die, it would be equivalent to giving the other party experience, which is not what the demon emperor of the Hanhai wants to see. Chapter 342 9 Demon Emperors. Despite this. But the demon emperor of the Hanhai Sea thought for a moment and continued to send demons to invade. Nothing else. Any treasure has its limit. The demon emperor of the Hanhai did not believe that the strange god banner in Ji Qingfeng's hand could be improved endlessly. Even the imperial weapon. It is impossible to do this. Not to mention, the most important problem is the number of demon clan is too large, so many that it is difficult to measure. Over the years, the demon clan continued to invade other worlds, and then used the resources and creatures from other worlds as nutrients, and finally gave birth to a huge number of tribes. For the demon clan, it is just a drop in the bucket and is not worth mentioning at all. Such a huge number is a burden for the entire ethnic group. This is why. Another reason why the demon clan wants to start a war. There are too many demons. Too many. And nowadays, a large number of demons are killed in battle, which is not completely unhealthy. It's almost. When billions of creatures are evil, all the time will be ripe. The Hanhai Demon King's eyes were hot, and his expression became a little crazy. After a moment, the Demon Emperor Hanhai took a deep breath to calm down his inner agitation, and immediately summoned other senior officials of the 10,000 Demons Ancestral Court and immediately ordered a fierce attack on the boundary channel. Immediately afterwards, the Demon Emperor of the Hanhai had another divine thought. Next breath, several majestic phantoms suddenly appeared. The terrifying Emperor's power spread, causing great pressure to the void of the hall. These phantoms, each one is a Demon Emperor level existence. Hanhai, what's the matter if you call us here? I want to open more realm channels and speed up the pace of gathering the evil spirits of living beings, but in order to prevent the human race from entering the demon world, every realm channel must be guarded by a demon emperor. Therefore, I hope that you can also take action to open up and guard one side. The Hanhai demon emperor sat upright at the main seat of the hall, looked at several other figures, and spoke in a deep voice. His words. These demon emperors frowned slightly. You have opened up a channel of realm. Isn't it enough to break through a gap in the ancient world? Yes, it's in the Dharma ending age, and the ancient world definitely does not have much foundation to use. With your strength and with billions of demons, can't you start the situation? These demon emperors are unwilling to open up too many boundary channels. After all, the more boundary channels are opened, the more risks it means. This kind of thing, easy to develop. It would be difficult to destroy it. Although the demon clan is going to invade the ancient world this time, it must at least ensure that its foundation is not affected. The demon world is the foundation of the demon clan, and it is absolutely impossible for the tribe to step in. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the human emperor led many powerful men into the demon world, which brought a lot of influence. It took tens of thousands of years to be considered to be barely eliminated. A scene from that year. These demon kings don't want to see them again. The Hanhai demon emperor shook his head. Although it is the Dharma ending end, a top-notch man has emerged from the human race, and he has a peerless imperial weapon in his hand. The emperor once fought with him, but was killed. Now that the man who has established a city defense line at the passage, all the demons entering are surrounded and it is almost impossible to leave one step. The demon emperor of the Hanhai had no secret of his arm being cut off. If you lose, you will lose. Nothing is worth denying. Only this matter can convince other demon emperors to come forward and open up and guard the boundary passage. Sure enough, after hearing the words of the demon emperor of Hanhai, the faces of the demon emperor changed. You were cut off by the human race. Could it be that you are some hidden old antique? I don't know. The man didn't see the aura of Kai Mu on his body, and he was quite strange. He didn't look like a quasi-emperor, but he had extremely strong combat power. I doubt whether he is a powerful man who has attained enlightenment in the Dharma ending age. When the Hanhai demon emperor thought of the battle, his expression was involuntarily solemn. As soon as this is said, the demon emperor immediately refuted. It is impossible. The heavenly way of the Dharma ending age is suppressed, and no creature can become a saint, let alone enter the quasi-emperor realm. The way of heaven suppresses. Even the great emperor is difficult to break. The demon king of Hanhai said, it is true that the law of heaven suppresses it, but who can ensure that there is really no means to break the shackles of the Dharma ending age? What's more, the origin of this sun is not important. What's important is that there is now a strong man in the ancient world who is comparable to the superior demon king. Therefore, I hope you can take action to open up the realm channel. The words are over. Several demon emperors were silent. After a moment, in the ancestral courtyard of 10,000 demons, I saw the deadly ancient city of life tremble violently, and then it shattered inch by inch. A strong man with a horned head, a burly body, and a terrifying and scorching breath on his body has come out of the ancient city of life. Roar. This existence roared towards the sky, and the rolling waves of air swept across the world, and the voids shattered and shattered, making the entire monks in the ancestral courtyard of 10,000 demons shocked. Ancient Demon King was born. This comes from the suppression of bloodline in the brilliant imperial power, which is enough to illustrate the origin of this existence. From the Hanhai Monster Queen, another ancient demon king revived. Immediately afterwards, without waiting for the other monks in the 10,000 demons ancestral court to be shocked, another aura that was not weaker than the former burst out. One stream, two strands, three shares. In a short time, there is a scent of 8 essays. In response to the aura of the Demon King in the Ancestral Hall, 9 pieces of Emperor power swept the world. Not only was the chapel of the 10,000 demons trembling, but even the other demons separated by millions of miles were clearly audible about this fluctuation. That suppression from the level of life made all demons shocked. 9 Demon Kings. This is the foundation of the 10,000 demons ancestral court. A strong man from the ancient demon clan looked in the direction of the 10,000 demons ancestral court. His face became solemn, and he was even a little shocked inside. Any demon emperor is the top existence among the demon clan. The bloodline of a strong man of this level can directly nurture a top royal family. A drop of blood can suppress the stars. In one breath. Destroy mountains. There are many top powers of such a level without even a single one. But now, the ancestor of 10,000 demons has been born in one breath. Everyone knows it. This is definitely not the entire foundation of the 10,000 demons ancestral court. After all, as today's Dharma-ending world, the ancestral court of 10,000 demons cannot reveal all its trump cards. 9 Demon Kings. It's just the tip of the iceberg of the ancestral courtyard of the 10,000 demons. But even so, with this strength, it is enough to ensure the transcendent status of the 10,000 demons ancestral court. Northern Territory. The sky collapses. The void is broken. The power of a large number of demons suddenly surged out, causing the entire northern region to be shaken. Many sect forces and hidden powerhouses looked at the source of the wave, and their faces became solemn. District Channel. The ancient saint who had revived seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed drastically. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Open up a boundary channel. Only strong people at the level of the Demon King can do it. At the same time, ancient Feng family. All the strong gathered here. I saw a middle-aged monk wearing a black robe appearing in the Feng family hall. His face was elegant and his long beard was long under his jaw, just like a Confucian scholar who was well read about poetry and books. If it weren't for the other party sitting upright in the main seat and a terrifying aura on his body, it would be easy to misunderstand. It is Feng Mukching, the ancestor of the Feng family, who is a powerful man in the ancient Holy King realm. In his early years, Feng Mukching did not like practicing, but liked to practice. He did not wake up until his later years, and then realized the truth. After thousands of years, he had directly won the 6th heaven of the great saint. It's a pity that the Dharma-ending age was coming at that time. Otherwise, it would be possible to use Mu Qing's qualifications to go further. Meet the ancestor Mu Qing. Headed by Feng's head, Feng Tianxi, many senior officials of the Feng's family saluted respectfully. There is dust. Originally, Feng Chen had no qualifications to appear here because of his cultivation level of entering the Dao Palace. But Feng Chen married into the Feng family, and the person he married was Feng Qingyu, the daughter of the head of the Feng family, so his status is naturally not low. In addition, Feng Chen has a clear mind and excellent qualifications, so the Feng family has trained him. Therefore, for various reasons, Feng Chen is now considered half of the senior management of the Feng family. Feng Mukching looked at the juniors of the Feng family in front of him, and his eyes paused for a moment on Feng Chen, and then he withdrew his gaze. A genius with a clear sword heart is indeed worthy of Feng Mukching's attention. Of course, just paying attention. After all, with Feng Mukching's cultivation and age, he has seen too many geniuses, including many outstanding people like Feng Chen. Don't say anything else. As an existence who can practice in his late years and then step into the 6th level of the Saint King, Feng Mukching himself is a top genius. Not long ago, the aura of demons appeared in the northern region. If I was not mistaken, it should be caused by the demons forcibly opening up the realm channel. As soon as Feng Mukching said this, all the people in the Feng family changed their faces. Definition channel. They naturally understand what these 4 words represent. Feng Tianxi asked anxiously, if the realm channel is opened, it means that the demon emperor takes action. If so, how should my Feng family resist it? Demon King. That is an existence that is enough to compete with the quasi-emperor. In the ancient times when the Feng family was the most glorious, a quasi-emperor was just emerging. But that's true. That afterglow of the quasi-emperor also made the entire Feng family glorious to this day. This can be seen from this. How terrible is the existence of the quasi-emperor realm. Even if the Feng family has now revived the powerful man from the sixth heaven of the Saint Qingfeng Mukching, the other senior executives of the Feng family have no confidence. No way. The sixth level of the Saint King and the quasi-emperor are several small realms and one large realm apart. The ninth heaven of the Holy King. Go to the sky step by step. Not to mention the span from the Holy King to the quasi-emperor is an insurmountable gap. Compared to the panic of others, Feng Mukching seemed much calmer. It is inevitable to open a boundary channel, but you don't have to worry about it. My northern region is not without any foundation. A demon emperor wants to be presumptuous in the northern region, but he doesn't have the qualifications yet. Moreover, strong people of this level will not easily enter the ancient world. What we have to do is just face the endless army of demons. As soon as this is said, everyone breathed a sigh of relief instinctively. Look at them. Feng Mukching shook his head slightly. Don't think this is easy. The number of demons is amazing, and the continuous army of demons is also a big trouble. As far as I know, the demon clan stepped into the chaotic starry sky, and unknown how many worlds it conquered to turn it into its own nourishment. Nowadays, the number of demon clans has reached an absolutely amazing level. If billions of demons sweep over, the consequences can be imagined. Speaking of the latter, Feng Mukching's face was also rarely solemn. Billions of demons. This is an extremely terrifying number. The Feng family members who had breathed a sigh of relief also changed their expressions again. Please give me instructions. As the head of the family, Feng Tianxi was the first to wake up and bowed to Feng Mukching again. Feng Mukching said, "My Feng family is a human force. Now, facing the invasion of demons, it is natural that we should not ignore it. We should send heavy troops to guard various cities to prevent demons from invading them." At the same time, a group of elite cultivators were integrated and immediately went to the main force of demons where the boundary channel was located. Paused. Feng Mukching continued to say, "You can rest assured about this matter. The disaster of demons is not the Feng family's family. Other forces will also take action, and even some ancient sects cannot stand by and watch. In addition, I will also come forward." At the end, Feng Mukching added another sentence. His words. Many senior executives of the Feng family looked serious. Feng Mukching's personal leadership is enough to illustrate the importance of this matter. Soon, Feng Tianxi strictly followed Feng Mukching's instructions and began to pass orders downward. As a force that has been passed down from ancient times to the present, the Feng family has many industries and many cities owned by the Feng family. Say something, you're welcome. The Feng family is not so much a family as a small dynasty. Just say. The Feng family did not condense the luck of the dynasty. But relying solely on the city and territory controlled by the Feng family and the number of monks, let alone dynasties, even many dynasties and imperial dynasties are inferior. However, on weekdays, the Feng family acts in a low-key manner, and with the reputation of the ancient families, no one would provoke them for no reason, so there are not many forces that really understand the Feng family's background. But this time it's different. With Feng Mukching's order and Feng Tianxi's transmission, the entire Feng family was shocked. Many hidden backgrounds are revealed at this moment. Tens of millions of cultivators at the lowest level are directly taken over the defense lines of many cities to ensure that the demons will not take advantage of the situation. Immediately afterwards, another group of 100,000 elite soldiers who are the weakest in the divine change realm, led by Feng Mukching himself and headed towards the boundary channel. This news came out. The forces in the entire northern region and other major regions were shocked. This moment, only these forces can understand what the true foundation of ancient families is. These ancient forces are not usually revealed, but when the foundation is truly revealed, it is enough to shock the world. Chapter 343 The Mysterious Existence's Broken Arm. Your dead soldier Fang Chen led the monks of the ancient Feng family to fight against the demons. Your dead soldier Fang Chen set up an ambush and killed an army of 300,000 demons in one battle, and was appreciated by the Feng family. Your dead soldier Fang Chen was ambushed by a powerful demon and was severely injured. Fortunately, the powerful Gu Feng family took action to survive. Your dead soldier. Gu Qingfeng was in charge of the Demon Immortal City, and was always watching the changes in the information panel. The interface of offspring naturally has little change. The juniors of the Gu family are all steady and improving. Occasionally, one or two people break through, which also provides some improvement points for Gu Qingfeng. If you look at the Death Soldier interface again, the situation is much more tragic. It is precisely because from the information panel that Gu Qingfeng could know at the first time that the demon clan had already opened the boundary channels in various parts of the ancient world and began a large-scale invasion. The 5 great realms of the ancient world are vast and boundless. Once things happen, the news will not really spread so quickly. So, there is another benefit to having more Death Soldiers. That is, Gu Qingfeng can learn about the changes in various places in the human race at the first time. Except for the eastern region, the other 4 major domains have boundary channels, which means that other demon emperors in the demon clan have taken action. Among the 5 major domains, the eastern domain is the weakest, and the other 4 major domains have strong backgrounds. Even though the demon clan is strong, it is not so easy to truly break through the 4 major domains. Gu Qingfeng looked at the text on the information panel, but there was not much turmoil in his heart. The fundamental reason for the weak strength of the eastern region was the battle 100,000 years ago. Although demons have invaded more than once in other major domains, it has been a long time since the loss after the war has recovered. Only the time interval in the eastern region is not too long. So far, the eastern region has not really recovered its vitality. Result: now the demon invasion has appeared again. To put it ugly, if the Shenwu dynasty hadn't come forward in this battle and Gu Qingfeng was in charge of the Demon Immortal City, this invasion would have been enough to drink a pot of the eastern region. Now the real main force of the demon clan has been suppressed by Gu Qingfeng. Although the remaining demons have entered the ancient world from various formations, they are not too serious. So, with the strength of the eastern region, it is no problem to resist. Now, on the battlefield, many formations and cities are overloaded and are difficult to use again for the time being. The demon-suppressing army can only face the front and fight against the demon side. Fortunately, the strange god who has already attained the realm of the saint is now taking action. With such a powerful and weird leader, the demon clan cannot cause much storm. Although the strange god was just entering the saint realm, the opponent's strength was not comparable to that of an ordinary saint's first level. In addition, the strange god has many methods to control strange things, and the strange god cloak behind it can summon many powerful weird things that have been revived by him. Say something, you're welcome. The strange god is a soldier. So, under such a powerful suppression, the demon clan is naturally no match. The powerful demon behind the demon army did not dare to intervene rashly despite the existence of the strange god. After all, the demon side knew very well. The weird god is not scary. What is really terrifying is Gu Qingfeng, who is in the demon Shenxian city. The top-notch man who once cut off the arm of the demon emperor of the sea. These demons are very clear that as long as they dare to cross the boundary channel, they will inevitably be cut by the other party. Of course, no one is willing to stroke his tiger beard as a powerful man as a demon emperor. Fortunately, there are too many demon clans. The continuous demons stepped out of the passage of the realm, without fear of any casualties. There were also 9 demons in the semi-saint realm and hundreds of demons in the Taoist palace realm, all rushed towards the strange god, hoping to forcibly kill a strange man who was comparable to the saint with an absolute number. Regarding this, the strange god is not afraid. I saw that the opponent was as fast as a ghost, and his palms could easily break the protective energy of many demons and powerful people. His sharp nails could even cut through their flesh and blood and take out all the internal organs. In just a moment, 5 semi-saint demons were hollowed out of their internal organs, and then the strange god cruelly cut off their heads. This scene, all other demons and powerful people changed their faces. The saint is weird. They knew that the weirdness that was as strong as the saint was, but they did not expect it to be so powerful. When the demons are waiting in front of each other, they are as weak as children. Let alone join forces to encircle and suppress. Whether you can survive is a question. Suddenly, there were semi-saint demons who could not suppress their inner fear and fled into the realm channel without looking back. But at this moment, a strange black light burst out, easily penetrated the body of the semi-saint demon. Then, when a terrifying black fog appeared from the body of the strange god, countless palms grabbed it. No, no, the semi-saint demon struggled violently, his face full of horror. But many palms covered him, and soon he drowned his entire body. The next moment, he heard the sound of chewing from his palms, as if something was gnawing at the flesh and blood, accompanied by a terrifying scream. A moment of effort. The palms dissipated. There was only a blood-stained and broken skeleton that fell from midair. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. This scene made other demons and powerful men stand up all over their bodies. Nothing is more terrifying than watching the strong ones on their own side be eaten to death. Escape. I don't know who said it, and the only morale dissipated directly. Even if the demon king's order is in front of him, these demons and powerful people dare not continue to stay. Violating the orders may not necessarily lead to death. But staying will surely die. And it was eaten to death. No one wants to experience such pain. So, escape. It's the only way out. As many demon half-saints and powerful people in the Taoist palace realm fled, the attack of the demon clan ended in failure again. For this result, Qingfeng was not surprised. His divine thoughts fell on the strange god from beginning to end. The strange god slaughtered a large number of demons, as well as many fallen creatures on the battlefield, and their qi, blood, soul and power fell into the strange god banner, and eventually turned into pure energy to enhance the strength of the strange god. The original strange god just broke through the saint, but after many wars, the other party has improved a lot in half a month, and has vaguely become qualified to attack the second level of the saint. As long as there are enough flesh and blood of creatures, the power of the ghost will continue to increase, and there is no bottleneck at all when it looks. Such a treasure as the weird god banner is really hard to measure by common sense. Qingfeng felt more and more extraordinary the strange god banner. He was also very curious. If you really want to continue to swallow the strange god banner, what level of the strange god that was born into it can grow? It is worth mentioning, Qingfeng specifically gave instructions to prevent the strange god from devouring the flesh and blood of the human race and the soul. After all, the demon-suppressing army and other monks guarding the demon-suppressing fairy city are all people of the Shenwu dynasty, so Qingfeng would not let him do this. At this time, Qingfeng frowned slightly and looked in a direction outside the demon Shenxian city where many murderous evil spirits gathered, as if something was attracting. Immediately, Qingfeng's spiritual thought moved and his body disappeared into the hall. In the ancient beast mountain range, I saw strange black fog lingering here, the space was violently shaking and twisting, and the torrent of evil energy gathered wildly in a certain place in the space, and something seemed to be about to be born. Strange, or evil. Qingfeng stood in the void with his hands behind his back, looking at the space in front of him and the monstrous evil spirit. His face was indifferent. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. With his current divine perception, he could sense the hidden ceiling and forbidden power behind the space. This restriction power is powerful and ancient, as if it has existed for a long time. And behind the ban, there is an evil force surging. Suddenly, the space trembled violently and collapsed, and a shocking evil aura erupted. Boom! The terrible power covered the sky and the sun. An evil spirit with a terrible evil aura emanated from the broken space. His eyes were as red as blood, and his hideous face was full of tyranny. However, before the evil spirit could make any moves, Qingfeng, who had been waiting outside, saw this and took action directly. He pulled out the evil killing sword, and the qi and blood power of the gods burned the world like the sun. All the evil auras dissipated instantly at the moment they touched it. Roar! When the evil spirit who had just recovered saw this scene, anger appeared on his hideous face and burst out his most powerful attack. But it's a pity. This evil spirit has just been born, and its strength is not as good as before. Its strength is not only the same level as Qingfeng. The sharp and yang sword light slashed through the heaven and earth, and even divided the evil spirit's body into two. The overwhelming qi and blood power made the evil spirit's body melt and erode. After a moment, the evil spirits are no longer visible. Only a broken arm appeared there. See here. Qingfeng stretched out his hand and grabbed the broken arm in his hand. Is this the root of the evil spirit in front of you? Qingfeng looked at the broken arm in his hand and saw that there was only one piece of the broken arm. All over, the whole body was blue-black, and his nails were black and sharp. It was obvious that it was not a normal person's hand. At the same time, a terrifying and evil aura emanated from the broken arm, and it was always trying to pour into Qingfeng's body, corroding his mind. More important point, it was in this broken arm that Qingfeng felt a breath that was the same root and origin as the evil spirit, squirming. If not deal with it, then after a long period of time, this broken arm will once again give birth to new evil spirits. Then, Qingfeng tried to use his own qi and blood power to forcibly destroy the broken arm. But unfortunately, the blood of Qingfeng's body, which was even more scorching than the sun, fell on his broken arm but failed to shake the latter at all. See this scene. Qingfeng's face also became much more solemn. With my current qi and blood power, it is difficult to shake this broken arm. It seems that the owner of this broken arm is not simple, and although the evil spirit has just recovered, its strength is comparable to that of an ordinary great sage. I don't know how many years a broken arm has existed, but it is still indelible. Not only that, broken arms give birth to powerful evil spirits. Judging from the situation of the evil spirit, if it is truly fully revived, its strength can at least be comparable to that of the Saint King. This level of evil spirit. It's definitely not easy. Qingfeng is not unfamiliar with the broken arm in front of him. He also has a drop of blood from extraordinary origin and a piece of broken finger in his hand. Then, Qingfeng temporarily put the broken arm into the Divine Emperor cauldron to suppress it, and then looked at the broken space in front of him. Behind the space, it exists in another world. Qingfeng pondered for a moment and stepped into it in one step. And the moment Qingfeng entered the space, Jojo and all parties in the eastern region were also alarmed by this powerful evil aura. Suddenly, many strong people came to the ancient Beast Mountains. However, the first person to arrive was the Shenwu dynasty. After all, Jojo is next to the ancient Beast Mountains, so if there is really any movement, the Shenwu dynasty is the fastest. Nan Yushin looked at the broken space in front of him and the evil aura that had not completely disappeared, and his face was rarely solemn. The evil spirit must have been born here, but judging from the situation in front of you, the evil spirit has been erased. This evil spirit has a strong aura, and at least it was at the level of a saint during his lifetime. As the commander of the patrol guard, Nan Yushin's strength has long been broken through the Dao Palace realm, but the remaining aura here makes him feel inexplicably depressed, which shows how powerful the evil spirit will be when he is alive. When the patrol guards on the side heard this, their faces changed immediately. A saint-level evil spirit. The word, sage. It's too much impact for them. Nan Yushin shook his head slightly. Don't worry, this evil spirit has been killed. Now that he can kill such a powerful evil spirit so quickly, only one person can do it. The commander means, the person who took action was the Supreme Emperor. Good. Nanyu Mountain nodded. The Supreme Emperor is in charge of the Demon Immortal City. It is not too far away from here. If an evil spirit is born, it will definitely not be able to hide it from the Supreme Emperor. Only that person can take action can kill evil spirits of this level with thunder. Having said that, Nan Yushin's eyes showed a look of awe. The weak have always admired the strong. Not to mention, Qingfeng is recognized as the top powerhouse in the ancient world. This is top. There is no prefix for the Dharma ending age. The battle with the Hanhai Demon King completely laid the foundation for Qingfeng's strength. After all, being able to cut off the upper Demon Emperor, such strength is at least the Quasi-Emperor level, or even the Quasi-Emperor peak. Unless the Emperor is born, few people can be Qingfeng's opponents. This level of strength, not to mention that it is in the Dharma ending age, even in other prosperous eras, it is still a top existence. After all, the great emperor is scarce. It's like a rare phoenix. Since the ancient times, there have been few who have truly attained the great emperor realm. Let alone the emperor. Even the strong people who enter the quasi-emperor are limited. This can be seen from this. How terrible is Qingfeng's strength? Chapter 344 Ancient God King. Then, Nanyu Mountain looked at the broken space in front of her. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that there seemed to be another different world behind this broken space. Ancient ruins appear. You need to report to the court immediately and then send someone to explore the ruins. Nan Yushin immediately made a decision and ordered the patrol guard beside him. He did not make any decision to explore the ruins without authorization. After all, there are many risks hidden in any ancient ruins. And, the site is discovered and needs to be reported immediately. This is the order of the court. As the commander of the patrol guard, Nan Yushin naturally cannot violate it. Soon, the news of the ancient ruins appearing in the ancient Beast Mountains was that it was passed back to the court, and Ji Yuyang also sent the strong men of the court to go there as soon as possible. Ji Yuyang naturally could not ignore this ancient ruins. Powerful killing weapons like the Star Zu cannon were obtained from ancient ruins. So, in ancient ruins, it means an unimaginable opportunity. It's not just the Shenwu dynasty. Other forces and monks who learned about this came to the ancient Beast Mountains. Instantly, storms and clouds gather in the ancient Beast Mountains. Most monks want to get the opportunity here, without exception. When other monks made some moves, Jiyu Qingfeng had already completely stepped into this space. I saw that behind him entering the space, he was in a vast earth. The sky of this place are cracked, with shocking cracks spreading, and the dark cracks emitted a breath of destruction. The remaining terrifying Taoist rhymes have not really dissipated after endless years. Look at the earth again. The mountains collapsed. The rivers are broken and the rivers are exhausted. Many places seem to be torn apart by a terrible force, leaving many traces of all sizes. This is the Emperor's Daoyun. Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the remaining Taoist rhyme in this place, and some of it was filled with terrifying aura. Just when his divine thoughts were slightly touched, the power of the shocking Emperor burst out. This kind of imperial power. Jiyu Qingfeng is no stranger to him. He had felt it in the Emperor Heiyuan. Obviously. There have been battles at the Emperor level here, and the terrifying Taoist rhetoric has ravaged all parties, and even cut off the vitality of one world. The Emperor's Taoist rhyme remains. Let the world be filled with crises here. But, this kind of place does not pose much threat to Jiyu Qingfeng. Although the strong men in the Great Emperor realm are not comparable to those of quasi-emperors, Daoyun here has existed for too long. Even though the Emperor's Taoist rhyme is terrifying, it is still difficult to resist the passing of time. So, this level of Taoist power is naturally not a threat or no to Jiyu Qingfeng. Walking in the earth, Jiyu Qingfeng's spiritual thoughts spread. The scenes of thousands of miles apart were all in his mind. I saw many broken weapons scattered and discarded on the ground, and many white bones came into view. Some of them had been worn out after time, and just touched gently, they turned into ashes. Under the perception of divine thoughts, these pictures are also a bit shocking. It seems that there has been not only an emperor-level battle, but also an extremely fierce war. Otherwise, there would not be so many monks here who died. Jiyu Qingfeng thought to himself. Suddenly, his divine thought touched a white bone, and then the white bones trembled, as if they had an immortal fighting spirit. At the same time, a sound exploded in Jiyu Qingfeng's ears. Kill all evil spirits. Boom. This sound came, and then Jiyu Qingfeng's vision changed. The originally broken world disappeared and changed into a vast land with vitality. In the earth, there are many cities. Countless army came into view, and the surging fighting spirit, even if it was separated by endless time and space, was clearly heard. At the same time, the sky shattered. There is endless darkness emerging. An evil spirit and strange person walked out of the broken sky and launched an invasion towards this world. The two sides confront each other. The battle was fierce. Just when Jiyu Qingfeng saw this, the picture came to an abrupt end. Taiyi Shenchao. When Jiyu Qingfeng saw the soldiers' armor in the picture, he was exactly the same as the Taiyi divine dynasty. Visible. This was once the world ruled by the Taiyi god dynasty. But evil spirits and strange invasions. Therefore, a fierce battle broke out between the two sides. Judging from the broken traces of the world in front of you, I am afraid that the Taiyi divine dynasty will not have a real victory in this battle. On the contrary, the two sides completely defeated this world in one battle, and then the Taiyi god dynasty withdrew from this world. But, these are Jiyu Qingfeng's guesses, and he still doesn't know what exactly it is. Then, Jiyu Qingfeng continued to explore. Not long. He triggered the remaining Daoyi fighting spirit, and then the pictures from the ancient times reappeared again. The scene Jiyu Qingfeng saw this time was a fierce war between the two sides, and countless soldiers were killed by evil spirits and strangely and cruelly, but the latter also fell many times. Suddenly, the sky collapsed. A majestic figure with a strange and terrifying aura came from the sky and suppressed the Taiyi dynasty with one palm. The terrifying power covered the sky and the sun, making the avenue wail. A mere evil spirit dared to invade our Taiyi dynasty, and should be killed. A furious voice shattered the void, and then a middle-aged strong man in a black robe came in the air and punched out. The strong and domineering power caused the avenue to collapse, and the world seemed to be pierced by this punch. The moment the terrifying power erupted, the sun and the moon were eclipsed. Then, the picture collapsed. Jiyu Qingfeng's expression became solemn. Emperor. The middle-aged strong man in the black robe was undoubtedly a great emperor. This was the first time that Jiyu Qingfeng faced the great emperor in his prime in the true sense. Even if it was just the remaining shadow of the Dao rhyme, he could feel the terrible power. As for the evil spirit that the emperor of Tai dynasty faced, Jiyu Qingfeng was not unfamiliar with it at all. This evil spirit, it was the one he killed before. Jiyu Qingfeng originally thought that he had overestimated the strength of the evil spirit as much as possible, but now he saw that he still underestimated it. In its heyday, this evil spirit was as powerful as the emperor. Obviously, a battle in the ancient times. This evil spirit was severely injured and has not been able to truly recover a little bit of its vitality until now. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for Jiyu Qingfeng to kill it. However, this also indirectly proves one thing. That is, the mysterious existence that left behind the broken arm must be superior to the emperor. Otherwise, how could the other party's broken arm give birth to an evil spirit that was as powerful as the emperor? Jiyu Qingfeng took a deep breath and continued to explore this world. Many ruined cities gradually appeared. Some places had been completely weathered after a long period of wear and tear, but some places were still preserved. Among them, some palaces that were barely well preserved even had some forbidden power left. But this level of restriction was like nothing in Jiyu Qingfeng's eyes. He just swept his mind and easily broke through the restriction and saw the situation inside clearly. Some opportunities, but not much. Jiyu Qingfeng didn't care too much and walked towards the place where the emperor's Dao rhyme was the most concentrated. He wanted to see what the result of the battle that year was. There are many Dao rhymes in this world, and many of the remaining Dao rhymes record the battle that year, but it is not so easy to preserve the scene involving the emperor's battle. Only the emperor's Dao rhyme can preserve such a picture. However, when Jiyu Qingfeng really went deep into the most concentrated Dao rhyme of the emperor, it was a broken void here, and everything turned into chaotic turbulence. There was only one figure standing in the chaos, his body was like a mountain, and his terrifying aura pressured the void in the world, causing the chaos to become stagnant. When he saw this figure, it immediately overlapped with the dark figure in Jiyu Qingfeng's mind. There was no doubt, this was the emperor of Tai divine dynasty. To be precise, this was an emperor's corpse. There was a hideous blood hole on the emperor's chest, and it seemed that there was undried emperor blood flowing faintly, but even so, the other party was still full of momentum and guarded this world. But at this time, the emperor's corpse was shining with divine light, and then a figure emitting a faint divine light suddenly walked out. When the other party really appeared in front of Jiyu Qingfeng, it was like the emperor of the past reborn. I didn't expect that this world would still have cultivators set foot in it after such a long time. The other party looked indifferent, his eyes fell on Jiyu Qingfeng, and his eyes became a little surprised. Your aura is a little different. You are only a great sage of the ninth heaven, but you are stronger than many saint kings. No, you are only 100 years old, how can you reach the great sage realm? Well, now is the end of the world, how can you achieve enlightenment in the end of the world? The other party's indifferent face finally showed a little more surprise, as if he had seen something incredible. Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the person in front of him, bowed and said, Jiyu Qingfeng, a descendant of the human race, greets the emperor, but I don't know the emperor's name. I am Luangu, one of the 12 god kings of Tai divine dynasty. The Luangu god king stood in the void with his hands behind his back. When he said his name, a sense of dominance emanated from his words. 12 god kings. Jiyu Qingfeng's face changed slightly after hearing the words of the Luangu god king. The Luangu god king in front of him is a strong man in the realm of the great emperor, so the strength of the other beings who can also be ranked among the 12 god kings can be imagined. The 12 god kings represent the 12 great emperors. The ancient god king's words made Jiyu Qingfeng feel the terrible background of Tai divine dynasty. At this time, the ancient god king asked, since my death, how is Tai divine dynasty now? During the ancient catastrophe, Tai divine dynasty suddenly disappeared and never found its way back. Jiyu Qingfeng answered truthfully. His words, the ancient god king's expression changed slightly, and then his face became a little complicated. So that's it. May I ask the god king, where did the evil spirit come from? Looking at the ancient god king in front of him, Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but ask what he was thinking. His words, the ancient god king came back to his senses. He looked at the sky above, and his eyes were filled with divine light and Taoism, as if he could penetrate the chaotic starry sky. The evil spirits come from the upper realm. The upper realm. Jiyu Qingfeng's heart was slightly shaken. The ancient god king retracted his gaze at this time and said calmly, "The so-called upper realm has another name, that is the fairyland." Back then, the Tai divine dynasty was at its peak. It not only ruled the entire ancient world, but also the universe, the stars, and the vast chaos. There were traces of the Tai divine dynasty. That was the most prosperous era of the Tai divine dynasty and the most glorious era of the human race. As the ruler of the Tai divine dynasty, His Majesty the Divine Emperor made an astonishing decision, that is, to let the Tai divine dynasty ascend to heaven and step into the vast fairyland to seek the opportunity of longevity. Ascension. The words of the ancient god king made Qingfeng's face change again. Although he had never seen the divine emperor. But from the words of the ancient god king, Qingfeng could truly understand the other party's ambitions. Gu once heard that in ancient times, there were great emperors who ascended to heaven, but not many people left their faith. Some people said that ascension was just a rumor, and the so-called fairyland did not really exist. For many people, ascension is indeed a rumor. As for whether the fairyland really exists, this emperor cannot answer you. Because this emperor is not sure whether that place can really be regarded as the fairyland. The ancient god king put his hands behind his back, and his expression became a little melancholy. In order to ascend to heaven, His Majesty the Divine Emperor searched the entire chaotic starry sky for ancient inheritance, and then the 12 divine kings worked together to deduce and finally created a secret method called casting a mortal court. This secret method can gather the luck of a dynasty and ascend to heaven. No matter how high or low the cultivation of a dynasty is, all the subjects of the dynasty can hope to enter the fairyland and live forever. However, when we worked hard to open the passage to the upper realm, what we encountered was not the guiding fairy light, but countless evil and weird things. They are powerful and numerous, and some of the powerful evil and weird things are even immortal. Their appearance has plunged the entire universe into chaos. Some strong men saw the bloody setting sun and the wailing of the immortals from behind the immortal gate. The so-called fairyland has no chance of longevity at all. When the chaos ancient divine king said this, there was no fear in his eyes, only a monstrous murderous intent. However, our Tai divine dynasty is so powerful that we should not be afraid of the evil spirits. Therefore, under the leadership of your Majesty, the whole divine dynasty has made every effort to kill the evil spirits. This world was originally an important place for the divine dynasty, and this emperor was ordered to guard it. But later, the evil spirits invaded this world, and there were evil spirits comparable to the top world-destroying level. This emperor was willing to suppress them, but the origin of these evil spirits was mysterious and difficult to really kill. In the end, this emperor paid the price of his life and killed the body of the evil spirit, leaving only a broken arm that was difficult to erase. Later, this emperor felt that the evil spirit had not really fallen, so he set up a road ban to bury this world and the evil spirit completely here. After the words fell, the ancient god king looked at Qingfeng. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything about Qingfeng, and saw the existence of the divine emperor cauldron and the broken arm in the cauldron. But, I didn't expect that this evil spirit would be revived by you after so much difficulty. But if this broken arm is not destroyed, the evil spirit will eventually revive again. Chapter 345, The Ancient Emperor's Monument. From the mouth of the ancient god king, Qingfeng learned many ancient secrets. This is why the Tai divine dynasty sealed many evil spirits in the ancient world. The reason is simple. Can't kill it. It would be fine if it was an ordinary evil spirit, but the Tai god dynasty could destroy it. However, some powerful evil spirits are actually strong enough to match the emperor. It is naturally not that easy to truly destroy and kill them. It's like the evil spirit sealed in this world. Its original body is a mysterious broken arm. As long as the broken arm is still there, then evil spirits are not considered true death. Take time. The vanishing evil spirit will revive again. This is the fundamental reason why the Tai divine dynasty sealed the evil spirit. The ancient god king with his hands behind his back, his expression a little complicated. I think my Tai god dynasty lingers all over the world and is powerful in the sea, and even the distant starry sky has footprints. In the end, it was destroyed in the hands of evil spirits. Although Qingfeng said that Tai Shen dynasty disappeared out of thin air. However, the ancient god king of Luan knew very well that the power of the Ethereum divine dynasty would definitely not disappear easily. If he ascended to the sky, it would be even more impossible that there would be no trace left. So, the disappearance of Tai Shen dynasty is a bit intriguing. Hearing words, Qingfeng said, "Senior, there is no need to do this. The disappearance of the Tai divine dynasty may not be destroyed by the evil spirit. Maybe it has defeated the evil spirit and then ascended to the sky. Impossible. If you ascend toward you, how could you leave no trace without a trace? The ancient god king shook his head. Only by the indescribable existence can we erase all the traces of the Tai god dynasty. Having said that, there was also a deep sense of fear in the eyes of the ancient god king. It is hard to imagine how big Tai divine dynasty could erase it. But, quote, I have been dead for many years, and now I am just a wisp of residual soul. It is difficult to survive for too long. How can the Tai divine dynasty be no longer the only one I can intervene? While speaking, the ancient god king looked at Qingfeng and raised his hand and a divine light burst out. The latter instinctively wanted to resist, but the divine light touched his body and merged into it directly. Immediately afterwards, there was a magnificent Taoist rhyme. This powerful Taoist rhyme eventually fell into Qingfeng's dantian and turned into an ancient stone tablet. I saw 4 natural words appearing suddenly on this stone tablet. The moment Qingfeng looked inside the stone tablet, the corresponding information naturally emerged in his mind. The ancient emperor Steel, I have fallen, but my inheritance cannot be buried in the long river of time. This wisp of my soul seals itself here in order to wait for the arrival of a successor in the future. If you can achieve enlightenment in the Dharma ending age, you believe that you have your own opportunities, even if this emperor is unable to truly see through it. Therefore, this emperor left the monument of the ancient emperor, where I learned all my life. I hope you can practice well. When the ancient god king said this, he paused and looked up at the void, his eyes as if he could penetrate the chaotic universe and see the illusory immortal gate. Remember, the upper realm has undergone a major change, and may have become a strange place for evil spirits. Don't open the immortal gate, otherwise it will cause disaster to the world. Don't ascend. The body of the ancient god king slowly dissipated, as if it had never existed. Looking at the disappearing figure of the other party and the words he had just said, Qingfeng bowed to the emperor's corpse. Great send to the emperor. Although Qingfeng was only the first time he met the god king of the Luan Jiyu, he had obtained the inheritance left by the other party, and he wanted to give the other party a chance in terms of emotion and reason. As for the last words of the ancient god king of chaos, don't ascend. Qingfeng looked at the void and his eyes became deep. Qingfeng didn't think too much about the warnings of the ancient god king of the riot. After all, he still has a long way to go before the rumored ascension. But no matter what, since the fairy world exists, that means longevity is hopeful. It is only according to the ancient god king of the chaotic world that the upper realm has undergone a major change, so evil spirits are born strangely. Shake your head. Qingfeng dispelled these distracting thoughts. Then, he looked at the chaotic void in front of him and the imperial corpse and suppressing the void. Qingfeng immediately sacrificed the divine emperor cauldron, put the imperial corpse into the treasure, and then left Yukong. The biggest opportunity in this world is the inheritance left by the ancient god king of chaos and the emperor's corpse. Such emperor's corpse is an unimaginable treasure for other forces. If it is sacrificed and refined into a puppet magic weapon, it is an unimaginable existence. Of course, not to mention whether Qingfeng can do these methods. Just because the ancient god king of chaos left the inheritance to himself, Qingfeng would never be able to sacrifice the other party's corpse into a puppet. Qingfeng is of other uses for taking away the corpse of the Luan ancient god king. When leaving this chaotic void, Qingfeng also discovered that many monks entered here and kept exploring the opportunities left here. Regarding this, Qingfeng did not intervene. In the end, this world was dominated by the Tai divine dynasty in the past. Later, a shocking war broke out here, causing the emperor to fall here. No surprise. The army stationed in this world of Tai Shen dynasty should have been ruined here. There are many strong people who have fallen, so there is a chance to stay. Without disturbing anyone, Qingfeng left this space directly. When he reappeared in the ancient beast mountains, a voice suddenly roared. Someone is out. The opportunity is my husband, no one can take it away. I saw a powerful aura suddenly bombarding, as if I wanted to completely kill Qingfeng on the spot. But the next breath, Qingfeng's eyes turned cold, and a divine light penetrated through the void, and all attacks collapsed in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying pressure erupted, which made the attacking monk look horrified and was about to beg for mercy. Boom! The cultivator's body exploded and instantly turned into blood mist in the sky. Such scenes made the other monks' faces change drastically. This time, finally someone saw Ji Qingfeng's appearance clearly and recognized the other party's identity. He is Ji Qingfeng. As soon as this is said, the audience was shocked. Ji Qingfeng. Now among the human race, these three words are well known. The supreme emperor of the Shenwu dynasty and the head of the Jiyu family once cut off the superior demon emperor and guarded the boundary channel. The opponent's record was amazing. Suddenly, these monks were all secretly scolding the people who had just taken action. The other party died, but he actually dared to attack Ji Qingfeng. If this person took his anger on himself and others, I am afraid that no one will be able to leave alive today. This is no joke. For strong people at this level, the so-called Taoist palace is like an ant. And, since Ji Qingfeng became famous, the other party has been stained with a lot of blood, and his battle to become famous also destroyed the 100,000 troops of the Guiyuan dynasty in one fell swoop. So, no one would naively think that Ji Qingfeng is the kind of kind-hearted and ruthless person. Fortunately, Ji Qingfeng did not take the monk present seriously. After killing the monk who had just taken action and attempted to intercept him, he just glanced at everyone present and then disappeared. After a long time, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and their faces looked shocked. What a terrible aura. It is worthy of being the top power among the human race. It is enough to compete with the quasi-emperor. The aura emitted by the escaping almost makes me breathless. The old man in a dark clothes showed a look of relief on his face. Facing such a strong person directly faces this level, even if he is strong inside, he can't help but feel afraid. This is an emotion generated by life's instinct and it is difficult to truly control. That feeling. It seems that Ji Qingfeng can kill himself with just one thought. Lao Guilu really hit the nail on the head this time. It's not good to intercept anyone, but he actually tried to intercept this person. It's not unfair to die now. Fortunately, old Guilu is just a casual cultivator. If there is a sect family behind him, he will probably be implicated. Some monks sneered. The old man Lu he mentioned was naturally the one who intercepted Ji Qingfeng. The other party was a famous tribulation cultivator in the eastern region, with a lot of blood stained in his hands, and countless great monks fell in his hands. However, because Lu Laogui is powerful and is a powerful person at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. Even if many forces are dissatisfied with him, it is not easy to truly siege and kill him. It is precisely because of this. So old Guilu was able to be free until now. It's a pity. This time the other party chose the wrong target. Intercept Ji Qingfeng. Even the saints dare not do it. From the moment the opponent takes action, the ending is already destined. On the other side, Ji Qingfeng returned to the Shenwu dynasty and appeared directly in Juyang Mountain. As the holy mountain of the Shenwu dynasty, this place is also the Dragon Vein, and there have been an imperial guards guarding it. When he saw Ji Qingfeng coming, the imperial commander Wang Hu hurriedly saluted. My subordinate Wang Hu, pay homage to the supreme emperor. No gift. Ji Qingfeng spoke lightly, and his divine thoughts covered the entire Juyang Mountain, and he saw everything. 3,000 imperial guards. All of his cultivation is in the realm of divine transformation. Wang Hu, the commander of the imperial guards in front of him, was even a cultivator who won the first level of the Taoist palace. Such a force is already quite strong in the Shenwu dynasty. Juyang Mountain is of great importance. Here is a holy spiritual vein. Such a place. Of course, there is no need to lose. You are here to wait, don't follow me. Ji Qingfeng said lightly, then ignored Wang Hu and went straight to the hinterland of Juyang Mountain. Not long, the holy spiritual vein appeared in Ji Qingfeng's sight. More than 20 years have passed, and the holy spiritual veins have not changed much from the past. It is difficult to change anything for spiritual veins, especially holy spiritual veins, even hundreds or thousands of years. Looking at the spiritual veins in front of him, Ji Qingfeng immediately took out the divine emperor cauldron, and the sealed imperial corpse suddenly appeared. Buzz. The moment the emperor's corpse appeared, a terrifying pressure suddenly spread, and it spread throughout Juyang Mountain in an instant, and even the capital palace was affected. Such a brilliant emperor's power made all monks' faces change drastically. Sir, what's wrong with Juyang Mountain? The face of a deputy commander of the Imperial Guard changed drastically. Before such terrifying pressure, he felt that he was as small as an ant, and his tone of speaking became more frightened. Only Wang Hu looked a little calm and said in a deep voice, the Supreme Emperor comes to Juyang Mountain in person, don't panic. The Supreme Emperor. As soon as these three words were released, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard changed his face again, but the horror on his face faded a lot. If it were the one who came in person, it would be normal for such movement. I thought that a strong man attacked Juyong Mountain, but it turned out to be a false alarm. After all, with Ji Qingfeng around, the deputy commander didn't think anyone dared to invade. Take a step back. So what if someone really attacks it? With that Supreme Emperor here, the thief is not qualified to cause any storm. Ji Qingfeng ignored the outside world's movements. After he took out the imperial corpse, he buried it completely in the holy spiritual vein. Use the spiritual veins as the coffin to bury the emperor's corpse. The moment the emperor was buried in the spiritual vein, there was a terrifying Taoist rhyme flowing, which merged with the power of the holy grade spiritual vein. Then the Juyong Mountain was violently shaking, and the holy grade spiritual vein that had no movement and still changes, it's a drastic change. Boom! The shocking spiritual energy burst out. The charm of the great way fills the mountain. In Ji Qingfeng's eyes, he saw that the holy grade spiritual vein was transforming wildly. In just a moment of effort, he directly upgraded to a higher level and entered the ranks of the divine spiritual vein. A level of improvement. This has caused the spiritual energy condensed by the holy spiritual veins to soar 10 times. Just when the spiritual energy soared over the capital of the Shenwu dynasty, the phantom of the 6th grade green lotus appeared again, and the vast energy turned into a rolling airflow and gathered towards the phantom of the green lotus. As a large amount of luck gathers, the phantom of the 6th grade green lotus becomes increasingly solid, with signs of transformation. Fortune goes up. Ji Yang, who was dealing with government affairs, immediately discovered the changes in the fortunes of the dynasty. It's just a moment. He found that the fortune of the Shenwu dynasty had increased by 50%. Although such a strong transformation of luck failed to directly promote the Shenwu dynasty to the imperial dynasty, it also saved at least hundreds of years of hard work. Soon, Ji Yang discovered it. The reason for the rise in luck comes from Juyong Mountain. In the moment when the spiritual vein transformed, the surge of spiritual energy frenzy had erupted from Juyong Mountain and spread in all directions. See this scene. Ji Yang could no longer sit still and set out to Juyong Mountain. Divine grade spiritual vein. There is an emperor's corpse buried here. If you are promoted to the imperial spiritual vein in time, I believe there will be no problem. Ji Qingfeng felt the extremely rich spiritual energy here, and there was a faint smile on his face. Emperor's spiritual vein. It can be said to be the most top spiritual vein. Normally, it is not that simple to give birth to a spiritual vein in the imperial grade. Even some ancient families may not necessarily have an imperial grade spiritual vein. The birth of the emperor's spiritual vein is demanding. There are very few ways to directly use an imperial corpse as the foundation like Ji Qingfeng. After all, the imperial corpse is rare. Not everyone can get the corpse of a strong man of this level. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 346 Suppressing Luck. When Ji Yang stepped into the heart of Juyong Mountain, he immediately felt the terrifying imperial power. A powerful pressure came upon him, causing his shoulders to suddenly sink, as if a terrifying mountain was pressing down on him, making it almost impossible for him to move. Such a sudden change. Ji Yang's face changed immediately. This pressure. He was the most powerful being he had ever encountered, bar none. Since he entered the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm and his cultivation was comparable to that of a semi-saint, Ji Yang asked himself that except for some ancient strong men, no one could threaten him. Even if he faced some ancient saints head-on, Ji Yang knew that he was no match for them, but he was confident that he could retreat. But now, it's just a sense of pressure. This made Ji Yang unable to feel any resistance at all. The gap between the two sides. It's like a chasm. But before Ji Yang could be shocked for too long, he felt a familiar force falling on him, and the original powerful pressure was instantly weakened a lot. See here. Only then did Ji Yang breathe a sigh of relief and continued to go deeper. Not long. He saw a familiar figure. Father. Ji Yang bowed. Ji Qingfeng turned around and looked. He had already noticed Ji Yang's arrival. Even if he hadn't taken action, Ji Yang wouldn't have been qualified to go deeper into this place. The emperor's pressure. No joke. Even if it was a fallen emperor, that terrifying pressure was enough to make it impossible for cultivators below the level of saint to move. Even a saint. It is not easy to truly resist the pressure from the emperor. Ji Yuyong looked at the spiritual vein in front of him at this time. The source of the terrifying pressure came from here, as if there was some extremely terrifying existence in the spiritual vein. Father, this time, the entrance to another world was opened in the ancient Beast Mountain range. I entered it and found the body of a great emperor from the Tai divine dynasty, so I brought it out and buried it in the spiritual vein. Thanks to the mystical power of the emperor's corpse, in time, this spiritual vein can be upgraded to an emperor-grade spiritual vein. Ji Qingfeng said slowly. His words. Ji Yuyong was shocked. Emperor's corpse. The spiritual vein in front of us is actually burying the corpse of an emperor. When Ji Yuyong heard this news, it was like the humming of an ancient bell, making him feel dizzy and dazed. Ji Yuyong couldn't help but be shocked. After all, the emperor's corpse was something he couldn't touch. But soon, Ji Yuyang's face was filled with ecstasy. According to what my father said, if the emperor's corpse is buried here, it will protect the fortune of our Shenwu dynasty. If this spiritual vein is truly promoted to the imperial level, it can be regarded as a supreme foundation. Dante even mentioned the imperial-grade spiritual vein. Even the divine-grade spiritual vein that has just been promoted is extremely important to the Shenwu dynasty. As soon as this spiritual vein was promoted, the fortune of the Shenwu dynasty skyrocketed. In Ji Yuyang's opinion, the spiritual vein in front of him was more like the dragon vein of the Shenwu dynasty than a spiritual vein. The source of Qishu's spiritual energy all comes from here. To be frank, this spiritual vein is the first of all the spiritual veins in Qishu. Ji Qingfeng said, there is an emperor's corpse buried here, so it is no longer appropriate to call it Juyang Mountain. I think it should be renamed Emperor Yang Mountain. In addition, this spiritual vein is a divine spiritual vein, and it can be promoted to the emperor grade in the future. With the support of this existence, the Shenwu dynasty will be promoted to an imperial dynasty in the future, or even further, to become a divine dynasty. This spiritual vein can play a significant role. So, this spiritual vein can also be regarded as the dragon vein of the Shenwu dynasty. As soon as these words came out, Ji Yuyong nodded. Father has the same idea as me. From today on, this place will be called Emperor Yang Mountain, and this spiritual vein can be called the Shenwu Dragon Vein. As soon as these words came out, I saw the spiritual veins vibrating. The terrifying imperial luck suddenly gathered towards Diang Mountain and finally fell into the spiritual vein. Immediately following, a shocking dragon roar resounded through the sky, and the charm of the great way and the tremendous luck condensed together, transforming into a true dragon of the 9 heavens that soared up from the spiritual vein, then went straight into the sky, circling above the blue sky. The sound of dragon roars shook the heaven and earth. All the cultivators looked up into the void, and when they saw the shadow of the real dragon, their faces were filled with shock. True dragon. Many monks were shocked by the scene before them, and were confused as to what was happening. However, some veteran strongmen can clearly feel that the fortune of the Shenwu dynasty has suddenly become much more stable. If the former Shenwu dynasty's luck was scattered and uncondensed, like rootless duckweed, then the current Shenwu dynasty is as heavy as the earth, almost to the point of being difficult to shake. Suppressing destiny. The Shenwu dynasty has a treasure that can suppress destiny. The expression of a strong man changed slightly. Only a supreme treasure that suppresses destiny can bring about such changes as the present one. But, treasures that can suppress destiny are extremely rare in the world. Even many dynasties may not have treasures of this level. But now, the fortune of the Shenwu dynasty is stable, which is obviously caused by the treasure that suppresses the fortune. If other dynasties obtained treasures of this level, it would be a crime of possessing a treasure. Many dynasties would definitely not sit still and would take action against this dynasty. But, the Shenwu dynasty is different. Although this dynasty is a new one, many old dynasties cannot compare with it in terms of foundation. Plus, there is now an unrivaled powerful man in the Shenwu dynasty. In this way, even if the Shenwu dynasty really holds the treasure that can suppress destiny, other forces would not dare to act rashly. Now, the phantom of the real dragon circled in the sky for several times, then swooped down towards Diang Mountain and fell back into the dragon vein. So far, Ji Yuyong could clearly feel that the fortune of the Shenwu dynasty was already connected with the dragon vein in front of him. The extremely powerful fortune was as heavy as the mountains on the earth, and seemed difficult to shake. Such changes. This naturally made Ji Yuyong very happy. Although the enthronement of the dragon vein did not lead to a sudden surge in the fortunes of the Shenwu dynasty. But the difference is the emergence of dragon veins. It made the fortune of the Shenwu dynasty much more stable. In the past, the fortune of the Shenwu dynasty had no treasure to suppress it. Whenever there was a natural disaster, or a large number of people died, or the people's morale was low, it would lead to the loss of fortune. But now it's different. The fortune of the Shenwu dynasty became stable. Ordinary natural disasters and man-made calamities are unlikely to truly shake the fortune of the dynasty. Even if there is a major change, the amount of fortune that is actually lost will be very small. If I had known that sealing the dragon vein would have such an effect, I should have acted earlier. Ji Yuyang shook his head slightly, with a look of slight regret on his face. Ji Qingfeng said, "If you can suppress destiny by canonizing dragon veins at will, then all the dynasties in the world can follow suit. How can ordinary spirit veins have the effect of suppressing destiny? This time the dragon vein was able to truly suppress the luck. I think it was related to the emperor's corpse." Ji Qingfeng had a different opinion on Ji Yuyang's words. Even if an ordinary dynasty confers a title on a dragon vein, it is impossible to suppress the fortune. In his opinion, the source of the suppression of the Shenwu dynasty's fortune this time lies in the emperor's corpse. The corpse of the emperor is infinitely mysterious. Even if such a being dies, to ordinary people, he is like a god in the sky who cannot be looked at directly. The majestic imperial power emanating from him can even stop a saint in his tracks. If the emperor's corpse could have the effect of suppressing luck, Ji Qingfeng would naturally believe it. Hearing this, Ji Yuyang looked clear. It didn't take long for the news of the Shenwu dynasty to spread. No way. The Shenwu dynasty is no longer what it used to be. Many forces are setting their sights on the Shenwu dynasty, paying attention to its every move. Now, changes in the Shenwu dynasty. Naturally, it is to let all parties know. Suppress the luck. In the Qingchen Empire, Lu Zhen looked at the information in his hand with a gloomy and ugly expression. The stronger the Shenwu dynasty is, the worse it will be for the Qingchen dynasty. Although the two sides have temporarily ceased fighting and have not started a new dispute. But Lu Zhen knew very well. The fundamental reason why the two sides did not take action was the root cause of the demon invasion. If the demon disaster can be alleviated, the Shenwu dynasty may send troops to the Qingchen dynasty at any time. At this point, Lu Zhen had no doubt. After all, if he were in Ji Yuyang's position, it would be impossible for him to easily give up and make peace with the Starry dynasty. From the moment Zhang Chen led his army to attack Zhou, the two sides had completely torn their relations apart and were at the point of a fight to the death. Let's take a step back. Even if the Shenwu dynasty did not take action, Lu Zhen would still be unable to sleep or eat. The threat from the Shenwu dynasty is like a sharp blade hanging over your head, which may fall at any time. This feeling is not pleasant. So, after learning that the Shenwu dynasty had obtained a treasure that could suppress its luck, Lu Zhen's murderous intent reached its peak. But soon, Lu Zhen forced himself to suppress the impulse in his heart. He understands. The current Shenwu dynasty can no longer be shaken by the Qingchen dynasty. This is because the Shenwu dynasty has an unrivaled strong man, a terrifying existence who can repel the upper demon emperor. If Ji Qingfeng wanted to take action against the Starry dynasty, then even if the Starry dynasty used all its resources, it would definitely not be able to be its opponent. After all, at the peak of the Qingchen dynasty, only one quasi-emperor emerged. But that quasi-emperor had already fallen. Although the Star dynasty has some foundation today, it is absolutely impossible for it to contend against a true quasi-emperor level combat force. Not to mention, Ji Qingfeng is not comparable to any ordinary quasi-emperor. The opponent defeated the upper-level demon king, and his strength is at least at the late quasi-emperor level. If Lu Zhen had known that the Shenwu dynasty had such strength, he would never have let the Qingchen dynasty get involved. But now, it's too late to say anything. For a while, the lights in the imperial study were dim. Lu Zhen's expression suddenly changed slightly, and he shouted in a low voice, "Who?" As soon as he finished speaking, a strange black shadow suddenly began to slowly move in the shadow of the light, and in less than a moment, a monk in a black robe slowly appeared in front of Lu Zhen. "Shen Shan, the strange servant of the strange emperor, greets the emperor." Emperor Qidian. When Lu Zhen heard the name, his expression suddenly changed, and then murderous intent appeared in his eyes. "So you are a scum who surrendered to the evil spirit. How dare you show up here? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" While talking, a terrifying murderous intent burst out from Lu Zhen, crushing Shen Shan like a landslide or tsunami. But when this terrifying aura fell on Shen Shan, it was like a drop in the ocean and did not cause any turmoil at all. See here. Lu Zhen's heart froze slightly. At this time, Chen Shan said faintly, why should the emperor be so angry? What if it is evil or weird? It's just a difference in race. The emperor can go this far, he should understand that what the people in the world care about is interests. Just like the Shenwu dynasty and the Qingchen dynasty are both human beings, so what? Both sides are still fighting each other. Although I serve Emperor Qidian, I have no conflict of interest with the Qingchen Empire. On the contrary, I came here this time to cooperate with the Star Empire. Cooperate? The angry look on Lu Zhen's face disappeared. He looked at Chen Shan indifferently and sneered. Why should I cooperate with you? It's simple. You and I have a common enemy, and that is the Shenwu dynasty. When Chen Shan said the words, Shenwu dynasty, Lu Zhen's pupils obviously had some subtle changes. The former saw this and smiled again. Everyone in the world knows about the grievances between the Qingchen dynasty and the Shenwu dynasty. Coincidentally, the one from the Shenwu dynasty also has a lot of grievances with His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. So His Majesty ordered me to come and discuss cooperation with the Emperor. It is undeniable that I do have some grievances with the Shenwu dynasty, but it is absolutely impossible for me to betray the human race and join forces with you evil spirits just for a few grievances. Lu Zhen refused righteously. To this, Chen Shan did not get angry, but clapped his hands gently. Well, you are worthy of being Emperor Lu Zhen, you are indeed righteous, but the Emperor has the righteousness of the human race in mind, but the Shenwu dynasty may not be the same. If the Emperor does not take action against the Shenwu dynasty today, can you guarantee that the Shenwu dynasty will not take action against the Emperor in the future? As far as I know, Qingfeng is a vindictive person, and any force that offends him will not have a good ending. Since this person entered the world of cultivation, his hands have been stained with a lot of blood. In front was the ancient Holy Land, and in the back was the Guiyuan dynasty, both were bloody examples. If the Emperor holds on to this idea, when the day comes when the army of the Shenwu dynasty heads straight for the capital of Qingchen Kingdom, I'm afraid it will be too late for the Emperor to regret it. Chen Shan's words. Lu Zhen's face turned completely gloomy. I have to say, the other party's words really touched his pain. This is also what Lu Zhen fears the most. How do you want to stay? Lu Zhen was silent for a while, then he slowly spoke. As soon as these words came out, a smile suddenly appeared on Chen Shan's face. As long as the Emperor nods his head in agreement, then His Majesty the Emperor is willing to join forces with the Emperor to deal with the Shenwu dynasty together. It is true that Qingfeng is a powerful person, but if His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven recovers, it will be easy to deal with him. In addition, Emperor, don't worry about the unrest that might be caused if your cooperation with us is leaked. After all, it won't be long before the entire human race is doomed to be exterminated. If the Qingchen dynasty takes the lead in cooperating with His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, then there might be a chance to escape. At that time, the Star Empire could be considered to have preserved the bloodline foundation of the human race, and other cultivators would certainly have nothing to say. Chapter 347, Ancient Divine King Scripture. The Fairy City that suppresses demons. Qingfeng has returned here to take charge of the overall situation. Although the ruins of the Tai Divine Dynasty were unearthed, it had no impact on the demon-suppressing Fairy City. This period of time, there is also endless fighting within the ruins of the Divine Dynasty. Some cultivators got opportunities from the ancient times and made rapid progress in their cultivation, reaching the 9th peak of the Dao Palace realm in one fell swoop, which can be said to be the top level in the Dharma ending age. But there are also some strong people who touch upon some dangers and end up dying. Some are happy and some are sad. It's normal. That world was once the battlefield where the Tai Divine Dynasty fought against evil spirits. There are too many dangers left there, some of which even saints cannot resist. It's like the rhyme of the great emperor. Even a wisp. They can all kill saints. But Qingfeng ignored these things. His entire attention is now focused on the Chaos Ancient Emperor's monument. This stone tablet, which embodies the lifelong inheritance of the ancient God King, is Qingfeng's greatest gain on this trip. Even the corpse of the ancient God King is not as important as the ancient Emperor monument in front of him. When Qingfeng's mind entered it, he began to comprehend the mystery of the ancient Emperor's monument. The moment his spiritual thoughts touched the imperial steel, a terrifying force suddenly burst out, and the powerful pressure seemed to suppress Qingfeng completely. If it were any other great saint realm cultivator, they would find it difficult to resist facing such imperial power. But, Although Jiyu Qingfeng is a great sage of the 9th level. But his true cultivation strength cannot be measured by realm. Therefore, even though the aura of the Emperor's monument was powerful, it was difficult to truly shake Jiyu Qingfeng's mind. His mind was like a rock, and no matter how fierce the Emperor's pressure was, it would not shake him in the slightest. At the same time, it was in this state of imperial power that Jiyu Qingfeng comprehended the mysteries that came from the realm of the great Emperor. Time passes. Many mysteries came to my mind. The inheritance of the great Emperor. Jiyu Qingfeng also once obtained the Yuan Sutra. But even though the Yuan Sutra is mysterious, there is still some gap between it and the ancient imperial monument in front of him. Visible. Both are at the great Emperor realm. There are also differences in strength between them. As one of the 12 gods of the Tai dynasty, the God King of Chaos is a powerful existence in the realm of the great Emperor. Half a year. Jiyu Qingfeng finally comprehended an imperial scripture left behind by the ancient God King from the ancient Emperor monument. The ancient Divine King scripture. The best imperial scripture. If the Yuan Sutra is only a lower grade Emperor Sutra that can only allow people to cultivate to the initial stage of the great Emperor, then the Taiku Divine King Sutra is the supreme technique that directly leads to the peak of the great Emperor. The ancient Divine King scripture can be cultivated to the peak level of the great Emperor. The ancient Divine King was able to pass on this technique to me, which means that he is already at the same level. Jiyu Qingfeng looked a little shocked. He had already overestimated the strength of the ancient God King as much as possible, but he did not expect that the other party would be even stronger than he imagined. The peak of the Emperor. Looking from ancient times to the present, they are all truly powerful people. After all, it would be very difficult to pass down an imperial scripture unless one has practiced it to a certain level. It's just because this level of skills involves the level of Tao. Only when you comprehend and master the Tao yourself can you pass it on. This statement may seem a bit mysterious, but in fact, only those who truly understand the mysteries of the Emperor's scripture can pass it on to others. So, the imperial stele left behind by the ancient God King can record the complete ancient God King scripture, which means that the ancient God King's strength has reached the peak level of the great Emperor. However, the ancient God King, who was at the peak of the great Emperor's rank, eventually died in battle. This also indirectly illustrates the horror of evil spirits. Next, Jiyu Qingfeng was silently practicing the ancient Divine King scripture. With his current level of cultivation, practicing the ancient Divine King Sutra is a piece of cake. It didn't take long. Jiyu Qingfeng cultivated the ancient Divine King scripture to the peak 9th level of the Tao Palace realm. Go further up. It involves the level of saints. Now I have mastered 2 Emperor scriptures, the Yuan Sutra that I cultivated to the 9th level of the Great Saint realm, and the Taiku Divine King Sutra that I cultivated to the 9th level of the Tao Palace realm. If both are correct, for now we should focus on improving the Yuan Sutra. Jiyu Qingfeng pondered. The reason for giving priority to upgrading the Yuan Sutra is simple. That is because the realm that the ancient Divine King Sutra has been cultivated to is too low. If Jiyu Qingfeng wanted to cultivate the ancient Divine King scripture from the 9th level of the Tao Palace realm to the 9th level of the Great Saint realm in one go, he would have to invest at least tens of thousands of improvement points. But here's the thing. If so many improvement points were applied to Yuan Jing, it would be enough to easily enter the Saint King realm. But you have to understand this. The ancient Divine King scripture was simultaneously upgraded to the 9th level of the Great Saint realm. With 2 9th level Great Saint realm Emperor scriptures in his possession, his overall strength might not necessarily be stronger than that of the Yuan scripture which had entered the Saint King realm. The Great Sage is always the Great Sage. How can he be compared with the Holy King? Besides, although the Yuan Sutra is not as good as the ancient Divine King Sutra, the former is still an imperial scripture. The gap between Yuan Sutra and Taiku Shenhuang Sutra is reflected in the upper limit. If it is below the level of the Great Emperor, the Yuan Sutra is actually not much worse than the ancient Divine King Sutra. So, for Jiyu Qingfeng, it would be better to upgrade to the highest level of Yuan Jing. After the Yuan Sutra is upgraded to the Great Emperor realm, it would be most appropriate to go back and upgrade the ancient Divine King Sutra. Think of this. Jiyu Qingfeng took a look at his own attribute panel. Name: Jiyu Qingfeng. Age: 121 8,000ths. Realm: Great Saint Realm 9th level. Martial Arts: Heavenly Veins Sutra 3rd level, Heavenly Sword Perfect. Great Wilderness Fist Sutra Perfect, Ancient Heavenly Sword Perfect, Purple Extreme Tao Classic Perfect, Wind Separation Sutra Perfect, Nirvana Tao Sutra, 9th Level of Tao Palace, Heavenly Phoenix Magic Perfect, 9 Heavens Heavenly Sutra, 1st Level of Great Sage Divine Thunder Perfect, 9 Yang Tao Sutra Perfect, 10,000 Spirits Tao Sutra Perfect, Yuan Sutra, 9th Level of Great Sage, Ancient God King Sutra, 9th Level of Tao Palace omitted. Boost points, 9,700. 9,700 improvement points. With another 300 improvement points, Yuan Jing can break through the Saint King realm, and I can also enter the Saint King level. Ji Qingfeng looked at the improvement points that were about to be gathered, and he was neither arrogant nor impatient. As long as he could reach the Saint King realm, Ji Qingfeng believed that his strength would undergo a fundamental transformation. 300 improvement points remaining. Not much to say. It's not a small amount either. In another 3 to 5 months, Ji Qingfeng believed that it would not be a problem to collect 300 improvement points. If he is lucky, maybe a younger generation of the Ji family will break through in the next moment, and he can naturally enter the Saint King realm. Then, Ji Qingfeng began to look at the information panel. Your warrior Yan Yun was attacked by an evil spirit and died accidentally. Your assassin, Ji Liang, was attacked by an evil spirit and died accidentally. Your warrior, Jushin, was attacked by an evil spirit and managed to escape with his own strength, but he was ambushed by a strong man from the Qingchen Empire and died tragically on the spot. Your loyalist, Lu Tian, witnessed the Qingchen Empire's massacre of the city and wanted to resist, but he was no match for the Empire's strong men and eventually died. Your assassins. There was no movement on the offspring information panel, but when Ji Qingfeng saw the dead man information panel, his brows immediately furrowed. Nothing else. In just half a year, many of his soldiers were killed or wounded. And Ji Qingfeng looked at the prompts on the information panel and finally found that most of these fallen warriors were located in the territory of the Star Empire. Evil. Massacre of the city. It seems that something big has happened in the Qingchen Empire. Ji Qingfeng keenly captured 2 key words. He had some vague guesses in his mind, but he couldn't conclude immediately. After all, colluding with evil spirits is a serious crime. If this news were to spread, it would be enough to make people all over the world despise me. As long as the Star Empire is not stupid, it will never do such a thing. Not to mention, the human race and the evil spirits are 2 different races with different stances. If it is said that the Star Empire is secretly colluding with evil, this possibility is actually not very high. But here's the thing. The information coming from the Death Squad panel forced Ji Qingfeng to think in this direction again. Then, Ji Qingfeng came out of seclusion, took out a jade talisman for communication, and immediately spread the news. At the same time, Eastern region, in the Netherworld Pavilion. A woman in red with willow-like eyebrows and a cool and beautiful face suddenly opened her eyes. Then her mind moved, and a jade talisman for sending a message appeared in her hand. Your Majesty finally remembered me. Hongye smiled slightly, and the original coldness on her face seemed to melt like a glacier, causing the cold temperature around her to rise slightly. Then, the smile on Hongye's face faded, and she took a step forward and disappeared into the hall. And in the main hall of the Netherworld Pavilion. Red leaves appear here. In front of her were a group of high-level officials from the Netherworld Pavilion. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Everyone bowed and saluted, with expressions of respect on their faces. Hongye has been in charge of the Netherworld Pavilion for many years and has used many iron-blooded methods, making everyone in the Netherworld Pavilion in awe. Even though her face was extremely beautiful, no one dared to covet her. Because of people who have such thoughts, the grass on their graves is already more than 3 meters high. Hongye looked at everyone, parted her red lips, and a cold voice came out. Is there anyone in the pavilion in the Qingchen Empire now? The words fell. One of them immediately stepped out and said, Master, our Netherworld Pavilion currently has 3 branches in the Qingchen Empire, with 372 assassins. Contact them immediately and ask them to investigate whether there are any unusual movements in the Star Empire, as well as any news about the evil spirits. Hongye ordered. Her words. This caused the expressions of many high-ranking officials of the Netherworld Pavilion to change slightly. The person who spoke first couldn't help but ask, May I ask Pavilion Master, what has happened to the Qingchen Empire? I have received news that the Qingchen Empire may have secretly colluded with evil spirits, but this cannot be confirmed yet. We need to investigate secretly first. Remember, this matter must not be leaked easily, otherwise if I know about it, I will definitely not let you off easily. When Hong Ye finished speaking, a chilling look appeared between his brows. Seeing this, everyone bowed their heads and accepted the order. But the information revealed by Hong Ye this time made them realize that things were not simple. If the Star Empire really had some secret connection with the evil, there would be too many things involved. However, faced with Hong Ye's order, no one dared to say no. In the Netherworld Pavilion, the person before you is the real god. Seeing everyone taking orders and leaving, Hong Ye lazily lay on the throne. She believed that it would not be long before news came from the Star Empire. After all, the Netherworld Pavilion has gone through decades of development and secretly absorbed many cultivators, and its influence has long been spread throughout the entire eastern region. Although there are almost no top-notch experts in the Netherworld Pavilion, but the number of killers is already quite astonishing. For example, in the Starry Empire, the Netherworld Pavilion also has 3 branches. To be frank, there are branches of the Netherworld Pavilion in all 108 states in the eastern region. There are 3,600 prefectures in one state. Although the Netherworld Pavilion does not exist in every prefecture, most of them have branches of the Netherworld Pavilion. Visible. To what extent has the Netherworld Pavilion developed over the years? Hong Ye didn't have to wait too long. In less than 10 days, news came from the Star Empire. The person who came to report was an elder of the Netherworld Pavilion named Qingfeng. Pavilion Master, I have received news that the 3 Netherworld Pavilion branches of the Qingfeng Empire are all operating normally, and there is no unusual movement in the entire Qingfeng Empire. Qingfeng, dressed in a black robe, clasped his hands together and bowed, his slightly old face looking normal. As soon as these words came out, Hong Ye frowned. Impossible. How could there be no anomalies in the Qingfeng Empire? Have you really investigated it thoroughly? At this time, Qingfeng asked curiously, may I ask Pavilion Master, where did you get the news about the unusual movements of the Qingfeng Empire? Is the news wrong? Of course it is correct. No, who are you? How dare you pretend to be an elder of the Netherworld Pavilion? Hong Ye said casually, and then as if she had reacted, her eyes suddenly turned cold and she stared at Qingfeng in front of her, as if she wanted to find out some clues from him. The latter's face suddenly changed when he heard this, and he said in fear and trepidation, what do you mean by this, Pavilion Master? Don't admit it yet. Hong Ye sneered, and suddenly a long sword appeared in his hand. The powerful sword energy tore through the space and suddenly slashed towards Qingfeng. Seeing the sword energy approaching, the nervous expression on Qingfeng's face suddenly became calm. He casually flicked out his right hand and completely broke the sword energy. See this scene. Hong Ye's pupils shrank, and then her figure disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Hundreds of sword lights illuminated the hall, and the terrifying sword energy completely enveloped Qingfeng. The latter's body shook, and a black aura emerged. All the sword energy approaching him shattered the moment it touched the aura. I'm curious, how did you find out that I was an imposter? Qingfeng stood with his hands up, his expression becoming indifferent. He looked at Hong Ye who had reappeared in front of him, with a hint of curiosity in the depths of his eyes. Obviously, he didn't realize where he had been exposed. After all, Qingfeng thought he had hidden himself very well. After all, he had already eaten up the head and brain of the former Netherworld Pavilion elder, and all his memories were his own, so there was absolutely no way that there would be any problems. Chapter 348, Evil Spirits Gather. Because no one in the Netherworld Pavilion has ever dared to question me. Hong Ye's voice was cold. While she was speaking, she had already taken action again. The long sword struck out like a ghost, and the cold sword energy was filled with terrifying murderous intent. This is the real way of assassination. As the leader of the Netherworld Pavilion, Hong Ye's assassination methods are naturally needless to say. She didn't make many moves. But every time he was able to successfully assassinate the target. In Hong Ye's most outstanding performance, he used his cultivation level of the 2nd level of Dao Palace Realm to secretly assassinate a powerful man of the 7th level of Dao Palace Realm. There was a difference of 5 small realms between the two, but Hong Ye still killed him with one blow and then escaped unscathed. However, this kind of attack had no effect on the monk in front of him. He simply swung his palm lightly, and the terrifying power occupied the entire hall. The strong pressure made it difficult for Hong Ye to breathe. Boom! The sword light shattered. Hong Ye's body flew backwards. Immediately following, Qingfeng stretched out his right hand, trying to suppress Hong Ye completely. But at this moment, Hong Ye crushed a talisman, and then a mysterious wave burst out, instantly wrapping up the whole person, and disappeared in an instant. Damn it, let her get away. Yu Feng's face darkened, his aura changed, and soon he looked different. This person. It was Shen Shan. When the Netherworld Pavilion investigated the Starry Empire, Shen Shan already knew about this matter. Or in other words, the power of evil has already infiltrated the 3 Netherworld Pavilion branches in the Star Empire. So, in such a situation, the Netherworld Pavilion's attempt to investigate the affairs of the Starry Dynasty could naturally not be hidden from Shen Shan's eyes. After killing the real Netherworld Pavilion elder Yu Feng, Shen Shan devoured him completely and obtained his memory. Therefore, he followed the clues and came to Netherworld Pavilion, wanting to see who ordered Netherworld Pavilion to act in this way. What a pity. Shen Shan had made many calculations. No one expected Hong Ye to be so cautious. I didn't expect it. The other party had a powerful life-saving trump card in his hand, and even if he took action personally, he was unable to stop the other party. Now Hong Ye's escape has become a fact. Shen Shan's divine consciousness spread out, and soon covered the entire Netherworld Pavilion. Since Hong Ye is gone, then we can only start with other people in the Netherworld Pavilion. Your assassin, Hong Ye, sent monks to investigate the unusual movements of the Qingfeng Empire. Your warrior, Ji Yu Wu, led the Tianwu sect's strong men to resist the demons, and the battle between the two sides was brutal. Your warrior, Ji Yu Wu, broke through in the battle and entered the 4th level of Dao Palace realm. Your assassin, Ji Yu Yi, under Ji Yu Yang's order, secretly led the secret guards to the Qingfeng Empire to investigate their whereabouts. Your assassin, Ji Yu Yi, was attacked by an evil spirit 1136. Your assassin, Ji Yu Yi, was attacked by an evil spirit 2369. Your assassin, Ji Yu Yi, used his trump card to kill a powerful evil spirit and led the dark guards to evacuate the Qingfeng Empire. Your assassin, Hong Ye, was attacked by a mysterious strongman, so he used his trump card to abandon the entire Netherworld Pavilion and escape. Your assassins. In the demon-suppressing fairy city, Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the words on the information panel and his expression gradually became gloomy. He could already tell. There are indeed problems with the Starry Empire. After all, the frequency with which Jiyu Yi was attacked by evil spirits was too high. In the past, evil spirits always acted alone, and even if we were attacked by evil spirits, it would only happen once or twice. But now, in the Starry Empire, the frequency of Jiyu Yi being attacked by evil spirits has reached 4 digits. This frequency. Jiyu Qingfeng had only seen this in a few people like Jiyu Shu. The difference is, Jiyu Shu was attacked by a demon. Jiyu Yi was attacked by evil spirits. Just this point. That is enough to prove it. I'm afraid that the current Star Empire is filled with evil spirits. Otherwise, there is absolutely no chance of that happening. The imperial court is also aware of the unusual movements of the Qingfeng dynasty, which shows that the Jinyue and the Dark Guards have indeed developed well over the years. However, Jiyu Yi has now reached the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm, but was forced to leave the Qingfeng Empire by the evil spirit. The evil spirits of the Qingfeng Empire are not that simple. Jiyu Qingfeng tapped the armrest with his fingers and his eyes moved slightly. As for Hong Ye being attacked in the Netherworld Pavilion, it was understandable considering the situation that Jiyu Yi faced before. If the Star Empire has really become a gathering place for evil spirits, then once the Netherworld Pavilion investigates the news, it is bound to attract the attention of evil spirits. Things to know. Evil spirits are good at bewitching people. At this point, Jiyu Qingfeng had already experienced this. On a certain level, evil and weirdness belong to the same type of existence. The power of the spiritual level is extremely strong, and sometimes what you see with your own eyes may not be true. The changes that have occurred in the Star Empire are not good news. But, this matter. It is not something Jiyu Qingfeng can intervene in for the time being. He has to guard the demon-suppressing fairy city. Demons are causing trouble right now. In terms of seriousness, it is actually not much worse than evil spirits. Jiyu Qingfeng believed that the demon clan must be eyeing the boundary passage here. It would be fine if he did not leave, but if he really left the demon-suppressing fairy city rashly and the demons got wind of the news, he was afraid that a powerful demon king would make a comeback. Next, Jiyu Qingfeng stayed in the demon-suppressing fairy city and personally commanded the battlefield. Under the banner of the Guishan slaughtered numerous demons at will, and his strength was also steadily increasing. Jiyu Qingfeng even doubted whether it would be possible for him to become an emperor directly if he allowed the evil god to continue killing. But, Jiyu Qingfeng understood the same. Even if the evil god can really become an emperor, it is not something that can be achieved by slaughtering hundreds of millions of demons. After all, up to now, the number of demons killed by the strange god has been no less than tens of millions, but so far, the opponents are only at the first level of saints. Visible. Killing ordinary demons would not be of much use to the evil god today. Only when the quantity reaches a certain level can transformation occur. But Qingfeng was not in a hurry either. After all, according to the intelligence he had obtained about the demon clan, the demon clan was now attacking many worlds, and their numbers had already increased to an astonishing level. At this point, it can be seen from the fact that the demon clan has been invading the demon-suppressing fairy city without regard for casualties. Some demons were killed or injured. To the powerful demons, it is simply not worth mentioning. Now, with the evil god guarding the battlefield, the demon clan can hardly cause much trouble. If Qingfeng hadn't been worried that the evil spirit would get out of control without him suppressing it, he wouldn't have had to worry so much. But it's different now. The stronger the evil god is, the more likely problems will arise. Qingfeng has never really taken this treasure with a mysterious and strange origin lightly. 3 days later, someone stepped into the demon-suppressing fairy city to meet Qingfeng. Your subordinate Hongye pays respect to His Majesty. No need to be polite. Qingfeng looked at the person in front of him. She was wearing a red dress and had a pretty face. It seemed that time had not left any trace on her pretty face. But the difference is, long time no see, the red leaves seem to be a little colder than usual, as if they are keeping people away. However, in front of Qingfeng, Hongye still looked respectful. Your Majesty asked me to investigate the news of the Qingchen Empire. There were already some clues on this matter. Later, a mysterious strong man replaced an elder of the Netherworld Pavilion and mixed with me. I was eventually discovered. Judging from the power displayed by that person, it must be related to evil spirits. So I have reason to suspect that the Qingchen Empire may be secretly connected to evil spirits. Unfortunately, the Netherworld Pavilion has encountered an incident, and it is difficult for me to find out more. Hongye's face was full of shame. She felt that she had let Qingfeng down. After all, he had founded the Netherworld Pavilion many years ago and had worked hard to run it, and finally had the chance to work for Qingfeng. However, he was discovered by the other party as soon as he showed up, and the entire Netherworld Pavilion was almost wiped out. To this, Hongye was naturally a little embarrassed. Qingfeng said, when it came to the Qingchen Empire, I already knew that the Qingchen Empire was secretly colluding with the evil spirits. After all, your Netherworld Pavilion has a shallow foundation, and it is impossible for it not to be discovered. Since the Netherworld Pavilion is destroyed, you should stay with me from now on. Yes, Hongye was delighted and a touching smile suddenly appeared on her face, as if a glacier had melted. In her opinion, if I could stay with Qingfeng, then even if the Netherworld Pavilion was destroyed, there would be nothing to regret. The time behind. The interior of the demon-suppressing fairy city seemed to have returned to its former tranquility. Only the battlefield was still filled with fierce fighting, but with the presence of the evil god and numerous weapons from the ancient times, the demons could not cause any trouble at all. It is worth mentioning that, the last time Qingfeng entered the ancient world, the Shenwu dynasty obtained a batch of ancient weapons from it, which greatly increased the number of city defense equipment in the demon-suppressing fairy city. There were more than 20 more star-zooing cannons alone. If so many star-killing cannons were all activated, even a saint would be in trouble. And because of Qingfeng's presence, none of those demon kings who were comparable to saints dared to step into the demon-suppressing fairy city. So, the demon-suppressing army was in a much more relaxed situation. At the same time, ever since Hongye has been following Qingfeng, the other party has also been gaining experience on the battlefield. As the former head of the Netherworld Pavilion, although Hongye's cultivation was only at the second level of the Dao Palace realm, his assassination swordsmanship was so superb that he could turn decay into magic. Especially on the battlefield, many strong men find it difficult to truly concentrate and be alert to their surroundings. So, this gives Hongye a lot of room to maneuver. Under her full-strength assassination, even the 9th level Dao Palace realm demons shed blood. To this end, the demons were naturally furious. Many demons in the semi-saint realm wanted to take action and kill Hongye by force. However, once the opponent launched an attack, regardless of whether it was successful or not, he would immediately flee far away without any intention of dragging his feet. This meant that other demon semi-saints had no chance at all to kill Hongye. At the same time, Ji Qingfeng also passed on a part of the ancient Divine King Sutra to Hongye. Although Ji Qingfeng did not cultivate this imperial scripture to the peak, he had cultivated the Tao Palace chapter to the perfect level. So, simply passing on the skills from the Red Leaf Taoist Palace chapter is not a problem. When Hongye learned that the ancient Divine King's scripture was the Emperor's scripture, needless to say, he was shocked. But, as a death warrior, Hongye is also absolutely submissive to Ji Qingfeng. So, after Ji Qingfeng taught Hongye the ancient Divine King Sutra, Hongye's strength reached a new level. Although it is true that the Emperor's scripture is difficult to practice, Hongye himself is a cultivator at the Tao Palace level. Practicing the ancient God King scripture now is nothing more than transferring his original skills and cultivation to the ancient God King scripture. Although this process is tedious, it is much better than starting from scratch. In addition, as a death soldier, Hongye's talent is also quite good. Coupled with Ji Qingfeng's guidance and the presence of many spiritual medicines and elixirs as supplements, practicing the ancient Divine King Sutra was naturally not difficult at all. After Hongye practiced the ancient God King Sutra, although he did not make a breakthrough in his realm, his strength had already reached a higher level. Your Majesty, there are many evil spirits in the Qingchen Empire. I have even seen them besieging cities and slaughtering people. The most powerful of them have already entered the level of lower-level natural disasters. I have even glimpsed the aura of a mid-level natural disaster. Fortunately, I evacuated in time, otherwise, all the secret guards would have been buried there. Inside the imperial study of the Shenwu dynasty, Ji Yuyi reported truthfully. When he mentioned the word, evil, there was a deep fear in the depths of his eyes. Obviously, what they saw and heard about the Starry dynasty shocked the leader of the secret guards and the leader of the embroidered uniform guards. Ji Yu Yang's expression was indifferent. So, the Qingchen dynasty is undoubtedly colluding with evil spirits. Good. Ji Yu nodded. Based on what we have learned so far, the Qingchen Empire must have reached some kind of agreement with the evil spirit, with the former assisting the latter in massacring the city and sacrificing lives. I just don't know what conditions the evil spirit offered to make the Qingchen Empire willing to go along with it. The conditions? I'm afraid they are related to our Shenwu dynasty. When Ji Yu Yang heard this, he sneered. The enemy often knows the enemy best. As the biggest enemy of the Shenwu dynasty, how could Ji Yu Yang not know Lu Zhen? Even though he had never met the other person, it did not prevent him from understanding the other person. Lu Zhen is extremely cautious and stubborn. Now that my father is in charge of the Shenwu dynasty, the Qingchen dynasty is naturally worried. That is to say, demons are invading now, hindering the progress of the Shenwu dynasty. Otherwise, I would have already sent troops to the Qingchen Empire to settle past grievances. Lu Zhen obviously knows this, so he took the risk of cooperating with the evil spirit in an attempt to gain a chance of survival. What a pity. Lu Zhen has taken the wrong path as the emperor of the human race. Once the news of the Qingchen Empire colluding with the evil spirit spreads, I am afraid that even without our Shenwu Empire taking action, other forces will unite to eradicate the Qingchen Empire. When Ji Yu Yang said this, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Chapter 349 Manifesto. After learning that the Star dynasty was related to evil spirits, Ji Yu Yang naturally would not miss this opportunity. Immediately, he issued a manifesto to openly attack the Star Empire. Today, the Qingchen dynasty defies the will of heaven, colludes with evil spirits, harms all living things, and disrupts the universe. Today, our Shenwu dynasty accepts the mandate of heaven and upholds justice. We swear to use the power of thunder to punish the unjust and save the people from danger. As soon as this manifesto was published, the whole world was shocked immediately. The Qingchen dynasty is colluding with evil spirits. This news. Naturally, other forces will not believe it. After all, the Star dynasty has stood in the eastern region for many years, so how could it collude with evil spirits? But, now that the Shenwu dynasty has issued a manifesto, even if other forces do not believe it, they must at least send people to investigate. At the beginning, there are no problems within the Starry Empire, and the scene is peaceful. However, when an ancient saint entered the Star Empire, he immediately discovered that it was an illusion created by evil spirits. The seemingly prosperous city was actually a forest of bones, with no living people left. This scene made the ancient saint furious, and he immediately took action to kill all the evil spirits in the city. But it was precisely because of these actions that the powerful evil hidden in the Star Empire was completely angered. The ancient saint passed away seriously injured. As soon as this news came out, the eastern region was in turmoil in an instant. At this time, everything that the Star Empire tried to cover up was completely exposed to everyone's view. Immediately, many forces were enraged and began to attack the Starry Empire. Some even declared war on the Starry Empire directly. What a Lu Zhen, he actually dared to act like this. It seems that the Qingfeng Empire's foundation for many years will be completely destroyed in the hands of Lu Zhen. Inside the Taishuan imperial court, Taishuan Emperor Nangongzu immediately smiled when he saw the news. The Star Dynasty is colluding with evil. In his opinion, it would be self-destruction. Evil spirit, demon, both of these are extremely sensitive topics. Not only did the Star Empire secretly collude with evil spirits, but it also sacrificed the blood of ordinary people for the evil spirits to enjoy. This undoubtedly touched the reverse scale of the entire human race. To be frank, ever since the Star Empire's actions were exposed, it has completely cut itself off from the human race. Not to mention a Star Empire. Even if 10 or 100 Star Empires were added together, they could not be the enemy of the entire human race. So, in Nangongzu's opinion, Lu Zhen died in a proper way. Before the battle actually began, Nangongzu could already foresee the defeat of the Star Empire. Since ancient times, the territories of the Taishuan dynasty and the Qingfeng dynasty are adjacent, and there have always been frictions between the two sides. More than 10 years ago, the former openly declared war on the latter, and a war that lasted for many years broke out. It was only later that demons and disasters appeared, and the years of war were temporarily calmed down. You can say that Nangongzu is the person who most hopes to destroy the Star Empire. It's not only because of the grudges with the Starry dynasty, but also because the Starry dynasty has an ancient heritage and a strong foundation. If the Taishuan dynasty could destroy the Qingfeng dynasty and divide up its resources, it would be of great significance to the Taishuan dynasty. At this time, someone stepped out, clasped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, the Qingfeng dynasty colluded with evil spirits to harm living beings, which is a shame for our human race. I think that our Taishuan dynasty should show justice and send troops to the Qingfeng dynasty." I second this motion. When the other party finished speaking, the other ministers also spoke in unison. As soon as these words came out, Nangongzu's face suddenly became solemn, and he spoke in a deep voice, "Since all the ministers believe that our Taishuan dynasty should send troops, then I will order the Ministry of War to mobilize 30 million troops, led by King Sheng, to attack the Qingfeng dynasty." "I obey your order." The Minister of War and Prince Sheng both bowed and accepted the order. Nangong Sheng was able to be given the title of King Victory because he had led troops to fight in battles in the past and rarely suffered defeat. He was a well-known general in the Taishuan Emperor's dynasty. However, as the other party kept himself in the dark, news about Nangong Sheng gradually faded away. But as a member of the Nangong family, how could Nangongzu not know Nangong Sheng's methods? With the other party's 8th-level saintly cultivation and 30 million troops to assist him, it is more than enough to attack the Star Empire. Normally speaking, the Star Empire has a strong foundation. If the two countries really want to fight an all-out war, 30 million troops will naturally be insufficient. But Nangongzu knew very well that after this news came out, countless forces would send troops to attack the Qingfeng Empire. So, the Taishuan dynasty did not need to mobilize too much manpower. Nangong Sheng and his 30 million troops alone are enough to divide up the entire Star Empire. When Emperor Taishuan mobilized his army, other forces also sent out troops. After all, the opportunity to divide up an empire is right in front of us, and no one will miss it. As the initiator, the Shenwu dynasty was also unwilling to lag behind. Yan Yun, Shui Cheng and Zhang Mo each led tens of millions of troops, divided into 3 groups, and rushed towards the Qingfeng Empire. It is already obvious that the Shenwu dynasty wants to divide up the Qingfeng dynasty. But Ji Yuyong never intended to hide his thoughts. The 3 million foundation of the Qingfeng Empire had already made Ji Yuyong jealous. The current Shenwu dynasty has made a lot of progress on the road to becoming an empire. As long as it takes 1 or 2 more steps forward, then becoming an imperial dynasty will definitely not be a problem. Now, if the Shenwu dynasty could successfully divide up the Qingfeng dynasty, it could save at least hundreds of years of accumulation. At that time, it is not impossible for the Shenwu dynasty to be promoted in one step. If it were any other newly established dynasty, it would naturally not expect to be promoted directly to the ranks of dynasties in less than 100 years. But the Shenwu dynasty was different. Although the Shenwu dynasty was established not long ago, the accumulated foundation is already quite rich. The recuperation over the past decade has allowed the Shenwu dynasty to further increase its strength. Although up to now, the Shenwu dynasty has not produced a few semi-saint masters, the number of Dao Palace realm cultivators has greatly increased. In addition, on the other side of the worship hall, there are also many semi-saints. Although those semi-saints were not trained by the Shenwu dynasty, they also served the Shenwu dynasty. In addition, with a strong man of Jiyu Qingfeng's level in charge, to be frank, the Shenwu dynasty is the strongest among all dynasties. Even some ancient dynasties that have existed for tens or millions of years are not as strong as the Shenwu dynasty in terms of foundation. So, the Shenwu dynasty was promoted to an imperial dynasty, so it had enough qualifications. But here's the thing. Dynasty promotion. It does not entirely depend on the strength of the dynasty, but also on the foundation and national destiny. Only when the people are prosperous, the territory is vast, and the country is prosperous, can one truly be promoted to the ranks of an imperial dynasty. If everything were done step by step, it would take the Shenwu dynasty at least hundreds or thousands of years to complete this transformation. Such a period of time. Ji Yang can wait. But he didn't want to wait. If there is a way to make the Shenwu dynasty advance faster, Ji Yang would naturally want it to be faster. There are unexpected changes in the weather. No one can guarantee when the Shenwu dynasty will face a catastrophe. So, what Ji Yang needs to do is to improve his own strength and the strength of the entire Shenwu dynasty as much as possible, so that he will have enough confidence when facing disasters in the future. Original. Ji Yang didn't want to take action against the Starry dynasty so soon. But the effect of the manifesto was too good. When it was thoroughly confirmed that the Star dynasty was colluding with evil, the reactions of all parties were far beyond Ji Yang's expectations. But, think about it carefully. Ji Yang also thought it was reasonable. After all, the Star Empire colluded with evil spirits and poisoned all living beings. Not only could many righteous people not stand it, but more forces also smelled the scent of the word, interest, from it. The justice of mankind is ultimately no match for the word, interest. Now that various forces are eager to take action and divide up the Starry Empire, Ji Yang can no longer sit idly by. Judging from the current situation, if the Shenwu dynasty was slower, it would probably not even have any soup to drink. Ancient Xingzhou. The two armies fought. One side was the army of the Shenwu dynasty led by Yan Yun, and the other side was the army of the Qingchen dynasty. The latter defended the city and a fierce battle broke out between the two sides. In the void, many powerful people were secretly paying attention to this scene. After all, the Star Empire has now become the target of public criticism, and many powerful human beings have stepped here, wanting to get a piece of the pie. A large-scale war like this is bound to attract attention. Is the Shenwu dynasty really a new dynasty? With such a large army, I'm afraid many old dynasties are inferior to it. A powerful person in the Dao Palace realm looked shocked. The morale of the army in front of him was amazing, and there were also many strong people in the army. Some of them even had auras that made him feel palpitations. If they hadn't known that the Shenwu dynasty had only been established for less than 100 years, the other party would have almost thought that it was an ancient dynasty. When other strong men heard this, they sneered, Jiyu Qingfeng is the emperor of the Shenwu dynasty. With that person in charge, how can the Shenwu dynasty be judged by common sense? If a full-scale war really breaks out, I'm afraid many dynasties will have to bow down before the Shenwu dynasty. When they heard the three words, Jiyu Qingfeng, everyone fell silent. This person is truly a huge mountain pressing down on everyone. No matter you are a top genius or a peerless strongman, you have to bow your head in front of the other party. Since Jiyu Qingfeng was born, his opponent's strength and record have been extremely astonishing, and no one would doubt the former's strength. Just as the strong man just said, if we really talk about the foundation and strength of the entire Shenwu dynasty, then even many dynasties would have to bow down to it. Jiyu Qingfeng is alone. It can suppress an empire. Even when many dynasties were at their peak, they might not be able to compare to Jiyu Qingfeng. This is the terrifying power of the top strong people. In the face of absolute strength, numbers are often insignificant. Unless, this number of people could be so large that it could be said to be beyond belief, so perhaps they could kill a powerful person. But it's obvious. A mere imperial dynasty does not have the qualifications. If there is no strong man of the same level in charge, wanting to surround and kill a strong man comparable to a top quasi-emperor is undoubtedly a pipe dream. It was precisely because of the 3 words, Jiyu Qingfeng, that many cultivators who had some bad thoughts when looking at the battlefield below suppressed the thoughts in their hearts. Some things are good, but they are not something you can touch. If you really move around, you'll be asking for trouble. They can't afford to offend the Shenwu dynasty. To be precise, he is the one behind the Shenwu dynasty, and they cannot afford to offend him. As long as Jiyu Qingfeng is alive, no one can touch the Shenwu dynasty unless a great emperor is born. At this point, no doubt about it, now, a strong man from the temple of worship who was traveling with the army came to Yan Yun and whispered, "General Yan, there are many cultivators secretly coveting us, among whom there are at least 3 or 4 semi-saint level masters. We must be on guard. They are just half saints, so don't worry about them. As long as they don't interfere in the war, that's fine." Yan Yun glanced into the void and said calmly. Yan Yun had expected that there were cultivators watching the battle secretly. To this, Yan Yun didn't care too much either. After all, even if these semi-saints were given 10 times the courage, they would not dare to interfere in the affairs of the Shenwu dynasty. After all, not everyone can bear the consequences of offending the Shenwu dynasty. Even some ancient families and even prehistoric families had to be polite to the Shenwu dynasty, let alone just a few semi-saints. The priest looked relieved upon hearing this. He had only joined the temple for a few years and had not had time to adjust to the change in his status. Before joining the Shenwu dynasty's worship institute and becoming a worshipper, he was just a casual cultivator. Although he was a powerful semi-saint, he still had to be cautious in his actions. Especially when fighting for opportunities, one must guard against sneak attacks from other monks. No way, casual cultivator. It means having no one to back you up. If you really offend someone, just kill him without any worries. But things are different now. Joining the Shenwu dynasty is different from the original identity of a casual cultivator. If you offend me, you will offend the entire Shenwu dynasty. Then, Yan Yun looked towards the battlefield, frowning. There seems to be something wrong with the people of the Qingfeng dynasty. Has Master Zhang discovered anything? It's definitely not right. Zhang Gongsheng nodded, and his expression became much more serious. I discovered that the people of the Star Empire are not afraid of pain, let alone death. Logically speaking, a siege war of this magnitude would be enough to demoralize them. Even for the truly elite, it is impossible for them to remain completely unchanged. But the current situation of the Qingfeng Empire is obviously not right. Hearing this, Yan Yun was also sure of what he was thinking. So, this should be some kind of evil trick to deceive people, or in other words, these people have become puppets of the evil spirits. But this is normal. Ever since the news of the Qingfeng Empire sacrificing civilians and colluding with evil spirits came out, there are still armies willing to defend the city for them. It is impossible that there is no trick here. Pass the order down, speed up the siege, we must take the city before sunset. Yan Yun said the last sentence to the deputy general beside him. The latter immediately obeyed the order. Immediately following, Yan Yun looked at Zhang Gongfeng again and said, "Next, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble the experts in the Gongfeng Yuan to take action and open up the situation for the army. General Yan, rest assured. I will leave this matter to the people in the Consecration Institute." Zhang Gongfeng nodded, and then led the other people from the Gongfeng Yuan to fly directly into the air and kill towards the city wall. Chapter 350, Ancient Divine King Body. Star Dynasty. Inside the Imperial Palace. Now, most of the ministers in the court are vacant. The remaining ministers all have dull expressions, their eyes flashing with unusual red light. At the same time, the palace seems to have become much darker. Lu Zhen sat on the throne with a gloomy expression. On the desk in front of him was the military intelligence sent in by various parties in Guxingzhou. In just half a month, Guxingzhou was already half occupied. Even though the Star Empire has millions of years of history, it is impossible for it to be an enemy of the entire eastern region. Originally, things can't develop to this point. But since the Shenwu dynasty issued a manifesto, the truth that was concealed by the Qingfeng dynasty was completely revealed. The Shenwu dynasty. Gu family. My Qingfeng dynasty will fight you to the death. Lu Zhen's chest was boiling with murderous intent, and his eyes seemed to be filled with blood. At the same time, the aura on his body suddenly burst out, sweeping across the entire hall like a hurricane. At this time, darkness emerged in the hall. Shen Shan's figure then appeared in front of Lu Zhen. Now that all forces in the eastern region have come to attack the Qingfeng Empire, how will His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven respond? If this continues, I'm afraid that within a month, the Qingchen Empire will be completely defeated. Lu Zhen's voice was cold. He did not blame Chen Shan for bewitching him. After all, it was his own choice. However, things have come to this point, and Lu Zhen also needs a way to solve it. Otherwise, Lu Zhen would never be willing to accept this kind of ending after all his hard work. Shen Shan said gloomily, Emperor Lu, your majesty means that since this matter can no longer be covered up, why doesn't the emperor directly surrender to my netherworld immortal court? As long as the emperor is willing and all the people of Guxingzhou are sacrificed, his majesty's strength can be restored a lot. In addition, it will not be a problem for the emperor to break the shackles of the Dharma ending age and achieve a realm above half-saint. The problem that the Star Empire is facing right now, after all, is simply a lack of strength. If the Star Empire is strong enough, then all problems can be easily solved. Sacrifice all the people. Hearing Shen Shan's words, Lu Zhen narrowed his eyes slightly. He is not soft-hearted. After all, those who achieve great things do not care about small details. Ever since he witnessed the tip of the iceberg of the evil spirit's power, Lu Zhen completely lost faith in the human race. This is why he turned against the human race so decisively. If we sacrifice a city or a place, it would be easy, but if we sacrifice all the people of Guxingzhou, once the news leaks out, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Lu Zhen said slowly. Chen Shan shook his head. Things have come to this point, why should the emperor be afraid of the so-called trouble? Sacrificing the blood of billions of lives to help you and me set foot on the road to heaven is their lifelong honor. In addition, the human race is already on its last legs, and even if the ancient emperor were to be reborn, it would be difficult to truly change the situation. Although the emperor has taken refuge in the netherworld immortal court, he is essentially a human being. This can be regarded as a disguised way of leaving behind a bloodline inheritance for the human race, which is an immeasurable merit. These words, Lu Zhen's eyes turned fierce and he made a decision immediately. Your descendant, Ji Yuyang, issued a manifesto to attack the Qingchen Empire. All forces in the eastern region responded one after another, and the reputation of the Shenwu dynasty rose to a higher level. Your descendant, Ji Yuyang, has been practicing silently and has successfully made the Heavenly Veins Sutra break through to the second level. Your descendant, Ji Yuzan, has been ordered to lead the army of the Taishu Holy Land to attack the Qingchen Empire. Your offspring, Ji Yuzan, has been attacked by an evil spirit 6961. Your offspring, Ji Yuzan, has been attacked by an evil spirit 1369. Your descendant, Ji Yuzan, killed the evil spirit 886. Your descendant, Ji Yuzan, killed the evil spirit 2691. Your descendant, Ji Yuzan, killed many evil spirits, which greatly increased the reputation of the 9 sons of Taishu. A powerful evil spirit secretly attempted to wipe him out. Your descendant, Ji Yuzan, used his trump card to severely inflict heavy damage on the evil spirit that attacked from the dark. Your offspring, Ji Yu Qingfeng, stabilized the demon-suppressing fairy city and could get a glimpse of the intelligence of the eastern region just from the information panel. Ji Yu Qingfeng was not surprised at all about Ji Yu Yang's publication of the manifesto. What really shocked him was that Ji Yu Yang had actually successfully cultivated the second level of the Tianmai Sutra. Until now, Ji Yu Qingfeng was already absolutely sure. The origin of Tianmai Sutra is definitely unusual. At least, even the Taiku God King scripture left by the ancient God King and the Yuan scripture left by the Black Abyss Emperor are not as mysterious as the Tianmai Sutra. Ji Yu Qingfeng could still see some clues about the mysteries of the first 2 imperial scriptures, but in comparison, the Heavenly Veins Sutra was completely confusing. The true meaning of the great Tao contained therein was simply beyond his ability to comprehend at this stage. Ji Yu Qingfeng suspected that the origin of the Tianmai Sutra might be the same as that of the Weird God Banner, which was not something that should exist in the ancient world. Or in other words, it is not a product of this chaotic universe at all. Greater possibility. It comes from the so-called fairyland. Not to mention the Weird God Banner, but as for the Heavenly Veins Sutra, Ji Yu Qingfeng used the attribute panel to upgrade it to the 3rd level, which was enough to show the power of this kind of technique. If there is someone who can really condense the 9 heavenly veins, even a Saint King will be no less powerful than the Emperor. If the Emperor could master the 9 heavenly veins sutra and condense the 9 great heavenly veins, he might even be able to rival the legendary immortals. Even now, with the power of the 3 major heavenly veins, Ji Yu Qingfeng is truly not inferior to the strong men at the quasi-emperor level. This It's just the condensation of 3 heavenly veins. If the 9 heavenly veins were really condensed, Qingfeng believed that the vast sea demon king would never have been able to escape alive after the battle. In the past, when his cultivation was weak, the importance of the Tianmai Sutra had not yet truly emerged. However, as the cultivation level increases, every change in strength is quite obvious to the cultivator. At this time, the importance of Tianmai Junjing is fully highlighted. Because the origin of the Tianmai Sutra is so extraordinary, the difficulty of practicing this technique is extremely great. The fact that Ji Yu Yang was able to practice the Tianmai Sutra to the 2nd level was enough to show that his comprehension had reached an astonishing level. With Ji Yu Yang's semi-saintly strength, if he can condense 2 great heavenly veins, then even if a saint were to descend to the world, I believe he could compete with him. If I can gather the 9 heavenly veins, it would be easy to kill a saint with my semi-saint cultivation. But Qingfeng was just thinking about this matter. Joke. Condensing the 9 heavenly veins. Even if one has an incredible understanding, it is almost impossible to truly achieve this step without a long period of time to accumulate it. Qingfeng did not deny Ji Yu Yang's understanding, but it was not that easy for the other party to really condense the 9 heavenly veins. Quote. At this moment, Qingfeng looked at his own attribute panel, and saw that the previously stationary improvement point suddenly jumped, and then broke through the barrier of 10,000. Your descendant Ji Yu Shengnan gained enlightenment through observing the sword, successfully opened up his Dantian Yuanshan, and broke through to the 1st level of Dao Palace realm. Reward improvement points 500. Shengnan has made a breakthrough. Qingfeng's eyes moved and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Ji Yu Shengnan broke through the 1st level of Dao Palace realm, which brought him 500 improvement points, just enough for the number of improvement points he had accumulated to break through the 10,000 level. This time the breakthrough. It just happened to be enough for Qingfeng to accumulate enough points to be promoted to the Saint King realm. So, Qingfeng didn't hesitate at all and left the demon-suppressing fairy city and headed towards the chaos void. After leaving the scope of the ancient world, Qingfeng had an idea and directly broke through the Yuan Sutra from the 9th level of the Great Sage chapter to the 1st level of the Holy King chapter in one breath. When Yuan Jing broke through the barrier of the Great Sage chapter and entered the Holy King chapter, an unprecedented powerful force suddenly emerged from Qingfeng's body. Immediately following, Qingfeng seemed to have broken free from some shackles, and his stagnant cultivation strength was improving at an astonishing speed. At the same time, in the chaotic void, suddenly, a terrifying calamity cloud gathered. The mighty heavenly calamity caused the entire void to shake. Saint King Tribulation. Qingfeng looked up into the void. There was no fear of facing the heavenly calamity in his eyes, only a strong desire to fight. This is the calamity that all great saints will face as they move towards becoming holy kings. Only by overcoming the heavenly tribulation can one break through to the Saint King realm. At the same time, the stronger the foundation of a cultivator, the stronger the natural tribulation he will face. Of course, in this case, if you make a breakthrough, you will get more benefits. There is no need to say much about Qingfeng's background, so the Saint King tribulation he faced was also the most powerful heavenly tribulation. I saw the calamity clouds shaking, and a terrifying thunder that was hundreds of feet thick struck down from the void. The dazzling lightning seemed to completely illuminate the vast void like daylight. The aura of the devastating thunder calamity filled the 4 directions, causing the void to collapse and disappear bit by bit. This blow, not to mention the 9th heaven great sage, even some newly promoted saint kings would find it difficult to truly stop it. If it is a hard connection, one encounter would probably result in death. However, Qingfeng is different from other cultivators. Even though it was such a powerful heavenly tribulation, Qingfeng didn't care about it, and didn't even try to resist it. Instead, he let the heavenly tribulation strike down fiercely, and the terrible force slammed into his body. In an instant, Qingfeng's blood and energy were boiling violently, and arcs of lightning flashed and made him as eye-catching as a god in the sky. Refine. Qingfeng took a deep breath, and immediately followed the method in the ancient Divine King Sutra to forcibly refine the power of the thunder tribulation and then integrate it into his body. The ancient Divine King Sutra is divided into 2 parts, one is about cultivation, and the other is about the physical body. If one truly practices the ancient God King Sutra to perfection, one can develop a great ancient God King body, with a physical body that is comparable to an emperor's weapon, and there will be almost no rival for one at the same level. Now, the end of heaven and earth. Under the suppression of heaven's law, even if a cultivator has extraordinary talent, it is impossible for him to break the shackles of heaven's law and break through to the level of semi-saint or above. But the body is different. As long as there are enough resources and qualifications, the body can be forcibly tempered. However, the two chapters of the ancient divine king scripture complement each other. If one only cultivates the physical body chapter and not the cultivation chapter, the former will be twice as effective with half the effort. To truly cultivate to success, the difficulty is extremely great. So, Qingfeng now wants to use the power of the heavenly tribulation to practice the physical body chapter of the ancient God King Sutra, and then initially condense the ancient God King body. This kind of divine body is not an innate divine body born from the way of heaven, and it will not bring any changes to the cultivator's own qualifications. The ancient God King body has only one function. That's strong, extremely strong combat power. Boom, boom. The continuous bombardment of thunder caused Qingfeng's skin to crack. Golden blood was seen flowing in the wound, containing brilliant and colorful colors. Immediately following, Qingfeng was seen mobilizing the power of the ancient divine King Sutra, and mysterious fluctuations emerged from his broken body, constantly repairing the injuries on his body. Destroy, repair, destroy, repair. Every time a thunderbolt struck, it seemed to be destroying Qingfeng's body, but in fact most of the power was refined by him for his own use. Until now, Qingfeng could already clearly feel that his physical strength was transforming little by little. I don't know how much time has passed. When the last heavenly tribulation fell, Qingfeng's aura surged, and his eyes shone with divine light, as if the sun and the moon were in the sky. With just a slight glare, divine light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the void for thousands of miles, and took a long time to subside. Then, Qingfeng threw out another punch, and the void shattered in an instant. The space of millions of miles was turned into powder by this punch. The mighty force made the huge void seem to become turbulence. Seeing this, Qingfeng took out the Zuxi knife and gently slashed his left arm. Qingfeng only felt a slight obscure resistance, and then he saw a crack on the skin. Before the blood could flow out, the wound had already healed as before. The ancient divine king body is indeed worthy of its reputation. Although it cannot truly block the power of the emperor's soldier, it is much stronger than before. Qingfeng was very satisfied with the result. Don't think that the sword of evil slaying can easily break through your physical defense. But one thing needs to be clear. The evil slaying sword is now an imperial weapon. Such a magical weapon, it is considered the most advanced existence in the universe today. The peak imperial weapon is not even inferior to the strong ones at the great emperor level. Even many ancient emperors could not truly withstand the sharpness of the imperial weapons with their flesh bodies. The resistance that Qingfeng just experienced when his skin was scratched actually showed that his body was strong to a certain extent. It was unknown how far he had left behind the strong men of the same level. Then, Qingfeng activated the power of the ancient God King's body. A heavy aura emanated from his body, and the terrifying blood energy dissipated in the void, condensing into a tall and terrifying figure. Such a powerful force is more than twice as powerful as before I broke through to the Saint King realm. Condition the phantom of the God King. This is the symbol of the minor success of the ancient divine king body. According to the records in the ancient God King scripture, if one can achieve the small perfection of the ancient God King body, then the physical body will be comparable to a quasi-emperor soldier, and even among the quasi-emperor soldier, it will be one of the most powerful ones. A smile appeared on Qingfeng's face. Just the minor success of the ancient God King body alone makes him as powerful as a quasi-emperor. If you take into account the breakthrough in cultivation and other trump cards, his strength has been improved to a very terrifying level. Check out our playlist for more amazing novels. Chapter 351 Chaos God. Before breaking through the Saint King realm. If Qingfeng did not use the power of the three major heavenly veins and other trump cards, his real strength should be around the 7th or 8th level of Saint King. But now that he has broken through the Saint King realm, Qingfeng's strength has skyrocketed to the half-step quasi-emperor realm. Originally, Qingfeng thought, after the breakthrough in his cultivation, his strength will be comparable to that of a true quasi-emperor. But now, Qingfeng is still a step away from being a quasi-emperor. This can also be seen from here. After the Saint King, the gap between each level is quite large. But, now that he has cultivated the body of the ancient God King, Jiyu Qingfeng's physical body is comparable to that of a quasi-emperor soldier, and is strong enough to truly compete with a quasi-emperor. If he used the power of the heavenly vein, then even without using the imperial weapon, Jiyu Qingfeng could compete with the strongest quasi-emperor. If the imperial soldiers are used again, Jiyu Qingfeng believed it. Below the great emperor, there should be very few people who can threaten me. Wrong. That's not entirely true. If there is a strong man at the quasi-emperor level who possesses the emperor's weapon, he can still pose a threat to himself. After all, the Tianmai Sutra is an external force and not a sustainable means. But, now that he has cultivated the body of the ancient god king, Jiyu Qingfeng will always feel a lot less pressure from the Heavenly Veins Sutra. The duration of using the Tianmai Sutra is largely related to the cultivator's physical body. Only a strong enough body can withstand the sudden surge of power. Then, Jiyu Qingfeng took a look at his attribute panel. Name: Jiyu Qingfeng. Age: 121 9/1000. Realm: Saint King Realm Level 1. Martial Arts: Heavenly Veins Sutra 3rd Level, Heavenly Sword Perfect. Great Wilderness Fist Sutra Perfect, Ancient Heavenly Sword Perfect, Purple Extreme Tao Classic Perfect, Wind Separation Sutra Perfect, Nirvana Tao Sutra 9th Level of Tao Palace, Heavenly Phoenix Magic Perfect, 9 Heavens Heavenly Sutra, 1st Level of Great Saint, Divine Sky Thunder Perfect, 9 Yang Tao Sutra Perfect, 10,000 Spirits Tao Sutra Perfect, Yuan Sutra, 1st Level of Saint King, Ancient God King Sutra, 9th Level of Tao Palace omitted. Boost points: 200. Although Jiyu Qingfeng has cultivated the ancient God King body to the minor success stage this time, it is ultimately only a part of the ancient God King Sutra. Therefore, in the attribute panel, the ancient God King Sutra is still at the Tao Palace level. The words of the Yuan Sutra. No further words needed. Jiyu Qingfeng had naturally cultivated to the level of the Saint King. Other skills and supernatural powers have basically reached the level of perfection. After all, with Jiyu Qingfeng's current level of cultivation and vision, many magical powers are nothing in his eyes, and it is not difficult to perfect them. To be honest, these magical powers are no longer of much use to Jiyu Qingfeng. The only purpose, it will probably be used as material for subsequent fusion. But so far, Jiyu Qingfeng has no idea of fusion for the time being. After all, in order to merge, there must be enough skills and magical powers as materials, and then there must be enough improvement points. In order to break through to the Saint King realm, Jiyu Qingfeng used up all the energy he had accumulated over the years. For a long time afterwards, it was not easy to make another breakthrough. Each breakthrough in the Great Saint realm only requires 5,000 improvement points, but after entering the Saint King realm, each improvement requires a full 10,000 improvement points. With so many improvement points, even with the current number of younger generations in the Jiyu family, it would take a lot of time for Jiyu Qingfeng to collect them all. And then, it's about lifespan. The Holy King can live 1,000 years longer than the Great Sage. So, Jiyu Qingfeng's lifespan is currently 9,000 years. If he can make another breakthrough, it will be easy for him to break through the shackles of his lifespan and reach the level of 10,000 years. Long live the Quasi-Emperor. The Great Emperor will live for 12,000 years. This is the limit that all practitioners can reach. If they want to continue living, they can either be like other great emperors and fall asleep in the forbidden ancient land. In that case, living is not much different from being dead. Or step into the fairyland and find the way to immortality. That's what Taiyi Divine Dynasty did back then, but unfortunately they failed. Jiyu Qingfeng looked at his own attribute panel. Now his lifespan was just a number to him. Up to now, I am only a little over 100 years old, so a lifespan of 9,000 years is considered quite long. If we go a step further and our lifespan reaches 10,000 years or even 12,000 years, we will have even more time. In the previous life, thousands of years are enough to experience the vicissitudes of life, witness the changes of dynasties, and see the passage of time. So, this time is actually not less at all. Of course, if one really reaches the end of his life, then he will inevitably have a sense of crisis. I don't think about the affairs of the immortal realm right now. I am only at the Saint King level. I will make other preparations after I reach the peak of the Great Emperor. The failure of the Taiyi Divine Dynasty does not mean that I will fail as well. If the cultivation of the peak of the Great Emperor is combined with the power of the 9 great heavenly veins, then I wonder to what extent my strength will be able to break through, and whether I can break the deadlock of the ancient times. Jiyu Qingfeng's eyes moved slightly. Even if he just thought about it, he felt a little excited. 9 heavenly veins. The peak of the Emperor. If the two appear at the same time, the power they exert will surely be unimaginable. Just when Qingfeng wanted to go back to the ancient world, suddenly, he saw the depths of the starry sky shaking violently, as if a terrifying force was stirring up the chaos, and an extremely violent aura was surging towards him. Roar. There was a terrifying roar, and the fierce aura shattered the void. A chaotic beast as big as a mountain and as big as an elephant suddenly appeared, trampling everything with its 4 hooves and killing directly towards Qingfeng. Chaos God Elephant. The name of the ferocious beast in front of him suddenly appeared in Qingfeng's mind. Chaos God Elephant. A powerful beast in the chaos, with infinite strength, born to be comparable to a saint. If it reaches adulthood, it can directly break through to the Saint King realm, and is not much different from the legendary Phoenix True Dragon. More importantly, the Chaos Elephant was known for its brute strength, and an adult Chaos Elephant could even suppress a Saint King with its strength alone. Without a doubt, the Chaos God Elephant in front of him was already an adult. If any other newly promoted Saint King who had just broken through was faced with such an extremely fierce aura, it would be absolutely difficult to resist. After all, the reason why the Chaos Beasts are called Chaos Beasts is because the physical bodies of these beasts are extremely terrifying. Among the same level, human cultivators can hardly be their opponents. But Qingfeng is not an ordinary newly promoted Holy King. He looked at the Chaos Divine Elephant that was coming to kill him, and divine light suddenly burst out from his eyes. Horrible energy and blood power vibrated, and an aura that was even more terrifying than the Chaos Divine Elephant burst out from him. That's perfect. Let me use you to test the power of my minor stage ancient divine king body. Qingfeng let out a long roar and suddenly punched out with his right fist. The two terrifying forces collided and the Chaos Divine Elephant suddenly let out a mournful wail. Its eyes, which were as cruel as the stars, seemed to have a bit of humanized incredibleness. The next breath. Boom. The Chaos God Elephant's body, as big as a mountain, flew out horizontally, smashing through countless layers of chaotic starry sky. Roar. There was a look of fear in the eyes of the Chaos Divine Elephant, as if it had not expected Qingfeng's strength to be so powerful. It came here this time to capture the powerful breath of a living being and wanted to devour it. Result. But he met a tough guy like Qingfeng. Although the Chaos Beast is bloodthirsty and brutal, it is not brainless. Knowing that Qingfeng is very powerful, it is impossible for it to stay. However, the Chaos God Elephant wanted to escape, but Qingfeng would never give it a chance. A chaotic beast is full of treasures. If you can kill it, the benefits will be unimaginable. So, seeing that the Chaos God Elephant was about to leave, Qingfeng immediately burst out with all his strength. The ancient God King body suppressed the void, and the tall and strange shadow stood proudly in the chaos. With a wave of his hand, the starry sky overturned, and the heaven and earth collapsed and destroyed. Now that you're here, why leave? With the blood and flesh of your Chaos Beast, you can build a supreme foundation for the children of my Jiyu family. Qingfeng laughed loudly, and terrifying power burst out from his body, seemingly not giving the Chaos God Elephant any time to breathe. Boom, boom. In the chaotic starry sky, millions of miles of space were shattered, and an adult Chaos Divine Elephant let out a mournful cry. Its extremely strong body collapsed, and its scales had already become tattered. I don't know how much time has passed. The struggle of the Chaos God Elephant gradually weakened, and when Qingfeng punched it again, the huge Chaos Beast became motionless. Then, Qingfeng summoned the Divine Emperor Cauldron and directly put the corpse of the Chaos God Elephant into it. As a great sage weapon, the Divine Emperor Cauldron naturally has a lot of secrets inside. Even if the corpse of a chaotic beast is huge, it is easy to accommodate it. After doing all this, Qingfeng turned around and left. At the same time, in the vast and chaotic starry sky, a black coffin was floating slowly. The mysterious aura of the Great Tao covered the coffin, as if it was sealing something. Having just survived the Saint King tribulation, he is now able to kill an adult Chaos Divine Elephant with his physical body. It seems that the human race has produced another incomparable strongman. The black coffin trembled slightly, and there seemed to be a low sound coming out, causing the surrounding void to twist and crack violently, but soon the sound died down. All the visions also disappeared. Only the black coffin floats quietly in the chaotic starry sky, as if time could hardly leave any trace on it. The other side. Qingfeng has already returned to the demon-suppressing fairy city. He looked towards the direction of the chaotic starry sky, and his expression became much more serious. It seems that there are indeed many secrets hidden in the chaos. During the battle with the Chaos God Elephant, Jiyu Qingfeng had already discovered a vague sense of detection. However, the power of the probe was extremely subtle and obscure. No matter how attentive Jiyu Qingfeng was, he was unable to capture it clearly. This is why Jiyu Qingfeng left so decisively after killing the Chaos God Elephant. How could Jiyu Qingfeng not care at all when a mysterious being whose true strength is unknown is coveting him in secret? This kind of existence whose cultivation level is unclear is the most worthy of fear. So, Jiyu Qingfeng evacuated very cleanly. Jiyu Qingfeng didn't want to fight with this kind of person whose strength was unclear. Then, Jiyu Qingfeng's spiritual thoughts spread out and easily covered the entire demon-suppressing fairy city. There are currently 5 to 6 million cultivators in the demon-suppressing fairy city, most of whom are soldiers in the army and members of the demon-suppressing army. In addition, there are no other monks left. Soon, Jiyu Qingfeng came to a place in the demon-suppressing fairy city, and then he dug up a huge deep pit. And then, he just took out the Divine Emperor Cauldron, and the corpse of the Chaos God Elephant, as big as a mountain, suddenly appeared, and then fell to the ground. Then, the earth was seen buzzing, as if a dragon was turning over. At the same time, the terrifying aura of the chaotic beast also spread out, shocking all the cultivators in the entire demon-suppressing fairy city. In that aura, they all seemed to have seen some terrifying existence. At the same time, Zhang Nanfeng and other military commanders came upon hearing the news. When they saw the corpse of the chaos beast that was as big as a mountain, they were all filled with horror. Especially the aura emanating from the chaos elephant, which made them feel as if they could not move an inch. The tiger's power remains even after its death. As a top-level chaotic beast comparable to the Saint King realm, even if it has died, the astonishing aura left on its body is enough to daunt those below the saint level. May I ask the Supreme Emperor, what kind of ferocious beast's corpse is this? Zhang Nanfeng swallowed hard, then looked at Jiyu Qingfeng beside him and asked with awe on his face. Without a doubt, the powerful beast in front of him must be related to Jiyu Qingfeng. Only if he takes action can he possibly kill such a powerful beast. Since breaking through the third level of the Dao Palace realm, Zhang Nanfeng has been confident in his strength, which is considered quite good in the entire ancient world. In today's Dharma-ending age, even if some ancient beings are revived, they are still only a very small number. But now, the aura emanating from a ferocious beast made it difficult for Zhang Nanfeng to move, and he naturally felt how insignificant he was. Jiyu Qingfeng said, "This is not an ordinary beast, but a chaotic beast, called the Chaos Divine Elephant. It is born a saint, and when it grows up, it can be compared to the Saint King realm. Born a saint, he will be as good as a Saint King when he grows up." After these words were spoken, not only Zhang Nanfeng was horrified, but the expressions of other military commanders also changed drastically. Chaos beast. In other words, the ferocious beast in front of him was a terrifying existence comparable to that of a Saint King. No wonder. Just by relying on the aura, it was difficult for them to get close to him. Even if a ferocious beast at the Saint King level has fallen, the remaining aura on its body should not be underestimated. But, what shocked them even more was that such a powerful beast was directly killed by Jiyu Qingfeng. Although they had all heard of the power of this retired emperor. But, hearing about it is one thing. To actually see such an amazing performance is another thing entirely. Then, the eyes of the crowd looking at the Chaos God Elephant became much hotter. A chaotic beast at the Saint King level is full of treasures. Chapter 352, Rules of the Demon Suppression Division. Jiyu Qingfeng did not say much to Zhang Nanfeng and the others. Instead, under the gaze of everyone, he extracted all the blood from the Chaos Divine Elephant and then dropped it into the deep pit. It only took a moment. The original deep pit turned into a blood-red lake. But everyone understood that the bloody lake water before them was not ordinary lake water, but the blood of a chaotic beast at the Saint King level. A beast of this level could collapse a mountain even with a single drop of blood. It was extremely terrifying. The blood of the chaotic beasts in this lake is so precious that it goes without saying. Then, Jiyu Qingfeng decomposed the flesh and blood of the chaos beast, and put the inner elixir that was nurtured in its body into the Divine Emperor Cauldron. After all the flesh and blood of the chaos beast was decomposed, Jiyu Qingfeng looked at Zhang Nanfeng and others on the side and spoke. From today on, any soldier defending the city who is below the divine transformation realm and kills 10 demons of the same realm will receive a drop of diluted chaos beast blood. If a soldier in the divine transformation realm kills 10 demons of the same realm, he can get 1 pound of chaos beast flesh and blood. If a soldier in the Tao Palace realm kills 10 demons of the same realm, he can get 1 pound of chaos beast flesh and blood. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with excitement. The blood of the chaotic beast. The flesh and blood of the chaotic beast. These top-notch ferocious beasts in the Saint King realm are invaluable treasures. Now that Jiyu Qingfeng openly took out this kind of treasure as a reward, they were naturally very surprised. "We thank the Emperor." Zhang Nanfeng and others immediately saluted respectfully, and Jiyu Qingfeng waved his hand. "Go down." Yes. Zhang Nanfeng and others bowed and retreated. The reason why Jiyu Qingfeng was so fast was because the soldiers in the demon-suppressing fairy city had made great contributions. Even though there was a strange god in charge, the battlefield was still extremely dangerous. Now that the divine warriors are charging and fighting, Jiyu Qingfeng will naturally not be reluctant to reward them. The chaotic beasts at the Saint King level are precious to other forces, but in Jiyu Qingfeng's view, they are just that. The body of the Chaos God Elephant is as big as a mountain, and its flesh and blood weigh more than 1,000,000 pounds. Even if it is given away as a reward, it can last for a considerable period of time. But even if the blood and flesh of the Chaos Beasts are used up, it doesn't matter. We can just go into the chaos again when the time comes. Now that he has broken through the Saint King realm and has achieved minor success in the ancient God King body, Jiyu Qingfeng has absolute confidence and assurance that he can travel deep into the chaotic starry sky. As long as he is not facing an emperor-level existence, Jiyu Qingfeng has the confidence to fight. Even if he faced the emperor head-on and was no match for him, he still had the ability to escape unscathed. Not to mention, the great emperor is rare. Even if there really is some secret in the chaotic starry sky, it is still a question whether an emperor can exist. Even if they really exist, the number is estimated to be extremely rare. Looking at the lake formed by the blood of the chaotic beast in front of him, Jiyu Qingfeng used his means to open up several small lakes and introduced some of the blood of the chaotic beast into them. Immediately following, he then began to dilute it. After all, not everyone can bear the blood of the chaotic beast in the Saint King realm. If a Taoist monk is thrown in there, what awaits him is not a sudden increase in his cultivation but a direct explosion in death. So, Jiyu Qingfeng would of course dilute it. But the concentration is different in each small lake. Some were diluted 10 times, some were diluted 50 times, and some were even diluted 100 times. Just like what Jiyu Qingfeng said before, if one kills 10 demons of the same realm below the divine transformation realm, the reward will be 1 drop of diluted blood of a chaotic beast, with the standard being 100 times. Only such diluted blood of chaotic beasts can barely be absorbed and refined by cultivators below the divine transformation realm. If the concentration is higher, it will be unbearable. Chaos Beast. Inside the palace, Jiyu Yang looked at the news brought by his subordinates and was slightly stunned. This news was not obtained by his subordinates, but was delivered by Jiyu Qingfeng's men. Soon, Jiyu Yang reacted immediately and a look of joy appeared on his face. Father killed an adult Chaos Divine Elephant, which is said to be a top-notch beast that can rival the Saint King. This beast is full of treasures. This is a great opportunity for our Shenwu dynasty. The news that Jiyu Qingfeng brought was that a group of descendants of the Jiyu family were going to the demon-suppressing fairy city to temper their bodies with the blood of the chaotic beasts. At the same time, in the court, those who have made contributions can receive this as a reward. As for what kind of achievements one must make to get such an opportunity, that is entirely up to Jiyu Yang himself. Jiyu Yang knew it very well. This is the right that Jiyu Qingfeng gave himself. At the same time, Jiyu Yang believed that once the news of the appearance of the flesh and blood of the chaotic beast in the demon-suppressing immortal city spread, many other cultivators would go there on their own initiative. After all, the news now is that whoever kills a corresponding number of demons on the battlefield of the demon-suppressing fairy city will be rewarded with the flesh and blood of chaotic beasts. The flesh and blood of ferocious beasts of this level is an irresistible temptation for other cultivators. So that's it. The pressure on the Shenwu dynasty can also be reduced sharply. As long as other cultivators from the eastern region can enter the fairy city to suppress demons, the pressure on the demons from the Shenwu dynasty will naturally be less great. And if other monks come forward to share the burden, the number of casualties can be greatly reduced. Just as Ji Yuyong thought, when the opportunity to visit the demon-suppressing fairy city spread, cultivators throughout the eastern region were excited. Many powerful people from the sects and families could not contain themselves and headed for the demon-suppressing fairy city. Even some powerful hidden masters can no longer sit still. No way. The 4 words, chaotic beast, were attractive enough in themselves. And adding a prefix of Saint King realm in front of the chaos beast makes it even more extraordinary. There are many cultivators who are stuck at a bottleneck in a certain realm, and now they all want to obtain a piece of flesh and blood of a chaotic beast so that they can break through to a higher level. After all, the flesh and blood of a ferocious beast of this level, even a small piece, is comparable to natural treasures. Not to mention, according to the news, if one makes enough contributions, one may even have the chance to practice in the blood pool. The so-called blood pool is a lake formed by the blood of chaotic beasts. For a while, a large number of cultivators went to the demon-suppressing immortal city. At the same time, Zhang Nanfeng also came to report. Your Majesty, a large number of cultivators have come to Junyao Shancheng in the past few days. Please give us your instructions on what to do next. These foreign monks will be temporarily grouped together. As for the rules and order, your demon suppression army will be responsible for formulating and maintaining them. In addition, many house sales inside the demon-suppressing fairy city can be carried out one after another. In the long run, the demon-suppressing fairy city will not just be a simple empty city, but will gradually become prosperous. Ji Qingfeng smiled slightly. With just a light sweep of his mind, he could take in all the scenes of the entire demon-suppressing fairy city. In just a short time, there are already hundreds of thousands of foreign monks. Regarding this situation, Ji Qingfeng naturally had some ideas in his mind. In the past, apart from the soldiers, there were no other foreign cultivators in the demon-suppressing immortal city. The interior of the huge city was also simple and empty, and all supplies were transported from the capital. But if the demon-suppressing fairy city is built into a prosperous and majestic city, then many resources can be circulated, and it will become much more convenient for many soldiers to get supplies. And then there is, if the fairy city of demon suppression is opened, then this city will be able to provide continuous benefits to the Shenwu dynasty in the future. Do not underestimate the benefits brought by cultivators in a city. Even if a cultivator enters the city and only collects a low-grade divine bloodstone, as long as the number is large, it will be an extremely terrifying number. Certainly, it is naturally impossible for the demon-suppressing fairy city to charge any entrance fee nowadays, but whether the cultivators who come to the demon-suppressing fairy city need to live, and whether they need various cultivation resources, as long as there is a demand, then benefits will naturally be generated. It's just that Ji Qingfeng was too lazy to waste time intervening in these matters, so he might as well leave it all to Zhang Nanfeng to handle. The other party can be the commander of the Demon Suppression Bureau, so he has some abilities. It turns out, Ji Qingfeng was right. Zhang Nanfeng is indeed capable and he quickly came up with a solution. But the demon suppression army is not facing a problem now, that is, when the number of monks is large, there will inevitably be good and bad people mixed together. Some unruly monks even openly defy the rules set by the Demon Suppression Division and refuse to accept the discipline of the Demon Suppression Division. It would be fine if their strength was average, but some of the top Dao Palace realm masters were a bit of a headache for even Zhang Nanfeng. Humph, I came to Junyao Shancheng to help your Shenwu dynasty suppress demons. Now I have to pay for living here. Do you really think I am easy to bully? I'm staying here today, what can you do to me? A middle-aged monk with a rough face and a rebellious and tyrannical expression sneered and did not take the people from the Demon Suppression Division in front of him seriously at all. Zhang Nanfeng, the commander, also had a gloomy expression. This is the rule of our Demon Suppression Division. What do the rules of your Demon Suppression Division have to do with me? I am not from your Demon Suppression Division. The middle-aged monk had a joking look on his face. See here. Zhang Nanfeng's expression became increasingly ugly. Many cultivators are witnessing all of this now. If the Demon Suppression Division cannot solve this problem, its prestige will surely plummet. But the problem is, the middle-aged cultivator in front of him is a top-notch powerful man at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. His strength is quite impressive. It is naturally impossible for him to use large-scale lethal weapons in the city now. But if this is the case, it won't be so easy to truly suppress the other party. But at this moment, a terrifying pressure instantly swept across the entire demon-suppressing fairy city. When many cultivators felt this aura, their faces changed drastically. The middle-aged cultivator who originally had a defiant look on his face now had a look of fear on his face. Before the other party could actually open his mouth, his body exploded instantly, as if he was directly pressed to death by an invisible hand. This made the other monks tremble in their hearts. At this time, a majestic voice exploded in their ears. From today on, the rules of the Demon Suppression Division are my rules. If you don't want to abide by them, then leave the Demon Suppression Fairy City. If you choose to stay, then you must abide by them. If you disobey in the slightest, this person will be your fate. The words fell. The power receded like the tide. All the monks realized at this time that their backs had been completely soaked with sweat without them knowing when, and the look of fear still remained on their faces. The one who just took action must be the patriarch of the Qiu family. This kind of aura is truly terrifying. These cultivators suddenly remembered at this time that the real deterrent force in the demon-suppressing fairy city has never been the so-called Demon Suppression Bureau, but the head of the Qiu family who has never appeared, now the emperor of the Shenwu dynasty. The opponent did not attack many times, but countless monks fell at his hands. The fact that the other party killed a famous 9th-level Taoist Palace Realm cultivator with just his aura without showing up made these cultivators even more awed. They recalled the terrifying power just now and were still frightened. In front of such divine power, even a half-saint is no different from an ant. If you have to say there is any difference, it is that I am just a slightly larger ant for half of my life. At this time, the people from the Demon Suppression Division all straightened their backs. Zhang Nanfeng looked around with a cold expression on his face. I believe you have heard the words of the Emperor. From now on, I hope you can abide by the rules of my Demon Suppression Division. Otherwise, not only you, but even the forces behind you may not be able to withstand the wrath of that person. Don't worry, Lord Zhang. Since I have come to the Demon Suppression Fairy City, I must abide by the rules of the Demon Suppression Division. As soon as Zhang Nanfeng finished speaking, a semi-saint monk spoke in a flattering tone with a fawning smile on his face. Although Zhang Nanfeng is only a junior at the 3rd level of Dao Palace Realm, he has an almighty master like Qingfeng standing behind him. A 3rd-rank official in front of the Prime Minister. Not to mention that Zhang Nanfeng was at the 3rd level of the Dao Palace Realm. Even if the other party was just a weak mortal, the other party would not dare to offend him again. Just as Zhang Nanfeng said, if that person is really angered, even the forces behind him will not be able to withstand his wrath. At that time, it would be a waste if I died. In this way, naturally, no one is willing to risk their own life to challenge the rules of the Demon Suppression Division. See here, Zhang Nanfeng was also very satisfied in his heart, and at the same time, he became more and more in awe and grateful to Qingfeng. If the other party had not come forward to intimidate them, it would not have been so easy for the Demon Suppression Division to subdue these cultivators. Now that these monks have been given a beating, subsequent management will be much easier. And on the other side, inside the city lord's hall, Qingfeng withdrew his spiritual perception. He killed the monk with the intention of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, in order to establish the prestige of the Demon Suppression Division. There are too many monks entering the demon-suppressing fairy city this time, and it is inevitable that there will be some troublemakers. If you want to deal with these difficult monks, you can only use the simplest and most brutal methods. The current changes also prove that Qingfeng was right. Directly killing a monk from a distance and using blood to warn them is enough to make these monks dare not challenge the rules of the Demon Suppression Division again. Chapter 353, the 4th generation of the Qiu family's prodigy. Meet Father. In the city lord's hall, Qiu Yang came in casual clothes, and behind him were the other descendants of the Qiu family. Meet Grandpa Emperor. Meet Great-Grandfather. Meet the ancestor. Everyone bowed respectfully, and many of the younger generations felt a little uneasy, as it was the first time they saw this legendary ancestor of their family. Most of these people are the 4th generation of the Qiu family. Different 4th generation descendants. People like Qiu Yunfeng, Qiu Yunyu and others from the 3rd generation, as well as Qiu Shengen, Qiu Shengxing and others from the 2nd generation, are not too unfamiliar to Qingfeng. Of course, not all 3rd generation descendants are familiar with Qingfeng. However, it was from the 3rd generation onwards that Qingfeng stopped paying too much attention to his younger generations. There is nothing we can do about this. With so many descendants in the future generations, it is bound to be difficult to pay attention to them all. Unless there is a genius with outstanding talent, then there is a chance that he or she will catch Qingfeng's eye. But what a pity. So far, there are no particularly outstanding geniuses among the younger generations of the Jiyu family. Certainly, this is not to say that there are no geniuses in the Jiyu family. In fact, many of the younger generations of the Jiyu family are talented, but they are not amazing. See here. Jiyu Qingfeng nodded slightly. He looked at the descendants of the Jiyu family in front of him, a total of 30 or 40 men and women. You can say that. This time, Jiyu Yang brought most of the people here. We are all family, there is no need to be so restrained. Jiyu Qingfeng smiled slightly, and his smile seemed to be able to infect others, making the originally serious atmosphere in the hall become much more relaxed, and many of the younger generations of the Jiyu family also had a relaxed expression on their faces. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng's gaze also fell on everyone, and each of the younger generations of the Jiyu family came into view. Suddenly, Jiyu Qingfeng looked at one of them and then asked, "What's your name?" Junior Jiyu Function, pays homage to the ancestor. The person who spoke was a handsome young man with an excited look on his face. He bowed hurriedly in response. The eyes of others looking at Jiyu Function were also full of envy. It is a great honor to be asked by the ancestor for your name. At this time, Jiyu Yang on the side also spoke up. Feng Chen is the son of Yun Feng and the grandson of Shengnan. Well, you're pretty good. Jiyu Qingfeng nodded slightly, and there was a little more appreciation in his eyes when he looked at Jiyu Function. Hearing this, Jiyu Yunfeng's expression became a little excited. After all, his son has received Jiyu Qingfeng's attention, so there is hope for his future. As a result, Jiyu Shenggan and Jiyu Yang both paid more attention to Jiyu Function. They are actually similar to Jiyu Qingfeng. As they have more and more younger generations, they rarely pay attention to the whole thing. Especially Jiyu Yang, as the lord of the Shenwu dynasty, he has more things to deal with, and it is impossible for him to take care of everything. It was because of Jiyu Qingfeng's words that Jiyu Yang brought all the younger generations of the Jiyu family who could be called over. Only a small number of people who were not convenient to come were temporarily not allowed to come. Then, Jiyu Qingfeng led everyone to the blood pool. Jiyu Qingfeng had already set up many powerful restrictions here, completely isolating this space from the outside world. From the outside, there's nothing unusual here. But when you actually pass through the restriction, you can immediately feel the terrifying pressure. This is the blood pool. As the descendants of the Jiyu family, you can all enter the blood pool to practice once. The first level blood pool is for cultivators below the divine transformation realm. The blood of the chaos beasts there is diluted 100 times. The second level blood pool is for cultivators in the divine transformation realm. When they enter, the blood of the chaos beasts will be diluted 50 times. Only Dao Palace cultivators can enter the third level blood pool. The blood of the chaos beast is diluted 10 times. As for the fourth level blood pool, one must be at least at the saint level to enter it, because that is the real blood of the chaos beasts, without any dilution. If you are not a saint or your foundation is not strong enough, the only outcome of entering is exploding in death. Jiyu Qingfeng's words made everyone listen carefully. Looking at the several pools of blood in front of them, they all had expressions of excitement on their faces. A pool of blood formed by the blood of chaotic beasts. Even if they didn't actually enter, they could feel the terrifying aura contained in the blood pool. Remember, the opportunity to enter the blood pool is rare, so you must try your best to stay in the blood pool until the end. Jiyu Qingfeng gave a reminder, and then asked everyone to enter the blood pool. To this, the others naturally did not hesitate. Except for Jiyu Yang, everyone else entered blood pools of different levels. The reason why Jiyu Yang did not go in was because he had already reached the peak of the Dao Palace realm and had 1 foot halfway into the Saint realm. If it weren't for the suppression of the heavenly Dao, Jiyu Yang would have been able to achieve enlightenment and become a saint. So, in this case, even if Jiyu Yang entered the blood pool, it would be difficult for him to have the opportunity to improve. After all, the power of the immortality elixir allowed him to advance to the limit of his ability. At this point, different from ordinary semi-saints. Although other semi-saints have also reached this level, they still have some room for improvement due to their foundation problems. Even polishing themselves in the blood pool can increase their chances of breaking through to become a saint in the future. At this time, Jiyu Shenggan entered the third level blood pool. As soon as I entered, there was an extremely terrifying energy that suddenly exploded and violently rushed into his body at an astonishing speed, causing his meridians to swell and ache, as if he could not withstand such energy and would explode and die at any time. Such a situation. Ji Shenggen was horrified and had a clear understanding of the horror of the third-level blood pool. Immediately, Ji Shenggen did not dare to hesitate, and directly activated the technique he had practiced, forcibly refining all the violent energy that poured into his body, then tempering his body and then honing his foundation. But this process is not easy, because the blood of the chaos beast is violently rushing in, as if countless knives are cutting one's flesh and blood. This kind of severe pain is enough to make it difficult for ordinary people to bear. In fact, that is exactly the case. Many of the younger generations of the Jiyu family couldn't help but cry out in pain as soon as they entered, and instinctively wanted to rush out of the blood pool. But when they saw the pain that others were suffering from while trying to endure the blood pool, and saw the figures of Jiyu Qingfeng and Jiyu Yang, they forcibly suppressed the urge to rush out of the blood pool. Now the two ancestors are watching. If I leave the blood pool first at this moment, I will instantly say goodbye to the qualification to be trained by the family and become marginalized directly. For the sake of their own future, they have to hold on no matter what. Looking at the red and ferocious faces of the younger generations of the Jiyu family, Jiyu Yang couldn't help but ask, "Father, how long do you think a normal cultivator can last in the blood pool?" How long it can last is uncertain. It all depends on one's willpower. Jiyu Qingfeng shook his head. This was the first time the blood pool was truly open. No cultivator had ever entered it before, so it was impossible to know how long a normal cultivator could last in there. At this time, Jiyu Yang looked at Jiyu Fengchen in the first-level blood pool. "Father, do you think Feng Chen is different?" To be honest, Jiyu Yang didn't notice anything wrong. As the younger generation of the Jiyu family with the surname Feng, Jiyu Fengchen's cultivation has now reached the peak of the Grandmaster level. If he were in the outside world, this would naturally be considered quite good. But in the Jiyu family, everything can only be said to be average. After all, the Jiyu family is different from the past, and there is no shortage of resources for the cultivation of the Jiyu family's descendants. Jiyu Fengchen has reached the peak of the Grandmaster at such a young age, so it is naturally not outstanding, at most it is just acceptable. But Jiyu Yang knew that since Jiyu Fengchen was favored by Jiyu Qingfeng, it meant that there must be something extraordinary about him. This boy's background is not that simple. He may seem to be at the peak of the Grandmaster level, but in fact, even an ordinary divine transformation realm may not be his opponent. Moreover, I suspect that he has some special physique. I was not sure at first, but now that I see him entering the blood pool, I am sure of this guess. Jiyu Qingfeng said slowly. His words. Jiyu Yang's expression changed. Special physique. But no matter how hard Jiyu Yang looked, he could not find any clues. Looking at his appearance, Jiyu Qingfeng smiled lightly. You have not entered the realm of a saint, and have never been in harmony with heaven and earth, so naturally you can't see the clues. When you reach the realm of saint, you will find that this boy can mobilize the power of stars with just a breath. You must know that the stars are located in the ninth heaven, so it is not easy for ordinary people to mobilize the power of the stars. Quote. But this boy can be in harmony with the stars with his breathing, drawing the power of the stars to temper his body. However, this star power is still weak, so it is difficult for you to perceive it. This time he entered the blood pool to practice, maybe he could use the blood of the chaos beast to truly revive his body. If my Jiyu family can produce another divine body, our foundation will be further improved. Hearing this, Jiyu Yang naturally understood the meaning of Jiyu Qingfeng's words. A divine body. The significance it brings is naturally extraordinary. So far, there are two divine bodies in the Jiyu family. The first is Jiyu Zan's heavenly phoenix divine body, and the second is Jiyu Shu's immortal divine body. It was Jiyu Qingfeng who spoke of the latter possessing the immortal divine body. Jiyu Yang didn't know too much about Jiyu Shu's situation, but Jiyu Zan, who had the heavenly phoenix divine body, had already been ranked as one of the 9 sons of Taishu in his early years and was a well-known prodigy in the eastern region. Such a genius is not only outstanding in his training speed, but also in his supreme combat power that is unrivaled among those at the same level, as well as his astonishing lower limit. After all, the lower limit of any divine body is an upper limit that ordinary cultivators cannot reach. If Jiyu Fengchen really possesses a divine body, then the 4th generation of the Jiyu family will have a true leader. In comparison, the 3rd generation of the Jiyu family is actually a bit mediocre. Even Jiyu Yunfeng, Jiyu Yunyu and others seem to have good talents, but this is only relative. In a big family like the Jiyu family, such talent can only be considered barely acceptable. It is absolutely impossible for him to carry the banner of an entire generation. As for the second generation of the Jiyu family, the real leader is Jiyu Shengxing. The other party entered the Dao through martial arts, concentrated his literary mind, cultivated a righteous spirit, and had excellent talent and understanding. The ancient Confucianism and Taoism were reproduced in him. The reputation of the great sage was not only spread in Zhouzhou, but also well known in the eastern region. As for the first generation of the Jiyu family, there is no need to say more. Including Jiyu Yang, the three brothers are all extraordinary. The one with the least fame is probably Jiyu Shu. This is also because the other party has been in the demon world for many years and has not appeared in the ancient world. To be frank, the first and second generations of the Jiyu family were both good, but starting from the third generation, the Jiyu family seemed to be in decline. Jiyu Yang naturally didn't want to see this kind of thing. But there's nothing I can do. Everyone's talent is there, and it's not something he can control. But it's different now. According to Jiyu Qingfeng, after the mediocre third generation, the Jiyu family seems to be about to produce an extraordinary genius in the fourth generation. So, Jiyu Yang was also looking forward to seeing what kind of divine body Jiyu Function possessed and whether he could truly awaken. Jiyu Qingfeng ignored what was in Jiyu Yang's mind, because his attention was now focused on the information panel. Your offspring, Jiyu Shenggen, has entered the third-level blood pool for training, tempering himself with the blood of chaotic beasts, and his strength is gradually improving. Your offspring, Jiyu Shenggen, is slowly improving in strength. Your offspring, Jiyu Yunfeng, entered the second-level blood pool to practice, tempered his body with the blood of chaotic beasts, and successfully broke through the bottleneck, and his cultivation broke through to the second level of the divine transformation realm. Reward improvement points 300. Your descendant Jiyu Yunyu has entered the first-level blood pool for cultivation, tempering himself with the blood of the chaos beast, and has broken through to the middle level of Grandmaster. Reward improvement points 200. Your offspring Jiyu Yunyu has entered the second-level blood pool for cultivation, tempering his body with the blood of chaotic beasts, and his cultivation has greatly improved. Your offspring, Jiyu Yunyu, has broken through to the fourth level of the divine transformation realm. Reward improvement points 300. Your offspring, Jiyu Fenghao, has entered the first-level blood pool for cultivation, tempering his body with the blood of chaotic beasts, and has broken through to the peak of the Grandmaster level. Reward improvement points 120. Your offspring, Jiyu Fenghao, has achieved a breakthrough to the initial stage of Grandmaster. Reward improvement points 200. Your offspring, Jiyu Function, has entered the first-level blood pool for cultivation, tempering his body with the blood of chaotic beasts and stimulating his physical potential. It seems that his special divine body is reviving. Your offspring, Jiyu Function, passively attracts the power of the stars, and his special divine body is about to awaken. Your descendant, Jiyu Function. I saw a large amount of text refreshed in the information panel. At the same time, there was already rich and bright starlight above the 9 heavens, descending from the sky and falling directly on Jiyu Function. The starlight is so intense that it can be seen with the naked eye. Even a cultivator like Jiyu Yang, who has not yet broken through to the saint realm, can witness the changes in the strange phenomena of heaven and earth with his own eyes. The moment the starlight fell, Jiyu Yang understood that what Jiyu Qingfeng said was right. Jiyu Function did possess some special divine body, otherwise, such a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth would never have happened. See here. Jiyu Yang's face also showed excitement. Chapter 354 Preaching Across the Long River of Time. Now, the starlight falls from the sky. The aura on Jiyu Function's body was also rising steadily. When this aura reached a certain critical point, it exploded with a bang. Your offspring, Jiyu Function, has obtained the power of the stars to temper his body, and his cultivation has broken through to the first level of the divine transformation realm. Reward improvement points 300. Your offspring, Jiyu Function, has obtained the power of the stars to temper his body, and his cultivation has broken through to the second level of the divine transformation realm. Reward improvement points 300. Your offspring, Jiyu Function, has obtained the power of the stars to temper his body, and his cultivation has broken through to the third level of the divine transformation realm. Reward improvement points 300. Your offspring, Jiyu Function, has been tempered by the power of the stars and has successfully awakened his star body. Your descendant, Jiyu Function, has awakened the star Tao body, which has triggered the long river of time. He has been watched by the ancient star Tao body and is now accepting its inheritance. Your offspring. As the text on the information panel was constantly refreshing, I saw in the void that the starry sky turned into a long river flowing. A majestic shadow seemed to have come from the ancient times. In an instant, the road surged and strange phenomena of heaven and earth appeared one after another. Such a big commotion naturally shook the entire demon-suppressing fairy city. Everyone looked up into the void. The true appearance of the majestic figure that had come from time immemorial could not be seen, but the terrifying pressure emanating from it seemed eternal, causing even the semi-saint to tremble inwardly. At the same time, Qingfeng was also looking at the phantom that appeared in the void. Through the prompts on the information panel, he understood that this was the great star body that had been completed in the past. Because Qingfeng awakened the starry Tao body, the power within it triggered the imprint power of the ancient starry Tao body, and then granted him inheritance through the air. Just by relying on such means, one can see the terrifying power of the great starry body in the past. The other party is at least a great emperor, and it is very likely that he is not just an ordinary great emperor. After a moment, the shadow disappeared. All the strange phenomena in the heaven and earth gradually disappeared. After awakening the star Tao body, Qingfeng did not wake up immediately, but continued to refine the power in the blood pool, as if trying to reach a higher level. See here. Qingfeng moved his mind and directly moved the other party from the first level blood pool to the second level blood pool. After all, Qingfeng has now broken through the divine transformation realm, and the effect of continuing to stay in the first level blood pool is naturally not as useful as practicing in the second level blood pool. After a period of time, people from the Qiyu family came out of the blood pool one after another. Everyone had a smile on their face, which showed that they had gained a lot from the blood pool. This is indeed the case. Basically everyone makes a breakthrough in the blood pool. Even if one's aptitude is average, one can break through one or two small realms. Some can even directly break through to a big realm. For example, Qingfeng, who had awakened his star body, broke through to the fifth level of the divine transformation realm in one breath. A large number of younger generations of the Qiyu family made breakthroughs, and Qingfeng also obtained a large number of improvement points. Name: Qingfeng. Age: 121 9/1000. Realm: Saint King Realm Level 1. Martial Arts: Heavenly Vein Sutra 3rd Level Heavenly Sword Perfect. Great Wilderness Fist Sutra Perfect. Ancient Heavenly Sword Perfect. Purple Extreme Tao Classic Perfect. Wind Separation Sutra Perfect. Nirvana Tao Sutra 9th Level of Tao Palace Heavenly Phoenix Magic Perfect. 9 Heavens Heavenly Sutra 1st Level of Great Saint Divine Sky Thunder Perfect. 9 Yang Tao Sutra Perfect. 10,000 Spirits Tao Sutra Perfect. Yuan Sutra 1st Level of Saint King Ancient God King Sutra 9th Level of Tao Palace Omitted. Boost Points: 11,500. 11,500. Qingfeng looked at his attribute panel and a smile appeared on his face again. This time, the overall strength of the younger generation of the Qiyu family has been improved, and the improvement points he has obtained are equivalent to those in the past few years. But Qingfeng understood the same. This explosive breakthrough is not sustainable. After all, the blood pool is the blood of the chaotic beast, which contains the will of the chaotic beast. There is nothing wrong with practicing occasionally. But if one practices in the blood pool for a long time, one will easily be corrupted by the will of the chaotic beasts, thus becoming bloodthirsty and completely losing one's original heart. But no matter what, the existence of the blood pool is a powerful foundation of the Qiyu family. As long as the blood pool does not dry up, the Qiyu family can rely on this blood pool to continuously breed strong people. At least, below the saint realm, relying on the power of the blood pool, it is enough to give birth to a group of top-notch Tao Palace realm experts. Just saying, this process takes some time. But no matter what, this time is always much faster than practicing hard on your own. However, Qingfeng also understood that as the number of powerful people in the Qiyu family increased, the blood of the chaos beast would eventually run out. Next, Qingfeng needs to make further preparations. Then, Qingfeng looked at everyone and said, "You have entered the blood pool to break through, which may cause your foundation to be unstable. There are demons invading the demon-suppressing fairy city right now. As a member of the Qiyu family, you should serve the court. For the next period of time, you can stay in the demon-suppressing fairy city and assist the demon-suppressing army in resisting the invasion of demons. If you have military merit, you will be equal to other monks." Yes, Upon hearing this, no one dared to raise any objection. Immediately following, Qingfeng glanced at Function again. As for Feng Chen, please practice with me for the time being. Grandson understands. Function's face was filled with joy, and there was no reason for him to refuse. When the other younger generations of the Jiyu family saw this, they all showed envy on their faces. Being able to practice with Qingfeng was naturally a heaven-defying opportunity. But no one said anything against it. After all, when Function awakened his star body, the strange phenomenon in heaven and earth shook the four directions, and even the people who were practicing in the blood pool were aware of it. Although they didn't know what happened to Function, it definitely wasn't simple, otherwise they wouldn't have let Qingfeng come forward. After many of the younger generations of the Jiyu family left, Qingfeng took Function to the city lord's hall. As for Jiyu Yang, he said goodbye and left, returning to the capital to handle government affairs. Inside the city lord's hall, Qingfeng looked at Function, who looked respectful in front of him, and said calmly, "We are all family, you don't have to be so reserved." Yes. Function looked a little more relaxed, but still didn't dare to act presumptuously. Seeing this, Qingfeng shook his head secretly and did not continue to persuade him. There is nothing we can do about it. The other party had met his ancestor only a few times, so it was normal that he found it difficult to adapt for a while. So, of course, Qingfeng couldn't continue wasting time on this matter. If I saw it right, you should have awakened the Star Tao body and inherited the ancient Star Tao body, right? The ancestor has a keen eye. Function was shocked. He didn't expect Qingfeng to know so many things. For a moment, the latter became more and more unfathomable in his mind. But Function did not deny it and continued to speak frankly. My grandson has obtained a technique called Taishu Star Domain Sutra, which was created by the first generation of Star Taoists. It is said that if this technique is practiced to perfection, the body can be comparable to an emperor's weapon. Taishu Star Domain Sutra. When Qingfeng heard what Function said, his expression changed subtly. He knew that it would definitely not be easy for the great perfection Starry Tao body to preach across the long river of time, but a technique that could cultivate to the point of great perfection and make the physical body comparable to an imperial weapon would obviously not be half a point lower in grade than the primordial Divine King scripture. After all, the ancient God King Sutra has been cultivated to its peak, and the completed ancient God King body is comparable to the imperial weapon. But as to which of the two, the Taiku Divine King Sutra and the Taishu Star Domain Sutra, is stronger, it is still unknown. The latest novel is published first on Lu 9 Shuba. It's a pity that although my grandson has inherited the Taishu Star region scripture, this technique has only been transformed into Taoism in my sea of consciousness. If my grandson fails to practice it successfully, I will not be able to pass it on to another person. Don't worry, although an emperor's scripture is precious, it won't make me do anything to snatch the opportunities of the younger generation. Since you have inherited the Taigu Xingyu Sutra, you can practice well in the future. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me. Quote. Speaking of this, Qingfeng raised his hand and pointed again, and a terrifying Taoist aura surged into Function's mind. Today, I will teach you another imperial scripture, called Yuan Sutra. However, with your current level of cultivation, I will temporarily teach you the cultivation methods before the Saint King chapter. When you reach the peak of the great saint in the future, I will teach you the subsequent cultivation methods. Now, after hearing what Qingfeng said, Function had no way to reply, because the terrifying rhyme of the Yuan Sutra filled his sea of consciousness, making him stand still in a daze. It was unknown how much time had passed before Function gradually came to his senses. He reviewed the mysterious skills in his mind. Like the Taishu Star Domain Sutra, they both gave him a feeling of being unfathomable. Grandson thanks you for the Dharma. Function took a deep breath, barely suppressed his excitement, and bowed respectfully to Qingfeng. Emperor's Scripture. Another imperial scripture. Function naturally understood the preciousness of the Emperor's Scripture. It was something that many top powerhouses desired and even went crazy for. But now, he holds two imperial scriptures in his hands. One is the Taishu Star Domain Sutra, and the other is the Yuan Sutra. With the two imperial scriptures in hand, even with Function's temperament, he couldn't calm down for a long time. Then, Qingfeng also asked some questions about the Taishu Star Domain Sutra. Further understanding of this imperial sutra would make it much easier to guide Ji function in his practice later. Although Ji Qingfeng did not practice the Taishu Star Domain Sutra, after his cultivation reached a certain level, many techniques no longer had any secrets in his eyes. It is true that the Taishu Star Domain Sutra is the Emperor's scripture, but getting started is still not difficult for Ji Qingfeng. From Ji Function's mouth, Ji Qingfeng finally understood what the Taishu Star Domain Sutra was. This technique is to open up 18,000 acupoints in the physical body, and then give birth to the ancient stars in the acupoints, comparing oneself to a star field. Once all 180,000 ancient stars are successfully condensed, this technique will be perfected. At that time, the cultivators who practice this technique have the terrifying power of 100,000–800,000 ancient stars in their every move. Just imagining that scene will make you realize how terrifying this technique will be when it is perfected. After all, these ancient stars are not as simple as the stars in the ninth heaven, but are ancient stars that exist in the chaotic starry sky. Only stars like these can be called ancient stars. For example, the Tianhuang seal that Ji Qingfeng originally obtained was a holy king's weapon refined by a holy king in the ancient wasteland Holy Land using ancient stars. One ancient star can be used to refine a holy king weapon. This shows how terrifying are the ancient stars. If someone could master the power of 180,000 ancient stars, it would certainly be an earth-shattering scene. I am afraid that even if the emperor were reborn, he might not be able to stop it. Ji Qingfeng asked himself carefully, if his ancient god-king body was also perfected, would he be able to withstand the attack of 180,000 ancient stars? To this, Ji Qingfeng had a question mark in his mind. Without a real fight, Ji Qingfeng couldn't jump to conclusion. But this also indirectly illustrates the horror of the Taishu Star Domain Sutra. Next, Ji Qingfeng asked the servants of the city lord's mansion to arrange a side hall for Ji Function to stay temporarily. In fact, the servants in the city lord's mansion are also members of the demon-suppressing army. If he were an ordinary person, he would not be qualified to work in the city lord's mansion. After Ji Function left, Ji Qingfeng looked inward and directly broke through from the first level of Saint King Realm to the second level of Saint King Realm. The breakthrough from the first level to the second level of Saint King did not cause much commotion. It was not as powerful as the fluctuation brought about by the ninth level Great Sage's breakthrough to the Saint King Realm. This kind of breakthrough was as smooth as flowing water and was extremely smooth. When his cultivation level stabilized at the second level of Saint King, Ji Qingfeng felt that his strength had increased by at least 50%. The gap between the first level of Saint King and the second level of Saint King is already quite obvious. With another 70,000 improvement points, I can enter the peak realm of the ninth level of Saint King. If I continue to move up, I can reach the quasi-emperor realm. Ji Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. 70,000 improvement points are not a lot. If the situation of the Ji family's collective breakthrough before is repeated, it won't be long before Ji Qingfeng can step into the ninth level of the Saint King. What a pity. That kind of scene can't be replicated often. But Ji Qingfeng was not in a hurry. As long as the Ji family is given time, the number of subsequent bloodlines will surely increase, and the time it takes for him to truly break through the ninth level of the Saint King realm will probably not be too long. Once you reach the ninth level of the Saint King realm, you can take one more step towards the quasi-emperor realm. Think about it this way. Ji Qingfeng discovered that the gap between himself and the emperor didn't seem that far. I just don't know how far my current strength is from that of a true emperor. When he was at the first level of Saint King, by using the power of the three major heavenly veins, Ji Qingfeng was confident that he could fight against the top quasi-emperor. Now that he has broken through to the second level of Saint King, his strength has been further improved. But as to how big the gap is between him and the emperor, Ji Qingfeng actually doesn't know. But he wouldn't be naive to think so. When he reached the first level of Saint King, he could be on par with the peak of quasi-emperor, and when he reached the second level of Saint King, he could be on par with the great emperor. As the strongest realm throughout history, the strength at the emperor level is definitely not that simple. So, Ji Qingfeng has no plans to challenge a great emperor for the time being. Chapter 355 Farewell to the Demon King of the Vast Sea. The army is approaching. Yan Yun looked at the city in front of him. There was an eerie sense of silence there, which made him frown. Someone, open the city gate. Yan Yun gave the order. Immediately, a strong man from the worship hall came forward and slammed the heavy city gate with his palm. Suddenly, the city gate made of fine iron exploded and broke into pieces in an instant. The next moment, the priest who made the move suddenly had a changed expression. "General Yan, look." Without him saying anything, Yan Yun was already looking at the scene in the city. What came into view was a large number of civilian corpses, piled up all over the street, emitting a foul smell of decay. "Be careful and see if there are any survivors in the city." Yan Yun looked unhappy, but he still did not rush into the city. Instead, he asked some people to explore the city first. After a moment, a spy came to report. "General, all the people in the city have died, and judging by the degree of decay of their bodies, I'm afraid they have been dead for some time." What a cruel method! Anger flashed in Yan Yun's eyes. It goes without saying that the person who committed such an extermination must be the Star Empire. A bloody sacrifice for all the people in the city. And they are people who obey the orders of the Star Empire. Such a cruel act made Yan Yun angry and frightened at the same time. Immediately, Yan Yun passed this news back to the Shenwu dynasty, and then left some people behind to collectively burn and bury the bodies of the people, and then sent people to temporarily take over this empty city to prevent anyone from suddenly occupying it and cutting off their retreat. Immediately following, Yan Yun continued to lead his troops forward. Along the way, the resistance of the Star Empire seemed to have completely disappeared. Every city turned into a dead city and all the people were sacrificed. This news spread quickly, making the entire eastern region furious. Although they knew that the Star Empire was colluding with evil, they did not expect the other party to be so cruel and daring to sacrifice so many subjects. For a while, that is, more monks joined the ranks to attack the Star Empire. Inside the Shenwu dynasty, Ji Yu Yang's face was gloomy as he looked at the information coming from the front line. The blood sacrifice of the city, it seems that the Liu family is really going to side with the evil spirits. Such behavior that angers heaven and man is the way to the death of the Qingfeng Empire. Ji Yu Yang was naturally furious at such inhumane behavior. Another point is, if the Qingfeng dynasty massacred all the people as a blood sacrifice, then even if the Shenwu dynasty occupied each city, it would just be an empty city, which would not be of any benefit to the court. That's not all. In order to develop these territories, it would be necessary to migrate some people there, which would be even more troublesome. You know, not everyone is willing to leave the land where they have grown up for a long time. It takes a lot of effort to get people to migrate on their own. Not to mention, the migration process is also full of troubles. Strictly speaking, this practice is not advisable. Unless other places in the Shenwu dynasty are already overcrowded and have reached a point where they have to relocate. That will be a different matter. But the problem is, at present, with the 9 provinces and the 373 prefectures of the Shenyuan province, the territory of the Shenwu dynasty has expanded to a certain extent. In the short term, there will be no worries about too many people. After all, the Shenwu dynasty did not exist for too long, less than 100 years, and even if it developed at its full potential, the population growth was limited. But, after learning about the Starry dynasty, Ji Yu Yang asked someone to inform Ji Yu Qingfeng, who was in the demon-suppressing fairy city, of this news. The latter had not paid much attention to the information panel during this period. After hearing the news from Ji Yu Yang, he took a look at the information panel and immediately found that many of the warriors in the Star Empire had died. As for the reason why these assassins died, it was the same as the rumors outside, that it was because of the blood sacrifice of the Star Empire and the evil spirits. The Qingfeng Empire occupies the ancient Xingzhou, and the number of its people is as high as hundreds of millions. If half of them were sacrificed, it would certainly be an astronomical figure. If these blood sacrifices are all for the benefit of some evil spirit, then I'm afraid that a world-destroying evil spirit has emerged in the Qingfeng Empire. Ji Yu Qingfeng's face stiffened slightly. The blood sacrifice of most of the people in a state and the death of so many lives will inevitably lead to the emergence of a sufficiently powerful evil spirit. If this problem is not dealt with, the consequences will be disastrous. But the problem is, Ji Yu Qingfeng looked at the boundary passage in front of him. He was also not allowed to leave here without permission. After all, no one can guarantee whether there is a demon king on the demon side who is always watching the boundary passage. If the news of his departure from the demon-suppressing fairy city were to leak out, then the demons would invade on a large scale and the demon-suppressing fairy city would be unable to resist. The more important point is, the fairy city of demon suppression exists in the ancient Beast Mountains, adjacent to the 9 provinces. Once the fairy city of demon suppression is lost, disaster will surely befall all of Kyushu. So that's it. It was naturally impossible for Qingfeng to leave the demon-suppressing fairy city easily. Another point is, the foundation of the eastern region is not as simple as it appears. Even if a world-destroying evil spirit were to appear, the eastern region's strength might be able to resolve it. So, Qingfeng was not too anxious. But, just at this moment, he looked towards the boundary passage and saw a powerful aura appearing there, and this aura was quite familiar. When the divine light appeared in Qingfeng's eyes, it directly penetrated the abyss-like boundary channel and saw the scene of the demon world. Boom, boom. Shu, dressed in green, shook the void with his fists and slaughtered powerful demons one after another. Even the demons in the semi-saint realm could not withstand his blows. Compared to the past, Shu's current strength is no longer what it used to be. Even the Imperial Domination Fist, he had practiced it to a terrifying level. Right at this moment, in the void, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. A strong warning emerged in Shu's heart, and then he punched towards the sky, followed by a powerful wave bursting out. Boom! Shu's body trembled slightly, and then he took a few steps back. In front of him, a middle-aged monk in blood-stained clothes slowly appeared. He had a charming and handsome face, but his eyes were not like those of ordinary people. They were glowing with a strange green light. You are the immortal divine body of the human race. I didn't expect that I could gain such a harvest by guarding this place. A greedy look flashed across the face of the Eclipse Moon Demon King, and he looked at Shu as if he was looking at some peerless miraculous medicine. The reputation of the immortal divine body had already spread throughout the demon world, and many powerful demons wanted to surround and kill the other party. But Shu was quite slippery, and his strength was quite good, so even with the help of a demon king who was comparable to a saint, he was unable to be truly suppressed. Nowadays, Shu appears. The Eclipse Moon Demon King naturally had no intention of letting the other party go. You know, the human in front of him is possessing a divine body. The Eclipse Moon Demon King believed that if he could devour a divine body, he could go further. After all, the divine body is powerful. Even though Shu is only at the semi-saint level now, the flesh and blood on his body are very nutritious. When the Eclipse Moon Demon King appeared, the solemn voice of the great sage Huangji also appeared in Shu's mind. The latest novel is published first on Lu 9 Shuba. Be careful, this should be the Eclipse Moon Wolf from the demon clan. The strength of the demon in front of us is likely to be more than just a saint of the first level. As the great sage Huangji who had watched Shu grow up, he naturally knew the other party's strength. If Shu's immortal divine body can achieve minor success, then even if the person in front of him is a demon king at the saint level, the great sage Huangji will not have any worries. But the problem is, although Shu's immortal divine body was awakened, it never reached the stage of minor success. No way. It is not easy to achieve a small success in the divine body. Over the years, although Shu has deeply explored the potential of the immortal divine body, he is still in a stage of awakening and is far from reaching the level of minor success. After hearing the words of the great sage Huangji, Shu's expression remained unchanged. His figure that was standing still suddenly disappeared like a bubble. The pupils of the Eclipse Moon Demon King shrank slightly, and he retreated without thinking. The moment he stepped back, the void in front of him shattered, and Shu's figure appeared there. Kill. The eyes of the Eclipse Moon Demon King were filled with murderous intent, and the terrifying power belonging to the Saint Realm burst out. The overwhelming spiritual and blood power transformed into the shadow of a peerless demon wolf in the void. Boom. As soon as he made a move, the Eclipse Moon Demon King is giving it his all. The powerful force comparable to that of a saint made Shu's breathing become a little stagnant. The next breath, Shu waved his sleeves, and a long sword with half of it broken suddenly appeared. The moment the sword appeared, a strong warning suddenly emerged in the heart of the Eclipse Moon Demon King, making him instinctively want to retreat. But unfortunately, it was too late. Shu poured all his strength into the broken sword frantically. With just one swing of the sword, it seemed as if he could cut down the sky and the stars. The sword that could penetrate the heaven and earth caused the shadow of the demon wolf to howl in pain, and then it was split into two. Boom! The sword light occupied the sky and the earth, and the dazzling light seemed to be comparable to the sun and the moon. All the demons were looking at the scene in front of them with shock on their faces. Their bodies seemed to be frozen by an invisible force and they were unable to move at all. Wait until the sword light fades away. Then the figure of the Eclipse Moon Demon King was seen suspended in the void. Then, a bloodstain appeared from the Eclipse Moon Demon King's brow, and then spread all over his body at an extremely fast speed. Puff! Fresh blood spurted out from the bloodstain, and the huge body of the Eclipse Moon Demon King was split into two and fell completely from the void. The Eclipse Moon Demon King is dead. Impossible. With the strength of the Demon King, how could he be defeated by a half-saint? All the demons were horrified, looking at the falling body of the Eclipse Moon Demon King with disbelief in their eyes. No matter who sees this scene, they will find it incredible. Even a powerful demon like the Eclipse Moon King could not withstand Ji Yushu's sword and was killed on the spot. When other demons faced such power, they felt as cold as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. At the same time, Ji Yushu grabbed the inner elixir of the Eclipse Moon Demon King and then headed towards the realm passage. From an outsider's perspective, it seemed quite easy for Ji Yushu to kill the Eclipse Moon Demon King. But only Ji Yushu himself knew that in order to activate the power of the incomplete imperial weapon, he had already exhausted the last bit of his strength. If other demon cultivators took action at this time, Ji Yushu would find it difficult to resist. Fortunately, the other demons were so shocked by the sight of the Eclipse Moon Demon King's fall that they forgot to move for a moment. Just as Ji Yushu was about to enter the realm passage, a terrifying force suddenly descended, causing the sky and the earth to change color, and the vast sky was shattered and destroyed bit by bit. You killed the powerful demons and wanted to leave. Stay here for me. A majestic voice was heard, and then a hand came across millions of miles of void and suppressed Ji Yushu below. Such a terrifying power made Ji Yushu's blood stagnate, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Demon King. Even the great sage Wangji's face changed drastically and his soul trembled violently, as if he had seen some terrifying existence. Demon King. That is an existence that is comparable to a quasi-emperor. Even during the heyday of the great sage Wangji, he was only at the peak of the great sage level, one level lower than the Holy King, let alone the quasi-emperor. Now that a demon king who is comparable to a quasi-emperor has taken action, the great sage Wangji also feels despair in his heart. However, just when Ji Yushu was about to be suppressed, a dazzling sword light broke through the darkness and easily split the Demon King's palm. With a cry of pain, a large amount of Demon King's blood spilled. Everything happened so fast that by the time Ji Yushu and the other demons reacted, they discovered that a figure in green had appeared here at some point. Han Hai, you are a great Demon King, but you attacked the younger generation of my Ji Yu family. It seems that you are really going backwards as you grow older. Ji Yu Qingfeng sneered, the sword in his hand still dripping with blood. The words fell. Then the void trembled. The vast sea demon king suddenly appeared, and there seemed to be a hint of shock on his gloomy face. Ji Yu Qingfeng, you dare to enter my demon world, are you really not afraid that I will keep you here? You can enter the demon world if you want. If I were afraid of you, I wouldn't be here today. As Ji Yu Qingfeng spoke, he looked in the direction of the demon world. There were many extremely powerful auras there, which were not weaker than the vast sea demon king in front of him. But there was no fear on his face. If it was before breaking through the Saint King realm, Ji Yu Qingfeng would not dare to enter the demon world so arrogantly. But now he not only broke through the Saint King realm, but also entered the second level of Saint King in one breath. As long as the demon emperor did not take action, Ji Yu Qingfeng believed that he could escape unscathed. Yu Wei made a breakthrough. Looking at the confident Ji Yu Qingfeng in front of him, and thinking of the power of the knife just now, the Hanhai demon was silent for a while, and then slowly spoke. Ji Yu Qingfeng smiled faintly. Whether it is a breakthrough or not, you will know after you make a move. Do you really think that this emperor is afraid of you? A cold light flashed in the eyes of the vast sea demon king, and terrifying pressure erupted, as if he was ready to attack at any time. Facing the furious vast sea demon king, Ji Yu Qingfeng remained calm. If you want to fight, I will naturally accompany you to the end, but if you don't make a move, then I won't accompany you. The words fell. The vast sea demon king remained silent. See here. Ji Yu Qingfeng said no more, and directly grabbed Ji Yushu's shoulders, turned around and stepped into the realm passage, and disappeared in an instant. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 356 Third Grandfather. Ji Yu Qingfeng. The vast sea demon king had a cold expression as he stared at the boundary passage, but he did not actually take action. The fight just now made the vast sea demon king realize that after not seeing each other for a while, Ji Yu Qingfeng's strength was much more terrifying than the last time. To this, the vast sea demon king couldn't help but doubt. Whether the other party has been hiding his strength from the beginning. Otherwise, how could Jiyu Qingfeng have changed so much in such a short time? After all, at their level, even 100 years might not allow them to take a single step forward, not to mention the limited time from the previous battle to now. Just at this moment, another demon king arrived. Hanhai, could it be that a human quasi-emperor has entered the demon world? The person who came is the one I mentioned before, the emperor of the Shenwu dynasty, Jiyu Qingfeng, the patriarch of the Jiyu family. I thought I had overestimated this person's strength as much as possible, but now it seems that I still underestimated him. This person's strength has probably reached the level of a half-step emperor. The vast sea demon king had a solemn expression as he spoke word by word. His words. The arriving demon king's expression changed slightly. Half-step emperor. A strong person at this level is superior to an ordinary quasi-emperor. If he were in the demon world, he could be called a half-step demon emperor. Hanhai, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Just look. The vast sea demon king spread out his palm, where there was still a knife scar that had not completely healed. The astonishing knife intent at the wound made the other demon king's brows twitch wildly. The power of this sword is indeed not something that an ordinary demon king can possess. This person may really be as powerful as you said, comparable to a semi-emperor. Quasi-emperor, half-emperor, although they all have the word emperor in their names. But in fact, a half-emperor is infinitely close to the realm of a great emperor. His strength is much stronger than that of an ordinary quasi-emperor, and even the top demon king is inferior to him. Now, the appearance of such a powerful person in the human race is naturally not good news. The vast sea demon king looked towards the boundary passage with deep eyes. The demon emperor is about to revive. My demon clan has been planning for many years. A half-emperor is not qualified to stop my demon clan. In the ancient times, the Tai divine dynasty dominated the ancient world, and its presence could even be seen in the chaotic starry sky. But since the disappearance of the Tai divine dynasty, the human race has declined. This era now belongs to us, the demon race. The vast sea demon king stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes looking up into the void, where the door to eternal life seemed to have already opened. Hearing this, the demon king did not look much relaxed. It is rumored that the disappearance of Tai divine dynasty is related to the opening of the immortal gate. There may be great terror behind the immortal gate. It doesn't matter. My demon clan has made all preparations. I will not repeat the failure of the Tai divine dynasty. The vast sea demon king smiled. For this day. The demon clan has been preparing for too long. Upon hearing this, the demon king nodded slightly, as if he agreed with the words of the vast sea demon king. Then, the vast sea demon king looked at the boundary channel and said, "The blood of hundreds of millions of humans and my demon clan has made the heavenly Tao about to complete the final step of its transformation. We must speed up our pace now and let the great era of contention come as soon as possible." Speaking of this, the vast sea demon king paused. Jiyu Qingfeng is guarding this realm channel, so it is difficult to really open up the situation. We can only start from other realm channels. In addition, send more demons to find the coordinates of the ancient world. If we can find the ancient world in the starry sky, then we don't need a realm channel to enter the ancient world. If the coordinates of the ancient world can be found, the demon clan can use the coordinates to continuously launch large-scale attacks on the ancient world, instead of using a realm channel like this, which can easily become a double-edged sword. After all, the human race does not know the coordinates of the demon world, but the demon world knows the coordinates of the human race. In this way, when it comes to the actions of the demon world, it means taking the real initiative. Upon hearing this, the demon king naturally understood what the vast sea demon king meant. We have already asked other demons to find the coordinates of the ancient world, but the chaotic starry sky is so vast that it is not so easy to find the coordinates of a world. The other side. In the fairy city of demon suppression. Even after coming out of the demon world, Jiyu Shu couldn't wake up for a long time. When Jiyu Qingfeng coughed lightly, Jiyu Shu's body suddenly shook, and then he came to his senses. "Father." He looked at the person in front of him, feeling both familiar and extremely strange. "What did you just see?" His own father injured a demon king with one sword strike, frightening the opponent so much that he dared not attack again. This kind of strength was completely beyond Jiyu Shu's expectations. Not only Jiyu Shu was shocked, but even the great sage Wang Ji was also horrified. Thinking back to the past. When Jiyu Qingfeng appeared in the ancient world, the great sage Wang Ji already had some understanding of his strength. But now, after just a few decades, the opponent's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Even in his prime, the great sage Wangji was not qualified to retreat before a demon king, let alone intimidate a demon king and prevent him from taking action. You can imagine. How powerful is Jiyu Qingfeng? I haven't seen you for many years. Your cultivation has not disappointed me. You killed a demon king who is comparable to a saint of the second level with a half-saint sword. You are very good. Jiyu Qingfeng looked at Jiyu Shu in front of him and nodded slightly, with approval in his words. To be honest, regarding Jiyu Shu's battle record, Jiyu Qingfeng felt it was a little unbelievable. Even though the opponent has a broken imperial weapon in his hand, it is not so easy to kill a demon king instantly. If father hadn't intervened this time, I would have died in the demon world. I haven't seen you for many years, and your strength is really eye-opening for me. Jiyu Shu had a complicated expression, and then asked cautiously. May I ask, father, have you already entered the quasi-emperor realm? He can't even be called a quasi-emperor, at best he can be considered a saint king. Jiyu Qingfeng paused and added another sentence. But for ordinary quasi-emperors, killing them shouldn't be a big problem. This made Jiyu Shu even more shocked. He is not a quasi-emperor, but he can kill a quasi-emperor. My father's strength is truly unfathomable. In the demon world over the years, Jiyu Shu thought that his strength had improved fast enough. Even if he faced Jiyu Qingfeng head-on, he felt that he could narrow the gap with the opponent. But now look. Jiyu Shu found himself a little naive. Many years have passed. Not only did the gap between him and Jiyu Qingfeng not narrow at all, but it widened to a point that was difficult to cross. At this time, the soul of the great sage Wangji also appeared. After many years, his soul has become much more condensed than before. Although it has not yet fully recovered, it has become much stronger. Wangji greets fellow Taoist Jiyu. The great sage Wangji bowed to Jiyu Qingfeng, and his expression had become much more respectful. This is how it is in the world of cultivation, where strength has always been respected. The strength displayed by Jiyu Qingfeng made the great sage Wangji dare not be arrogant at all. The latest novel is published first on Lu Nine Shuba. If he had not originally addressed him as fellow Taoist, the current great sage Wangji would probably have to change his address to call Jiyu Qingfeng, Senior. But even so, when the great sage Wangji spoke, his tone was always cautious, as if he was afraid of offending Jiyu Qingfeng. After all, with the strength of the person in front of him, if he wanted to kill him, in the eyes of the great sage Wangji, it would be a matter of just raising his hand. Fellow Taoist Wangji, long time no see. Jiyu Qingfeng also nodded. Jiyu Shu has been taken care of by fellow Taoist over the years, so I owe you a favor. Speaking of this, Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly flipped his palm, and a completely black lotus suddenly appeared. A strange fragrance wafted out, making Jiyu Shu and the great sage Wangji sniff it lightly, and they had the illusion that their souls were stable. This is, the Nine Netherworld Flower. The great saint Wangji's pupils shrank and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. 9 Netherworld Flowers. 8th level magical medicine. This is a supreme treasure that can condense the soul and repair the injuries of the soul. Even if a strong person in the Saint King realm takes it, it can have a great effect. To be frank, this kind of 8th grade magical medicine is extremely rare in the world. The 9th order and 10th order divine medicines above them involve the quasi-emperor and great emperor levels, which are not accessible to ordinary cultivators. In fact, not to mention the 9th and 10th level magical medicines, even the 8th level magical medicines are rare in the world. Even during his heyday, the great sage Wangji did not possess an 8th grade divine medicine. Now, when he saw the 9 Netherworld Flower appear, the great sage Wangji's breathing became a little faster, and there was desire and a hint of hesitation in his eyes. He knows it very well. Now that Jiyu Qingfeng took out the 9 Netherworld Flower, I am afraid he wanted to give it to himself. But the great sage Wangji also understood the preciousness of this magical medicine, and he felt guilty about accepting it rashly. Just as the great saint Wangji was struggling internally, Jiyu Qingfeng said, "This 9 Netherworld Flower was obtained by chance when I entered the Taichu ancient land. Taoist friend, your soul is missing now. I believe that this 9 Netherworld Flower is enough to make up for the missing soul. Also, you don't have to refuse. After all, Jiyu Shu has been taken care of by you over the years, and the Jiyu family always owes you a favor. In addition, Jiyu also has some selfish motives. I hope that after you recover, you can join the Divine Martial Dynasty's worship hall and become a court worshipper." After all, not only are evil spirits rampant in the ancient world, but demons are also invading in large numbers. The situation of the human race is tense, and the Shenwu dynasty was founded less than 100 years ago, so its foundation is too shallow. I believe that fellow Taoists can understand this. Now that things have come to this, the great sage Wangji naturally has no reason to refuse. He took a deep breath, then bowed and said, "Thank you, Brother Ji Yu, for the miraculous medicine. When I recover, I will serve the Shenwu dynasty." Although the great sage Wangji once founded a holy land, the holy land had long since been reduced to ashes. In his mind, rebuilding the holy land was nothing more than a dispensable matter. Since Ji Yu Qingfeng took out the 9 netherworld flower and said these words, the great sage Wangji accepted it with peace of mind. Besides, the Shenwu dynasty has a strong man like Ji Yu Qingfeng in charge, so joining it may not be a bad thing. Therefore, for various reasons, the great sage Wangji readily agreed. Immediately, Ji Yu Qingfeng made arrangements and allocated a quiet mansion for the great sage Wangji to retreat, so that he could refine the 9 netherworld flower and recover from his injuries. As for Ji Yu Shu, Ji Yu Qingfeng asked him to stay with him. "Ancestor, may I ask who this person is?" In the city lord's hall, Ji Yu Fengchen looked at the person in front of him. He looked unfamiliar, but the faint bond that came from blood made him understand that the other person's identity was definitely not simple. While Ji Yu Fengchen was looking at Ji Yu Shu was also looking at the person in front of him. He could see that Ji Yu Fengchen is not very old, but his cultivation has already reached the 5th level of the divine transformation realm. With such accomplishments at such a young age, it is already quite impressive. Ji Yu Qingfeng said, "This is your 3rd great-grandfather Ji Yu Shu." 3rd grandfather. After hearing Ji Yu Shu's name, Ji Yu Fengchen was stunned, and then he bowed hurriedly. "Grandson greets 3rd great-grandfather. Ahem, excuse me." Ji Yu Shu nearly choked. He looked at Ji Yu Fengchen, who seemed to be about the same age as him. It was really hard for him to react to hearing him call him 3rd grandfather. Ji Yu Shu never thought that he had only been away from home for a few decades, but his generation had reached such a high level. Ji Yu Qingfeng said, "Feng Chen is the son of Ji Yu Yunfeng, the grandson of Ji Yu Shengen, and the great-great-grandson of Ji Yu Yang. According to seniority, he should naturally call you the 3rd great-grandfather." These words let Ji Yu Shu completely understand Ji Yu Fengchen's origins. He also didn't expect that Ji Yu Yang's lineage had grown to this point. But it's normal when you think about it. Since I have been away from home for decades, it seems reasonable for me to have a great-grandson. Then, Ji Yu Shu took out the inner elixir of the Eclipse Moon Demon King. "I haven't prepared any gifts for you. I will give you the Demon King's inner elixir. However, with your current level of cultivation, if you want to truly refine the Demon King's inner elixir, you need to proceed step by step. Don't rush. Otherwise, it will do more harm than good. Grandson understands." When he heard the words, Demon King's inner elixir, Ji Yu Fengchen's eyes suddenly lit up. He did not refuse and took the Demon King's inner elixir. At the same time, Ji Yu Shu's status in his mind also rose sharply. This 3rd grandfather is able to possess the inner elixir of the Demon King, so I'm afraid his strength is unfathomable. Ji Yu Fengchen has always believed that he has enough understanding of the family, but now that he sees Ji Yu Shu appear, he finds that he still doesn't really know much about the family. A mysterious 3rd great-grandfather, a 2nd great-grandfather who is rarely seen, and the great-grandfather who is in charge of the Shenwu dynasty, the strength of the 3 seems to be not that simple. Seeing Ji Yu Fengchen accepting the Demon King's inner elixir, Ji Yu Shu also smiled indifferently. After all, the 2 are related by blood. After recognizing their identities, he looked at Ji Yu Fengchen with a little more intimacy, as if an elder was looking at a younger generation. Otherwise, Ji Yu Shu would not easily take out the Demon King's inner elixir as a gift. After all, even if Ji Yu Shu cannot use this level of inner elixir now, when the subsequent suppression of the heavenly Tao disappears and the great era of contention arrives, he will be able to rely on the inner elixir of the Demon King to impact the Saint Realm. Now that he gave this thing to Ji Yu Fengchen, it was enough to show how much Ji Yu Shu valued it. Chapter 357 Stalemate. After Ji Yu Fengchen left, Ji Yu Shu narrowed his eyes and looked at Ji Yu Qingfeng beside him. "Father, this great-great-grandson of mine seems to be a little unusual. Since he himself possesses a divine body, Ji Yu Shu is quite sensitive to the aura of other divine bodies." Ji Yu Qingfeng said, "Ji Yu Fengchen just awakened the Star Dao body not long ago. Star Dao body. After these words were spoken, Ji Yushu's expression changed slightly. But it's the 27th ranked Star Dao body. There are many special physiques in the world. Any special physique that can rank among the top 100 can be considered top-notch. Of course, this doesn't mean that the physiques of the first 100 are really stronger than those after 100. The ranking is based on the strength and combat record of the previous owners of this physique. For example, Ji Yushu's immortal divine body is ranked 9th, but that doesn't mean that the 9th immortal divine body is necessarily stronger than the 27th Starry Dao body. Any divine body that can rank among the top 100 has basically stepped out of the realm of the Great Emperor. At this point, the divine bodies after the 100th level are not so dazzling. So, when Ji Yushu learned that Ji Yu Function was the 27th awakened Star Dao body, he was somewhat shocked. Immediately, he was overjoyed. So, my Ji Yu family now has 3 divine bodies. An immortal Dao body, a divine body of a celestial phoenix, a star-like Taoist body. Even many ancient and prehistoric forces may not be able to produce a divine body, but now the Ji Yu family has 3, which is incredible. To be frank, the current Ji Yu family can grow into a top imperial family just by relying on these 3 divine bodies. After all, 3 great divine bodies. They are all divine bodies ranked in the top 100. As long as he has enough resources, the probability of him entering the realm of the Great Emperor one day is extremely high. Now I have to stay in the demon-suppressing fairy city. The Qingfeng Empire has colluded with evil spirits and sacrificed the lives of all living beings in the state. The gods are angry and the people are resentful. The Shenwu Empire and other forces have sent troops to the Qingfeng Empire. The situation there is not optimistic. Now, apart from my father, there is no one in the Shenwu dynasty who has combat power above the saint level. It's just right that you've come out of the demon world now. Why not go to the Star Empire? Maybe you can play a role. But before you go to the Qingfeng Empire, you should go to the capital first and meet your elder brother. Ji Yu Qingfeng said. He has already seen Ji Yushu's strength. The other party's cultivation has reached the level of semi-saint, and his strength is at the top level of semi-saint. And Ji Yu Qingfeng remembered, Ji Yushu has already cultivated to the first level of Tianmai Sutra. If the other party uses the power of the heavenly vein, it will not be a problem for him to be on par with the saints. With the incomplete imperial weapon in his hand, Ji Yushu's strength is stronger than many saints. Otherwise, it was impossible for Ji Yushu to kill the Eclipse Moon Demon King, who was at the second level of sainthood, with just one sword. To be frank, Ji Yushu's current strength is the best among the many younger generations of the Ji Yu family. Of course, this refers to comprehensive strength. If we don't count the magical weapons and treasures, if Ji Yushu fights alone, his strength may not be comparable to Ji Yu Yang's. Although Ji Yushu has an immortal divine body, Ji Yu Yang has also cultivated the Tianmai Sutra to the second level. With the advantage of one more heavenly vein, it is not impossible to make up for the gap in divine body. Not to mention, Ji Yu Yang's background itself is extraordinary. I understand, kid. Ji Yushu nodded in response to Ji Yu Qingfeng's words. But, just as he was leaving, Ji Yu Qingfeng took out the last elixir of immortality. This is the immortality elixir. Taking it can give you another life. Your eldest brother and second brother have already taken the immortality elixir. The remaining one is for you. However, with your current level of cultivation, there is no need to take the immortality elixir. It is better to wait until the suppression of the heavenly way disappears, and then take this elixir to impact the saint realm. Ji Yu Qingfeng gave another reminder at the end. Ji Yushu looked at the elixir of immortality in front of him, his face full of shock. The immortal elixir. As for this rumored miraculous medicine, Ji Yushu had only heard the great sage Wangji mention it once in a while. Such a miraculous elixir is beyond the reach even for a quasi-emperor. No matter how Ji Yushu thought about it, he never imagined that one day, an elixir of immortality would be placed so openly in front of him. Immediately, Ji Yushu took a deep breath and solemnly took the elixir with both hands. Thank you, father. He didn't refuse. Because Ji Yushu knew very well that since Ji Yu Qingfeng took out the elixir of immortality, it proved that the other party was not short of this thing. And, according to what Ji Yushu understood, the elixir of immortality is only effective for cultivators below the level of Great Emperor. As long as a cultivator enters the realm of the Great Emperor, all the special qualities he gained from taking the elixir of immortality in the past will be completely eliminated. Ji Yushu was not sure about other people, but in his eyes, it was inevitable that Ji Qingfeng would become an emperor. With his father's strength, it was easy to break through the emperor realm. What may be considered an elixir of immortality to others may not be worthy of the attention of one's own father. To be honest, even though he possessed an immortal divine body, Ji Yushu was not confident that he could break through to become an emperor. This is because not every immortal divine body in history can enter the realm of emperor. The great emperor is the ultimate goal of cultivation. All living beings are scrambling to cross. After all, there are only a handful of people who can truly reach the end and the peak. After receiving the elixir of immortality, Ji Yushu did not take it immediately. Instead, he went to the capital to meet Ji Yuyang according to Ji Qingfeng's instructions. Ji Yushu is less than 100 years old now. Considering the lifespan of a semi-saint of several thousand years, there is no need for him to use something like the elixir of immortality. Just as Ji Qingfeng said, instead of wasting the elixir of immortality now, it is better to wait until you are ready to reach the saintly realm before taking it. Such a miraculous medicine. It is also very beneficial for spiritual practice. Leave the demon-suppressing fairy city. It took less than half a day. Ji Yushu just stepped into Kyushu. But before meeting Ji Yuyang, Ji Yushu first went home to see Shu Yulan. Mother and son meet. The scene is naturally warm. Shu Yulan missed her youngest son very much after not seeing him for decades. However, after the warm scene ended, Shu Yulan looked angry, her voice gradually became harsh, and she started to scold directly. Do you have me as your mother in your heart? You have been away from home for decades and have not brought back a single message. Do you know how worried I am? I know I was wrong, but I was in the demon world at the time and it was difficult for me to escape for a while, so I hope my mother won't blame me. Ji Yushu lowered his head to admit his mistake and did not dare to talk back to Shu Yulan. Seeing Ji Yushu's well-behaved appearance, Shu Yulan's anger mostly dissipated, and her voice softened again. Since you're back, stay at home for a few more days. I haven't seen you for decades, and I have something to say to you. Besides, you are not young anymore, it is time for you to look for your other half. Tell me what kind of person you like, a sect genius or a lady from a noble family. After all, he was a piece of flesh that fell from her body, so Shu Yulan couldn't bear to be angry with Ji Yushu and began to care about Ji Yushu's life. Ji Yuyang has already married and has developed the Ji Yu family. But in the final analysis, Ji Yuyang is not his biological son. The problem is, the two brothers Ji Yuzan and Ji Yushu are now old enough to be great-grandfathers, but they still don't have a partner, which naturally makes Shu Yulan worried. In the past, Ji Yuzan stayed in the Taishu Holy Land, and Ji Yushu was in the demon world, so even if Shu Yulan had some ideas, there was nothing she could do. But it's different now. Ji Yushu finally came back, so Shu Yulan naturally wanted to arrange his lifelong affairs for him. The latest novel is published first on Lu Nine Shuba. Hearing this, Ji Yushu immediately smiled bitterly. Marriage is about fate, you can't force it. No, your second brother sneaked away last time, so forget it this time. Since you can't make up your mind, your mother will help you look for someone. It just so happens that many of the daughters of princes and ministers are good, I will carefully select one for you. Shu Yulan's attitude was very firm, leaving no room for Ji Yushu to refuse. See here, Ji Yushu also secretly groaned. If he had known this would happen, he would have stayed outside for a while longer. But now, it's too late to say anything. Judging from Shu Yulan's look, she didn't want to let me go at all. Ji Yushu took a deep breath and said helplessly, my father asked me to meet my eldest brother this time, and then go to Qingchen Empire to provide support. We can talk about the marriage later. Since your father has spoken, you should hurry up and go. After hearing Ji Yushu's words, Shu Yulan's tone became noticeably more relaxed. Just when Ji Yushu was secretly breathing a sigh of relief, Shu Yulan's voice came again. When you finish your work at the court, come back home immediately. I will arrange a blind date for you. Don't even think about sneaking away. When the time comes, I will ask your father to come and bring you back. Yes. Quote. Ji Yushu smiled bitterly. After staying at Gu's house for half a day, Ji Yushu went to the palace to meet Ji Yuyang. When he saw Ji Yushu, Ji Yuyang looked very happy, and the two brothers had a long talk. Then, Ji Yuyang simply issued an edict and asked Ji Yushu to carry it to the Qingchen imperial dynasty. When they encountered the imperial army later, they could use this edict to prove their identity. See here, Ji Yushu naturally did not stay in the palace for long. After receiving the imperial edict, he went to ancient Xingzhou without stopping. When entering the ancient Xingzhou, Ji Yushu could feel the strange aura of evil spirits. Almost 9 out of 10 cities he saw were empty, and in some cities there was no one to bury the corpses. These scenes made Ji Yushu's expression gradually become somewhat ugly. Poisoning all living beings. There is really no need for the Star Empire to exist anymore. Ji Yushu has become quite hateful of evil after spending all these years in the demon world. Naturally, he felt a surge of anger in his heart regarding the current situation. Then, Ji Yushu continued to go deeper into the Starry Empire. A few days later, on a battlefield, when Ji Yushu arrived, he saw the two armies fighting fiercely. One army was obviously from the Shenwu dynasty, while the other army seemed much more strange. These so-called armies were actually just walking corpses. Ji Yushu remained calm when he saw someone's arm being cut off, and continued to kill his opponent. At the same time, the wounds of these people were flowing with black and smelly liquid, not the common blood. Only when its head is cut off will it truly die. Evil. Ji Yushu looked behind the army of corpses. There was a terrifying aura there, which was cold and terrifying, like the source of darkness. He understands. That's where the evil lies. The army of corpses in front of us is controlled by the evil spirit behind the scenes. General Yan, these corpses are not afraid of pain or death. If this continues, I'm afraid we will suffer heavy losses. There were generals who went to the battle with the army. When they saw the scene on the battlefield, their faces turned very ugly and their hearts were bleeding. These soldiers are all from the Shenwu dynasty, and the loss of each one is enough to make people heartbroken. Although there is no reason why there will be no deaths in war. But the problem is, the opponent is not human at all. These were just the corpses of the people who had been sacrificed in blood in the Star Empire. It would be useless even if more were killed. To this, Yan Yun's expression was also not very good, but his face was extremely determined. We must defeat the enemy in this battle. The Qingfeng Empire has sacrificed so many people with blood. Their intention is definitely not simple. If we retreat now, then all the previous efforts will be in vain. Things have come to this. The capital of the Star Empire is already in sight. So, Yan Yun was naturally unwilling to retreat like this. The more important point is, the army had already paid too much by this point, with no less than 1 million soldiers shedding blood and dying on the battlefield. If he retreated at this time, Yan Yun would not be able to explain to the dead. So, this battle, the Shenwu dynasty cannot retreat. The words fell. Yan Yun looked at the person beside him. Mr. Zhang, do you have a way to find the evil spirit in the dark and kill it? It's hard to say. The movements of that evil creature are strange. Moreover, since he is able to control such a large army, his strength must be very strong. If we go deeper, our hope of successfully decapitating the person will be extremely slim. Zhang Gongfeng naturally understood what Yan Yun meant, so he answered very carefully. If the temple of worship took action, and really had to advance alone, there was a high possibility that the entire army would be wiped out. And, even so, it is not certain that the evil spirit can be killed. Speaking of this, Zhang Gongfeng seemed to be afraid that Yan Yun would misunderstand, so he immediately explained. General Yan, it's not that we are afraid of death, but if we go deep into the enemy's territory alone and get ambushed by the evil spirit, without a semi-saint in the army, I am afraid the army will not be able to truly resist the evil spirit behind us. He doesn't dare to show up right now, I believe he is afraid of our existence. In Zhang Gongfeng's opinion, as long as the evil spirits do not show up, the two sides are temporarily in a delicate state of balance. But if the people of the temple of worship ventured into the depths and were defeated, it would likely trigger a chain reaction, causing the army of the Shenwu dynasty to be in danger as well. Yan Yun naturally understood what Zhang Gongfeng said. If it weren't for the intimidation of the semi-saint from the temple of worship, he had no doubt that the evil spirit would have directly attacked him and others. However, if the evil spirit is not caught, it will be difficult for the Shenwu dynasty to break out of the current situation. Chapter 358, Cloud King Ji Yushu. Just when Yan Yun was in a dilemma, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out, and shocking blood energy rushed into the sky, like a glorious sun that dispelled all the weirdness and coldness. There was also sword energy that pierced through the void like a rainbow, as if it could tear the world apart. Saint. Zhang Gongsheng felt the strong wave and his face suddenly turned horrified. With his cultivation level of semi-saint, he was as small as an ant under that kind of sword energy. How could he have such power unless he was a saint? Obviously. This is a powerful person at the saint level taking action against the evil spirit in the dark. This unexpected change immediately made Zhang Gongfeng realize that this was a great opportunity. General Yan, a saint has come to kill the evil spirits. This is a perfect opportunity for us to suppress the army in front of us. Pass on my order. Use all your strength to suppress the enemy. We must not let them stop the saint from killing the evil spirits. Yan Yun reacted quickly and gave orders in a deep voice. Just as Zhang Gongfeng said, this is a great opportunity. As long as that saint can kill the evil spirit, the problems faced by their army can be solved. A battle at the saint level. Naturally, this is not something Yan Yun and others can interfere with. So what Yan Yun can do now is to stop the army of corpses in front of him from coming back for reinforcements. But this fluctuation did not last long, and all the corpses seemed to have lost power. They fell down almost at the same time, and there was no movement anymore. That evil creature is dead. Seeing this, Yan Yun's expression suddenly relaxed. Just at this moment, a cultivator came flying from the sky. Yan Yun immediately understood that the other party was the mysterious strong man who killed the evil spirit. Yan Yun, the emperor of Shenwu, is honored to meet you. I don't know your name. Ji Yu Shu. As soon as these words came out, Yan Yun's expression suddenly changed. You are Cloud King Ji Yu Shu. Green King Ji Yu Zan. King Yun, Ji Yu Shu. These are the two princes of the Shenwu dynasty. Yan Yun was not unfamiliar with Ji Yu Zan's words. Although he had not seen the other party many times, he knew him after all. But Ji Yu Shu is different. Yan Yun had only heard that there was a King Yun in the court, but he had no idea what the other person looked like. Although the brows of Ji Yu Shu in front of him seemed to be somewhat similar to Ji Yu Qingfeng, appearance could be disguised, so Yan Yun could not be 100% sure. As if he had seen through Yan Yun's suspicion, Ji Yu Shu didn't waste any words and directly took out the edict given to him by Ji Yu Yang. This is the Imperial Brothers' order. General Yan, please take a look at it. Upon hearing this, Yan Yun did not dare to hesitate and immediately read the Imperial Edict. He saw the seal on it that belonged to the Shenwu dynasty, as well as the dynasty's destiny contained in it. If a seal can be forged, then the aura of a country's destiny cannot be faked. Your subordinate Yan Yun pays respect to King Yun. After confirming Ji Yu Shu's identity, Yan Yun immediately saluted respectfully. Other generals and people from the temple of worship did not dare to be disrespectful. The weight of the words, King Yun, is extremely heavy in the Shenwu dynasty. It's because the father of this King Yun is Ji Yu Qingfeng. These three words alone contain tremendous energy. Not to mention, earlier, Ji Yu Shu had killed the evil spirit, and his strength had obviously reached the saint level. It was impossible for Yan Yun and others to be rude. You're too polite, General Yan. Ji Yu Shu smiled slightly and did not put on airs as a prince. At this time, Yan Yun asked the question in his mind, may I ask what is the matter with King Yun's visit this time? My royal brother asked me to come here to help you attack the Xingqian Empire. If General Yan needs anything later, just let me know. I will not refuse anything I can do. I see. Yan Yun's face suddenly brightened with joy. With Ji Yu Shu in charge of the army, they will have more strength. Think of this. Yan Yun couldn't help but ask tentatively, may I ask what is the current realm of King Yun? I am at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. After all, General Yan is well aware that no one can become a saint in this Dharma-ending age. But in terms of strength, I should be able to deal with ordinary saints. While speaking, Ji Yu Shu said silently in his heart, except for his own father. The saying that one cannot become a saint in the Dharma-ending age is completely untrue in front of my own father. After all, Ji Yu Qingfeng had already entered the Saint King realm, and the so-called suppression by the heavenly Tao did not exist at all. As for why Ji Yu Qingfeng was able to break the barrier, Ji Yu Shu did not ask, but he was sure that it was something that ordinary people could not do. Otherwise, Ji Yu Qingfeng must tell himself this method. At worst, my eldest brother can also become a saint. In Ji Yu Shu's opinion, it was impossible for Ji Yu Qingfeng to hide such things. After all, he was willing to give out something like the elixir of immortality, which shows how deep his father's love is. The other side. When Yan Yun heard that Ji Yu Shu was only at the 9th level of Dao Palace realm, he felt a little disappointed, but when the other party said the next sentence, the disappointment disappeared. At the same time, he was even more shocked in his heart. The 9th level of Dao Palace realm is comparable to that of a saint. Each of these people can be called a demon of the time. Whether it is that majesty, or Jiyu Zan and Jiyu Shu, their strength cannot be measured by common sense. Then, Yan Yun led his troops into this city, using it as a place for the army to temporarily rest. This time, Yan Yun did not act rashly. He is waiting for Zhang Mo and Shui Cheng to arrive. In this expedition against the Qingfeng Empire, the Shenwu dynasty divided its troops into 3 groups, and Yan Yun was only one of them. The remaining 2 armies were led by Zhang Mo and Shui Cheng respectively. Although the 3 armies are separated, they will eventually converge. Here, it is the meeting place. 10 days later, the 2 armies arrived late. It was seen that both armies suffered heavy losses, and most of the soldiers were injured, which showed that they faced many problems along the way. When the army entered the city to rest, many people felt relieved. Inside the government office, several people sat down. Your subordinates greet King Yun. As Zhang Mo, Shui Cheng and others who had followed Ji Yu Yang at first, they were naturally familiar with Ji Yu Shu. What they didn't expect was that they would see him here. Ji Yu Shu smiled slightly when he heard this. General Shui, General Zhang, it's been a long time since we last met. At this time, Yan Yun said, this time there is an evil spirit guarding the city, manipulating the corpses of the people to cause chaos. If it weren't for King Yun personally killing the evil spirit, it would not be so easy for us to take over the city. If we go further, we will reach Tianshu Palace, which is the core of the Qingfeng Empire. According to the spies, Tianshu Mansion is shrouded in a strange black fog, and even sunlight can hardly shine into the Tianshu Mansion. Judging from the situation along the way, I'm afraid that the people of Tianshu Prefecture have already died out. Yan Yun first complimented Ji Yu Shu, and then went straight to the point. His words, it made everyone else look solemn. Zhang Mo said angrily, the Lu family is really inhumane. The people who were loyal to them were also slaughtered. What on earth were they thinking to actually join the evil side? As the army marched along the way, Zhang Mo witnessed such a tragic scene. He was filled with anger towards the Star Empire, and at the same time, he felt a little confused. To this, Yan Yun and the others all understood it tacitly. The latest novel is published first on Lu Nine Shuba. In fact, they all have some guesses as to why the Qingfeng dynasty took such a risk, and it is probably closely related to the Shenwu dynasty. However, this is absolutely not a reason for the Star Empire to ally with evil and massacre its own subjects. Yan Yun came to the center of the government hall, where there was a huge sand table with flags of various colors scattered on it. But if you look carefully, you can find that these flags surround an area in the middle. There, it is Tianshu Palace, the core of the Star Empire. Yan Yun said, now all forces have surrounded Tianshu Mansion, but no one is acting rashly. After all, the situation in Tianshu Mansion is unclear. Although Lu Zhen has surrendered to the evil, his methods are extraordinary and he will not just sit there and wait for death. Therefore, there must be a powerful force in Tianshu Mansion, which makes Lu Zhen think that he has the confidence to deal with our coalition forces. 3 days ago, envoys from other forces came and said that all the forces had reached an agreement. Whoever can cut off Lu Zhen's head can occupy the territory of the Qingfeng Empire. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the others who were unaware of the situation suddenly changed. Occupy an imperial territory. This is no small matter. You must know that the Qingfeng Empire has been operating for many years, and its territory has already reached the size of a state. The vast eastern region only has 108 states. The Star Empire occupies a state, so you can imagine how big a state is. Even though the ancient Xingzhou is now in ruins and has no qualifications to be compared with other big states. But anyway, this is also one of the 108 states. Nothing else to say. The resources of one state alone are enough to make people excited. If the Shenwu dynasty could take over the entire ancient Xingzhou, then the territory would instantly become astonishingly large, and it would be ranked first among all the dynasties in the world. Next, the Shenwu dynasty only needs to vigorously develop its population, and then it will be easy to be promoted to an imperial dynasty. But everyone understood the same thing. How easy is it to truly capture ancient Xingzhou? It is extremely difficult to cut off Lu Zhen's head. Shui Cheng looked at the sand table with a serious expression. It's not that easy to kill Lu Zhen. The current situation of Tianshu Mansion is unknown. Whoever takes action first may make things difficult for others. Now we can only wait patiently and not act hastily. Quote, my opinion is the same as General Shui's. Zhang Mo nodded. Others hold similar views. It would be too risky to act rashly when the situation in Tianshu Prefecture is still unclear. In particular, the resistance they encountered from the Star Empire along the way was enough to illustrate the horror of this dynasty. If a single force were to penetrate the Tianshu Prefecture, this 30 million strong army would probably not be able to cause even a single wave. Wrong. There are no longer 30 million troops. The various armies suffered heavy losses, and now if the three armies were integrated together, there would be less than 23 million people. At this time, Yan Yun looked at Ji Yushu, who had been silent. What does Prince Yun think about this? Marching and fighting is not my forte, but what the two generals said makes sense. The situation in Tianshu Prefecture is unclear right now, and rashly sending troops deep into the area could easily lead to unexpected events. What's more important is that the people of Tianshu Prefecture have no chance of survival, and various forces have surrounded the entire Tianshu Prefecture. Lu Zhen is now unable to escape even if he has wings. In this case, why should we wait quietly? Let others who can't help themselves take action first. Ji Yushu expressed his opinion. He also did not recommend entering Tianshu Palace directly. With his keen perception, Ji Yushu was certain that Tianshu Mansion was definitely hiding some unpredictable danger. As a person who has been able to survive in the demon world for decades and has always been at ease no matter how the demon world chases and blocks him, Ji Yushu relies on his keen sixth sense. Or in other words, it was the environment of the demon world that gave Ji Yushu a keen sense of the situation. But no matter what, Tianshu Mansion is very dangerous. The words fell. Ji Yushu paused, then spoke again. As for the matter here, I think I should report it to my royal brother and let him make the decision. King Yun is right. Yan Yun nodded. This question becomes much simpler if we give it to Ji Yuyang. Not long. Yan Yun reported this matter back to the Shenwu dynasty. Less than half an hour. News was sent back from the Shenwu dynasty. Ji Yuyang's reply consisted of only 4 words. Wait for the right opportunity. Seeing this, Yan Yun, Zhongmo and others all looked relieved. Since Ji Yuyang asked them to wait for the right opportunity, it meant that they did not need to rush into Tianshu Mansion. Everything could be planned out before taking action. What they were afraid of was that Ji Yuyang would insist on having his own way and order the army to charge directly into Tianshu Mansion and behead Lu Zhen first. If that happened, they would have no way to refuse. After all, with the emperor's order in place, who can refuse? At that time, it's a real dilemma. Fortunately, Ji Yuyang did not give direct orders, but instead handed the initiative to them, which would make subsequent actions much easier. Zhongmo said, since His Majesty has asked us to wait for an opportunity, let's wait and see what happens. Also, let some spies enter Tianshu Mansion to listen to the situation, and keep an eye on the movements of other forces. Right now, all forces are waiting for the right opportunity. Even if we wait and see, we cannot miss this good opportunity. Second. I second that. Many generals nodded in agreement, and Ji Yushu naturally had no different opinions on this. As he said, he was not good at marching and fighting. As for things he is not good at, Ji Yushu never interferes but lets professionals make the decisions. Seeing that everyone shared the same opinion, Yan Yun naturally could not object. What's more, before figuring out the situation in Tianshu Mansion, Yan Yun did not dare to act rashly. While the Shenwu dynasty was keeping its troops on hold, other forces were doing the same thing. While the army was keeping its troops on hold, many spies were slowly going deep into the Tianshu Palace, intending to find out what was going on inside. Chapter 359, Decree. Your descendant, Ji Yuyang, learned about the situation in Tianshu Mansion and sent a message to Yan Yun and others to wait for an opportunity to act. Your descendant, Ji Yuyang, has been meditating in seclusion, and seems to have touched the bottleneck of a saint, but due to the suppression of the heavenly Tao, he has not been able to break through for the time being. Your descendant, Ji Yuyang, had a sudden idea and tried to use the national destiny to shake the heavenly way, but found that the national destiny of the dynasty was a little bit worse. If he could be promoted to the imperial dynasty, he could shake the suppression of the heavenly way and forcibly prove the way to become a saint. When your descendant Ji Yuyang learned about this, he looked forward to the day when the Shenwu dynasty would be promoted. Your descendant Ji Yuzan accompanied the mighty men of the Taishu Holy Land to personally lead an expedition against the Qingfeng Empire and was attacked by an evil spirit 1369. Your descendant, Ji Yuzan, fought a desperate battle, at the cost of serious injuries, to forcibly kill a natural disaster-level evil spirit that was comparable to a saint. Your offspring, Ji Yuzan, was seriously injured, triggering the nirvana effect of the heavenly phoenix divine body. Not only has the injury been completely recovered, but his strength has also improved slightly. Your descendant, Ji Zan, wanted to use the characteristics of nirvana to forcibly break through to the saint realm, but was suppressed by the heavenly Tao and ultimately failed to break through. Your descendant, Ji Zan, is very distressed because of his failure to break through. He doesn't understand why you can break through successfully, but he can't. Your offspring, Ji Shu, has been attacked by an evil spirit 1336. Your offspring, Ji Shu, has been attacked by an evil spirit 2587. Your offspring, Ji Shu, has been attacked by an evil spirit 5666. Your descendant Ji Shu used lightning to kill a calamity-level evil spirit comparable to a saint, and his might shocked the world. Your descendant, Ji Shu, led many powerful men from the Shenwu dynasty and went deep into Tianshu Palace, intending to participate in the battle to encircle and suppress Lu Zhen. Your descendant, Ji Shu, was attacked by a powerful evil spirit and was severely injured. Fortunately, he was protected by the characteristics of his immortal divine body and was able to survive. Your offspring, sitting in the demon-suppressing fairy city, Ji Qingfeng looked at the information panel and knew everything about the things that happened to his descendants. After having the information panel for so long, Ji Qingfeng discovered that many useless things would not be displayed on the information panel. Only some specific or important things would appear one by one. When Ji Qingfeng learned that Ji Yang wanted to use the country's destiny to break the shackles of heaven and forcibly become a saint, his eyes lit up. Using national destiny to fight against the way of heaven is a novel approach. However, if the national destiny of the Shenwu dynasty is high enough, it is possible to succeed. Of course, if it were normal times, the country's destiny is difficult to shake. Let alone the destiny of the dynasty, even the destiny of the empire or even the divine dynasty may not be able to shake the way of heaven. But it's different now. Now, with the invasion of demons and the chaos of evil spirits, the evil spirit that rises into the sky has shaken the suppression of the heavenly Tao. Even if nothing is done, the suppression is estimated to disappear completely in 100 years. At that time, the era of great contention is coming. All people can be holy. But, if one could become a saint 100 years earlier, that would be another matter. The luck of a day is mysterious. It is not just about strength, but also involves some other aspects. That's why, only the destiny of a country can shake the way of heaven. If it were any other cultivator, even if he was as powerful as Ji Qingfeng at his current stage, it would be impossible for him to help others directly break the suppression of the heavenly Tao and forcibly achieve sainthood. And then, this is the situation of Ji Zan, Ji Shu and others. It is normal that the Xingqian Empire is colluding with evil spirits and the Taishu Holy Land also wants a piece of the pie. Now, all forces gathered together. The situation in Tianshu Prefecture is also very serious. Just from the fact that Ji Shu was seriously injured, it can be seen that the situation in Tianshu Mansion is not simple at all. Then, Ji Qingfeng had a thought, and a piece of animal skin suddenly appeared. He used his own spiritual power as ink to outline a mysterious character that was integrated into the animal skin. After a moment, the characters dispersed. The power contained in it also dissipated. Still no success. Ji Qingfeng shook his head slightly, looking somewhat helpless. But, this was not the first time that Ji Qingfeng had failed, so he quickly adjusted himself and continued to write words with his spiritual power and integrate them into the animal skin. This animal skin is not an ordinary animal skin, but the skin of the chaos god elephant. Only animal skins of this level can truly carry Ji Qingfeng's own power. I don't know how many times I failed. Ji Qingfeng felt that his spiritual power was somewhat exhausted. After another failure, Ji Qingfeng decided to try another method. He used his own spiritual power as a pen and his blood as ink to write another mysterious character. When this character was integrated into the animal skin, the divine light dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the Sumeru space became one with the animal skin. Go! Ji Qingfeng poured his own blood and energy into the animal skin. Suddenly, a terrifying divine light burst out from the characters, turning into a shocking blow that tore through the sky, as if it could penetrate the 9 heavens. Such a big commotion naturally shook the entire demon-suppressing fairy city. All the cultivators looked at the shocking blow with their faces changed drastically. It's done. Ji Qingfeng ignored the changes in the outside world. Instead, he looked at the animal skin in his hand that had lost its divine light, and broke it into pieces with a light pinch. It seems that the chaos elephant's skin can only bear the force of one blow. After one blow, the power of the skin is exhausted and it will no longer be of any use. Qingfeng understood. But despite this, Qingfeng was quite satisfied. Using the skin of the chaos god elephant to carry one's own strength, this way, the skin is equivalent to containing Qingfeng's full-strength attack. Although the power of this attack is not the power after mobilizing the three major heavenly veins, it is enough to suppress everything. After all, with Qingfeng's current cultivation level of the second level of the Saint King, his strength is enough to rival that of a true quasi-emperor. In other words, this is equivalent to a strike from a quasi-emperor. In an era when there is no great emperor, a blow comparable to that of a quasi-emperor is enough to solve many problems. I am stationed in the demon-suppressing fairy city, so it is not convenient for me to travel. But with this method, it will be much more convenient to do things. Nowadays, the Shenwu dynasty lacks top-notch warriors, and Qingfeng himself is restrained by the demon-suppressing fairy city and cannot leave. If he were to encounter a top-notch warrior, the Shenwu dynasty would certainly not be able to contend with its strength. So, Qingfeng just wanted to create this kind of method to carry his own strength. In fact, many ancient forces have corresponding foundations. Before the death of the powerful men in the past, they would leave behind a decree using mysterious means as a trump card to suppress the family or sect. Now, Qingfeng imitated this method. But he didn't have the means to carry this kind of power, so he could only explore it step by step on his own. Fortunately, this method is not too difficult. After trying it out, Qingfeng finally succeeded. Then, Qingfeng wrote 5 decrees in one breath. The reason why he didn't continue writing was because writing such edicts consumed a lot of mental energy. Even with Qingfeng's current level of cultivation, writing 5 edicts was almost his limit. If I continue writing, it will definitely damage my soul. But 5 Dharma edicts are enough. After all, this is equivalent to the power of 5 quasi-emperors' attacks, which can solve most problems. But the biggest problem right now is what to get to carry my own power. It has to be at least at the level of the hide of an adult chaos divine elephant. Moreover, not all the hides on the chaos god elephant can be used. Only the toughest hide must be used. Even though the chaos elephant has a body as big as a mountain, the number of decrees it can actually issue is only a dozen or 20 at most. Qingfeng pondered. A dozen or 20 decrees may seem like a lot, but you also need to see how to use them. Pity. Treasures of this level are hard to find. The latest novel is published first on Lu 9 Shuba. Qingfeng was unable to get more for the time being. The simplest method. It was him who entered the chaotic starry sky again to hunt down the chaotic beasts. But the problem is, the chaotic starry sky is vast, and it is probably not easy to actually find the shadow of a chaotic beast. As for encountering a chaotic beast comparable to the Saint King level, that difficulty is even greater. Just at this moment, a powerful wave came from the sky. Qingfeng put away the 5 decrees and immediately walked out of the hall. He looked towards the sky above the demon-suppressing fairy city, where calamity clouds had gathered without him noticing. The vast power of the heavenly calamity is filled with the aura of destruction. Heavenly punishment. Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. The calamity clouds before him seemed to be a normal natural calamity, but Qingfeng could feel a different aura from it. This kind of breath, it comes from heavenly punishment. Heavenly tribulation is a test of heaven, just like the heavenly tribulation of a saint, the heavenly tribulation of a great saint, and the heavenly tribulation of a saint king and so on. Although these heavenly tribulations are powerful, there is at least a 50% chance of survival. But the punishment from heaven is different. Heavenly punishment is heaven's punishment for some monks who attempt to go against heaven's will. Under divine punishment, a narrow escape from death. Moreover, the more powerful a cultivator is in defying the will of heaven, the more terrible the heavenly punishment he will face. Even Qingfeng doesn't want to face the heavenly punishment now. It's not that he can resist the divine punishment, but even if he succeeds, he will have to pay a heavy price. Now, there is a divine punishment in the fairy city that suppresses demons. Qingfeng looked in another direction, which was where the great sage Wangji was in seclusion. It seems that this person has reached the last step. As long as he survives the heavenly punishment, he can be truly reborn. Strictly speaking, the great sage Wangji has already fallen, and only a remnant of his soul remains alive. But the other party is now using his residual soul to condense his body again, which is equivalent to being reborn from death. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, it is disrupting yin and yang and disturbing the order of heaven and earth. So that's it. It is reasonable and justifiable for heaven to bring down divine punishment. As long as the other party can survive the heavenly punishment, then the great sage Wangji will be considered successful. But if he cannot survive the heavenly punishment, then he will be completely wiped out and there will be no possibility of living again. Now, a ray of divine light turned into a long rainbow and escaped, instantly leaving the demon-suppressing fairy city and only stopped deep in the ancient beast mountains. When the rainbow light faded, one could see a middle-aged monk in a black robe standing with his hands behind his back, staring at the calamity clouds gathering in the sky. There was no fear on his face, but his eyes shone brightly, and he laughed loudly. Come on, it's just a punishment from heaven. I am no weaker than anyone in my life, so why should I be afraid of punishment from heaven? As soon as these words came out, it seemed as if the heavens were enraged. The calamity clouds that had been brewing for a long time suddenly moved, and then black thunder suddenly struck down, making the light of the sun and the moon seem to be swallowed up, and the surroundings became dark in an instant. War! The great sage Wangji roared angrily, and his terrifying blood power was like a boiling river. He took a step forward, and the surging blood energy shone in the void like a glorious sun, and all the darkness receded like a tide. Immediately following, the great sage Wangji punched out with a powerful and domineering force that tore through the darkness and hit the thunder hard. The collision of two powerful forces was like a tsunami. The body of the great sage Wangji trembled, and his strong fist suddenly exploded, and blood seemed to spurt out. But the next breath, fist injuries are healing. The great sage Wangji shook the sky with his fists, and the Wangji Immortal Sutra was running to its extreme, fighting against the heavenly punishment thoroughly. As a powerful sage at the pinnacle of the world, there is no need to elaborate on the strength of the great sage Wangji. Even though he has just recovered, his actual strength has not been weakened at all when compared to his opponent. That's not all. These years, the great sage Wangji attained enlightenment with his remaining soul, and the Wangji Immortal Scripture and Wangji Tyrant Fist that he originally created were both further improved, with a subtle sense of transformation to a higher level. So, after obtaining the 9 netherworld flower and completely making up for the defects of his soul, the great sage Wangji mobilized all the resources he had accumulated over the years and successfully condensed a new body. The great sage at this level is much stronger than he was at his peak. But the punishment from heaven is tyrannical. Although the great sage Wangji is now extremely powerful, it is still unknown whether he can survive the heavenly punishment. In the fairy city that suppresses demons, Qingfeng's eyes penetrated the void and he could see the scene of the tribulation. When he saw the great sage Wangji using his mortal body to withstand the heavenly punishment, he nodded secretly. As expected of an ancient great sage, his strength is indeed impressive. It's just that his body has just recovered and has not yet been truly tempered to perfection. Otherwise, the chances of successfully crossing the heavenly punishment this time would be even higher. But even now, the probability of this person surviving the heavenly punishment is at least 30%. 30% probability. It's quite high. Normally, a 10% chance of surviving heavenly punishment is already good. Now the great sage Wangji can have a 30% chance, which shows how powerful the other party is. Although this person is a 9th-level great sage, in Qingfeng's opinion, even compared with a true saint king, he is probably not much different. Any era, anyone who can fight at a higher level can be considered to have terrifying background. Not to mention, the gap between the great sage and the holy king is staggering, far greater than the gap between the previous great realms. Under such circumstances, the great sage Wangji is still qualified to fight against opponents of higher levels, which is enough to show that the opponent is extraordinary. Now, the divine punishment is still continuing. The great sage Wangji shook the sky with his fists. The Wangji Tyrant Fist in his hands exerted unimaginable power. The thunder was shattered into pieces, but his body was also seriously injured. His robe was torn and his flesh was visibly cracked and bleeding. Boom! Another heavenly punishment fell, and the right arm of the great saint Wangji exploded, a large amount of blood and flesh flew everywhere, and his body fell from midair. Chapter 360 Wedding Dress. Above the 9th heaven, the thunder of heavenly punishment seemed to transform into a 10,000-foot-high dragon, surging violently. The aura of terror was overwhelming. Below, the body of the great sage Wangji was broken, and all his 7 orifices were filled with golden blood. Heavy damage. Even with the current strength of the great sage Wangji, he would be unable to withstand such heavenly punishment. Seeing that a new punishment from heaven was about to befall, a hint of despair and unwillingness appeared in the eyes of the great sage Wangji. Am I really going to die here? The great sage Wangji was unwilling to give in. He has exhausted everything and has only now taken this last step. As long as he survives the heaven's punishment, he can be reborn. However, the punishment from heaven is tyrannical. It's simply not something I can contend with. Even though the great sage Wangji was extremely unwilling, it seemed that he had no choice but to accept his fate. Just as the heavenly punishment was about to strike down and kill the great sage Wangji utterly, ripples suddenly appeared in the void and a decree suddenly appeared. The decree unfolds. The terrifying rhyme of Tao flows. I saw a natural word, kill, appear, and then it turned into a shocking sword, which instantly shattered the heavenly punishment, and even the calamity clouds were shattered into pieces. This scene, the great sage Wangji's expression changed. Just at this moment, there was a sudden explosion in his ears. If we don't take action now, when will we take action? As soon as these words came out, the great sage Wangji no longer hesitated, and rose up from the ground. All of the great sage's peak cultivation burst out at this moment, and with one unparalleled punch, he shattered the sky, and even the calamity clouds collapsed. When the calamity clouds dispersed, the great sage Wangji showed a look of relief on his face. The divine punishment disappeared. This means that he has successfully survived the divine punishment and can be considered a true resurrection. Then, the great sage Wangji flew into the sky and returned to the fairy city of demon suppression to meet Ji Qingfeng. Thank you, brother Ji, for your help. The great sage Wangji looked grateful. He knew very well that he was able to survive the heavenly punishment just now because of Ji Qingfeng. If the other party had not sent a decree at the critical moment, he would have surely fallen into the punishment of heaven. Although normally the heavenly punishment does not allow other cultivators to interfere openly, there is nothing wrong with intervening in disguised form. The great sage Wangji was filled with awe at the fact that Ji Qingfeng could break most of the punishment with just one decree. Congratulations to Taoist Wangji for surviving the heavenly punishment and living a new life. This time, I also have something that I need Taoist Wangji's help with. Fellow Taoist Ji, please speak. The great sage Wangji looked respectful. Although the two of them still address each other as fellow Taoists, the great sage Wangji has long since put himself in a lower position. In the presence of such a powerful man, he dared not show any disrespect. Ji Qingfeng snapped his fingers, and 4 decrees filled with terrifying pressure appeared in front of the great sage Wangji. Now that demons have invaded, evil spirits are wreaking havoc, the Qingchen Emperor dynasty has sacrificed the lives of all living beings in the state, and is poisoning the people of the world. As a human being, I cannot sit idly by. But right now, the demon-suppressing fairy city is also the key, so I hope that fellow Taoists will take these 4 decrees to the Tianshu mansion in ancient Xingzhou and kill the emperor of the Qingchen dynasty, Lu Zhen. Yes, the great sage Wangji accepted the 4 edicts with great respect. There was no doubt that the 4 edicts before him were exactly the same as the previous one. The previous decree made the great sage Wangji feel a suffocating and terrifying power, which was enough to surpass the Holy King and reach a level comparable to that of a quasi-emperor. 4 Dharma decrees. It is equivalent to a blow from 4 quasi-emperors. To be frank, any decree of this level can be regarded as the last trump card for some Holy Land families. This is not a joke. An imperial decree that is comparable to a strike from a quasi-emperor can bring great shock. No need to use. Simply letting people know the existence of such a decree is enough to prevent other cultivators from acting rashly. Although there is only one decree, no one wants to become the victim of consuming the decree. It is comparable to a blow from a quasi-emperor, even a saint king would bleed. So, the great sage Wangji naturally understood how valuable these 4 edicts were. Immediately following, Ji Qingfeng handed another demon's inner elixir directly to the great sage Wangji. This is the demon's inner elixir of the saint realm. It should be enough for you to recover from your injuries. Thank you, fellow Taoist Ji. The great sage Wangji did not refuse, because he knew that to the person in front of him, the demon's inner elixir at the saint level was nothing. Then, the great sage Wangji left. Ji Qingfeng's spiritual thoughts covered the entire demon-suppressing fairy city. He withdrew his spiritual thoughts only after seeing the great sage Wangji leave. A powerful great saint of the 9th heaven and 4 decrees are believed to be enough to resolve the problems of the Star Empire. Unless there is an unparalleled evil spirit coming into the world, it will not cause much trouble. At this point, Qingfeng still has enough confidence. Then, he closed his eyes and continued to practice the Tianmai Sutra in seclusion. For Qingfeng, the biggest breakthrough now is to condense the fourth heavenly vein. If the fourth heavenly vein could be condensed, then Qingfeng would be confident of winning even against the emperor in person. Don't think that a heavenly vein only means twice the strength, which seems like not a big change. But in fact, when a cultivator's strength is doubled, the effect it brings is often greater than that of two cultivators of the same level. Two powerful men at the peak of quasi-emperor level could not be the opponents of the emperor. But if the strength of a peak quasi-emperor doubles, that may not be the case. Sometimes, 1 plus 1 is greater than 2. This is the result of qualitative change. But it is difficult to practice the Heavenly Vein Sutra, and it is not easy to truly condense the fourth heavenly vein. Even though Qingfeng had also condensed 3 heavenly veins, he still had no idea about the fourth heavenly vein. But Qingfeng was not in a hurry. Cultivation requires accumulation. As long as you give yourself enough time, it is not impossible for the Tianmai Sutra to break through to the fourth level. Ancient Xingzhou, Tianshu Mansion. Now all forces have led their troops into the place. After entering Tianshu Mansion, everyone suddenly realized that this place had become a breeding ground for evil spirits without them knowing when. Countless evil spirits appeared, forming a pure evil army, which dealt a heavy blow to all forces. These evil spirits are strange and powerful, and many of them have reached the level of natural disasters. Even if there are more than one saint or great saint in the various forces, they will find it difficult to be their opponent for a while. It took half a month to attack Tianshu Prefecture, and the progress of each army was extremely limited. Forces like the Shenwu dynasty suffered even more severe losses. Now, in an ancient city, all the generals of the Shenwu dynasty gathered here. Everyone had a silent look on their faces and the atmosphere was very depressing. How is Prince Yun's injury? Yan Yun looked at Ji Yushu above. He looked pale and weak, which showed that he was seriously injured. Hearing this, the latter shook his head slightly. The injury is not serious, but now the evil army is very powerful. It may not be so easy to truly capture the Xingqian Empire and kill Lu Zhen. The latest novel is published first on Lu Nine Shuba. Just as they had originally expected, all the people in Tianshu Prefecture had been sacrificed. At the beginning, Ji Yushu didn't know what the purpose of the Star Empire sacrificing these people was. It was not until he saw the evil army of Tianshu Mansion that he truly understood their purpose. Blood sacrifice for the people. A large number of evil spirits were bred with the blood of many human beings. Most of these evil spirits were not very strong, but their numbers were large enough. In addition, some of the evil spirits in the army were extremely powerful. As a result, the various armies found it difficult to advance for a while. In addition, with demons now wreaking havoc, many forces have to allocate part of their strength to resist the demons. So, the problems faced by all parties are even more serious. That evil spirit named Wedding Dress is at least as powerful as a high-ranking natural disaster. If it weren't for King Yun's intervention at the critical moment, I'm afraid we would have been completely wiped out. When Yan Yun thought of the previous battle, his face turned a little ugly. A higher-level natural disaster. That is an existence that is comparable to the Great Sage. If it had not been for the critical moment when Ji Yushu used his own blood to refine the incomplete imperial weapon and unleashed a powerful force to force back the opponent, the consequences would have been disastrous. But the problem is, there are more than one evil spirit of this level in the Star Empire. It's conceivable. How terrifying is such a force? To prevent sudden attacks by evil spirits, the whole city must be on alert. In addition, report this matter back to the court and wait for the emperor's decision. Ji Yushu said helplessly. The current situation is no longer something he can control. However, just as Ji Yushu finished speaking, he seemed to sense something, his face changed suddenly, and the next moment he walked out of the government office. When others saw this, they all hurriedly followed out. After leaving the government office, everyone realized that it was clearly daytime, but since some point, the entire city had been covered with a thick layer of black fog, as if completely isolating the sunlight and plunging the city into a scene as dark as night. Evil. Ji Yushu uttered 2 words with an extremely ugly expression. Without him knowing it, an evil spirit had already infiltrated the city. Now the whole city is plunged into deathly silence, as if everyone has disappeared out of thin air. Suddenly, there was a shrill sound of Suona coming from afar. Ji Yushu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a sedan chair appearing at the end of the street in front of the government office. Dozens of people were gathered in front and behind it, and several people in the lead were playing suona. It seemed particularly strange in the silent city. At the same time, as the sedan chair team appeared, the air around them suddenly became cold and gloomy. Several people were holding big red lanterns. Under the strange red light, one could see that everyone's face was so pale that there was not a trace of blood on it. Wedding dress. He is coming. Ji Yushu's face changed, and he looked at the bridal sedan with fear in his eyes. This was the evil spirit that had severely injured him, a terrifying existence that was suspected to be a higher-level natural disaster. Ji Yushu never thought that this evil spirit had entered here unknowingly. Now the whole city was deathly silent, and he had no idea what the soldiers were doing. As for Yanyun and others, their faces turned ugly when they saw the big red sedan chair. Wedding dress. A higher-level natural disaster. The appearance of such a terrifying existence caused many people to feel uncontrollable fear in their hearts. Lord Yun, what should we do now? Some people looked terrified and their bodies couldn't help shaking. No way. This feeling of impending terror is enough to make one feel fear, no matter how strong one's mind is. Ji Yushu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "You guys leave first, I will handle this." No, Prince Yun is of noble status, how can he put himself in danger? As soon as Ji Yushu finished speaking, Yan Yun flatly refused. Upon hearing this, the former shook his head slightly and said, "At the moment, I am the only one who can stop this evil spirit. If you were to cover them, you would just be sacrificing for no reason, which would be meaningless. Besides, if you are not here, I will have room to escape." As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. Final. Yan Yun gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, "King Yun has ordered us to retreat first." After saying, Yan Yun led everyone to prepare for evacuation. However, just as they were about to set off, they saw the scene before them change again. The original government office disappeared at some point and turned into an ancient house. The door of the house was completely open, revealing a frightening darkness inside. At the same time, there were big red lanterns hanging on both sides of the door, shining with strange red light, as if they were poured with blood. Finished. Seeing this scene, Yan Yun and others felt depressed. They understood that they had entered the restricted area. That is a complete forbidden zone that can only be condensed by a natural disaster-level evil spirit, and it is by no means comparable to any ordinary evil spirit forbidden zone. Seeing this situation, Ji Yushu's face also changed. It seems like you can't escape. The only thing you can do now is to fight to the death. Maybe you can have a chance of survival. As he spoke, the bridal sedan procession had already arrived in front of him. A foul smell of decay filled the air. At the same time, the red curtain swayed slightly. A dark blue hand suddenly stretched out from inside and instantly pushed the curtain aside, revealing the scene inside. In the middle of the curtain of the sedan chair, there was a woman wearing a red veil and a wedding dress. Her hands were dark blue and her nails were long and sharp. The moment she appeared, a strange and cold aura burst out and swept everything in an instant. People like Yan Yun, under the bombardment of this cold aura, felt that their blood and qi were stagnant, and their bodies seemed unable to move. "My dear, I have been looking for you for so long." A hoarse voice came slowly, giving people an uncomfortable and harsh feeling like nails rubbing on a mirror. The red veil fluttered in the wind, as if it would fall down at any time. "Monster! How dare you play tricks in front of me?" Ji Yushu roared angrily, and his terrifying blood and energy burst out, shining in all directions like the scorching sun, forcibly dispersing all the surging cold air. Then a broken sword suddenly appeared, and Ji Yushu spat out a mouthful of blood that fell into the sword body, instantly causing the broken sword to tremble. The terrifying sword light cut through the sky and earth, as if illuminating the city like daylight, and then it went straight to Jiayi's face. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 361 Sixth Sense. A cold wind blew past, lifting a corner of the red veil, revealing a pale, eerie and rotten face. Then a blue-black hand was raised, directly crushing the sword energy. But the sword energy exploded, causing the palm to crack and black blood to spurt out. The next breath, the wedding dress suddenly moved, and a terrifying aura instantly overwhelmed Ji Yushu. His eyes blurred, and when he reappeared, he was already in the bridal sedan. Damn it! How could Ji Yushu not understand that he had been under the influence of evil spirits and trapped in a certain environment? Immediately, Ji Yushu bit his tongue and a mouthful of hot blood spurted out, causing the sedan chair in front of him to melt like a candle. The illusion disappears. I saw that the wedding dress had arrived in front of Ji Yushu without him knowing. The sharp black fingertips touched his skin. The strange and cold breath made the latter's blood stagnate. The sharp touch seemed as if it could completely cut open his chest with just a slight touch. How dare you be so presumptuous? However, at this moment, an angry roar was heard, and then a terrifying sword energy cut through the darkness, as if destroying the heaven and earth directly. The terrible power made Jiayi's body stiff in place. The next breath, the opponent's body was shattered into pieces and he was completely destroyed on the spot. As the wedding dress fell, the space before his eyes also rippled like a lake, and all the scenes disappeared like bubbles, returning to their original appearance. Until this time, Ji Yushu then realized that he and the others had been sitting in the lobby of the government office from beginning to end, and everything they had experienced before was just an evil illusion. The difference is that now the lobby is in ruins, as if it had been plowed by something. At the same time, the black blood on the ground and the tattered red wedding dress all indicate what happened just now. At this time, everyone discovered that a strange middle-aged monk had appeared in the government office without them noticing. "Who is your excellency?" "Master." Just as Yan Yun was about to ask, he saw Ji Yushu step forward and bow to the visitor. "Master." Hearing these words, everyone's expression changed. The great Saint Wang Ji looked at Ji Yushu and smiled faintly. "It seems that I am not a step too late, otherwise, I am afraid that this matter will be difficult to explain to your father. He came here on orders, but happened to encounter an evil spirit attacking the government office." Seeing that Ji Yushu was about to die, the great sage Wang Ji had no time to take action, so he could only use the power of a decree to completely kill Jiayi. Although it is a bit heartbreaking, there is nothing we can do about it. After all, he is a high-ranking natural disaster whose strength is comparable to that of the great sage. Even if the great sage Wang Ji takes action, he may not be able to save Ji Yushu from the other party. After all, time is still too urgent. So, only the great sage would use the power of the Dharma. Just as he thought, the power of the decree was extremely terrifying. Even a powerful natural disaster like the upper level could not withstand the power of the decree. "Congratulations, Master, for recondensing your physical body." Ji Yushu also reacted at this time. He looked at the great sage Wang Ji in front of him with a smile on his face, and then introduced him to Yan Yun and others. "This is my master, the former lord of the Wangji Holy Land, the Holy Saint Wang Ji." Greetings to the great saint. Upon hearing this, Yan Yun and the others' faces suddenly changed and they hurriedly bowed to greet him. A strong man in the great saint realm. This is no simple character. Not to mention, the other party was still Master Ji Yushu. No matter which of the two identities it is, they cannot afford to offend him. The great sage Wang Ji simply responded with a smile, without putting on any great sage airs. Then Ji Yushu asked, "Why did Master come here?" Fellow Taoist Ji Yu was worried about the situation in Tianshu Prefecture, so he asked me to come here in person. I didn't expect that the evil spirits here have become so rampant that they openly attack the government office. If I had arrived a step later, I'm afraid the consequences would be disastrous. When the great sage Wang Ji said this, his face darkened as he looked at the fragments of the red wedding dress on the ground. Almost there, Ji Yushu almost died at the hands of the evil spirit. It was hard for the great sage Wang Ji to imagine how angry Ji Qingfeng would be if Ji Yushu died. If it really comes to that, I'm afraid the entire ancient world will be in turmoil. At this point, the great sage Wang Ji had no doubts. Although Ji Qingfeng seemed to be nonchalant, how could the great sage Wang Ji not see the tyranny in the other party's heart? If one really provoked such an existence, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Just right. Ji Qingfeng's strength is also amazing. If an enraged quasi-emperor really attacks regardless of the consequences, it will definitely be enough to make all forces fearful. I see. Quote. When Ji Yushu heard this, his expression suddenly relaxed. If Master comes forward, things in Tianshu Mansion will be much simpler. At this time, Yan Yun said, "King Yun, Senior Wang Ji, this is not the place to talk, why don't you go sit in the inner hall first?" "That's fine." Ji Yushu nodded, then he looked at the dilapidated lobby of the government office and spoke again. The evil spirit attacked the government office, and it might attack other places. Next, I'll trouble General Yan to investigate carefully to see if there are any other losses. I understand. Yan Yun clasped his fists and accepted the order. Tianshu Palace, the capital of the Star Empire. At this moment, the huge capital city was dead silent, with ruins everywhere, as if a fierce battle had taken place here. In the palace, the atmosphere is weird. The imperial court where all officials gathered in the past has now become a den of evil spirits. I saw a tall and majestic figure sitting on the throne. He was wearing an imperial robe and a crown on his head. His face was pale without a trace of blood, but his eyes were strangely red. If the ancient Qin family and Jiyu Qingfeng were here, they would find out that this was the weird emperor who had disappeared for many days. At the same time, in the below, they were a group of strange servants, many evil spirits, and the former emperor of the Star Empire, Lu Zhen. However, Lu Zhen now exudes a cold aura and gives people a weird feeling. His eyes are faintly red, as if he is choosing someone to devour. The wedding dress is dead. Suddenly, Emperor Qidian spoke slowly, and his calm voice broke the silence of the hall. As soon as these words came out, many evil spirits trembled, and even Lu Zhen's face changed. What a wedding dress exists! They are naturally familiar with it. A higher-level natural disaster. His strength is comparable to that of the Monkey King. They thought that with Jia Yi's help, it would be easy to deal with the cultivators of the Shenwu dynasty, but now they learned that Jia Yi had died, which naturally shocked them. Could it be that Jiyu Qingfeng took action? Lu Zhen asked in a deep voice. In the entire Shenwu dynasty, only Jiyu Qingfeng is qualified to kill Jia Yi. When Emperor Qidian heard this name, a cold look flashed in his red eyes. He still remembered the battle against the Great Zhou dynasty. It is still unknown whether it was Jiyu Qingfeng who did this, but even if Jiyu Qingfeng came, what can he do? He would just add a little more blood food to this emperor out of thin air. A strange and cruel smile appeared on Emperor Qidian's pale face. The blood sacrifice of all the lives in the state has greatly increased the strength of Emperor Qidian, and he has even recovered to the level of a mid-level world destroyer. This level, enough to be on par with a quasi-emperor. This time, what Emperor Qidian wants to do is to devour all the Eastern Region coalition forces, and then use the power of human flesh and blood to help himself go one step further and re-enter the level of the upper level of world destruction. Once one's cultivation reaches the upper level of world destroying, he will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the emperor of the human race. In this Dharma-ending age, Emperor Qidian is confident that he can sweep away everything. This time, I have broken through to the upper world annihilating level. There is absolutely no one in the desolate ancient world who can resist me. You should be thankful that you chose to join me, because you will be qualified to access levels that were previously difficult to access. The latest novel is published first on Lu Nine Shuba. The so-called eternal life is not an extravagant hope. Quote, "Everything is up to your majesty's orders." Lu Zhen's body trembled and he bowed hurriedly. He has already surrendered to Emperor Qidian, so naturally the stronger the latter is, the better. In order to join the evil, Lu Zhen has sacrificed everything, so his heart has long been twisted, and he only wants to kill the Shenwu dynasty and other human beings. As for the Lu royal family, in Lu Zhen's opinion, as long as he is not dead, the bloodline of the Lu royal family will not be truly cut off. Go ahead, kill all the humans who have entered Tianshu Mansion and take out their hearts. I will have great use for them. When Emperor Qidian gave the order, Lu Zhen and the many evil spirits naturally obeyed it respectfully. In the fairy city that suppresses demons. When the evil spirits made a move, Jiyu Qingfeng, who was in seclusion, raised his eyebrows slightly, as if something bad was about to happen. His mysterious sixth sense made his face look a little solemn. What on earth is going to happen? Why am I so upset? Jiyu Qingfeng had no doubt about his sixth sense. The higher the monk's cultivation level, the sharper his sixth sense of the mysterious world becomes. It is no exaggeration to say that it can help you seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. Of course, although the sixth sense does not always give warnings, every time it does, it means something bad is about to happen. Jiyu Qingfeng's spiritual thoughts spread instantly, covering the entire demon-suppressing fairy city and the battlefield. Now, the demons have no advantage at all. With so many monks and the demon-suppressing army guarding the place together, it would be difficult for the demon clan to stand a chance of winning. But the biggest beneficiary of this battle is still the Guishan. The weird god banner devoured a large amount of the flesh, blood, and souls of demons, and eventually fed back to the weird god, causing the latter's strength to rise steadily. Until now, the strange god has already broken through the barrier of the first level of saints and reached the second level of saints. A short time, the strength of the strange god is to break through a small level. This speed of breakthrough made Jiyu Qingfeng pay more attention to the strange god banner. It's hard to imagine. If the evil god is completely released, to what extent will the other party grow and how terrifying will this existence be? So, Qingfeng had been staring at the strange god banner all along, fearing that this precious treasure would get out of his control. When his sixth sense gave him a warning, Qingfeng immediately thought of the strange god banner. But everything is normal with the strange god banner. Qingfeng checked the strange god again and found that the other party did not show any signs of rebellion. Immediately following, Qingfeng was messaging someone from the Shenwu dynasty to find out if there were any changes within the dynasty, while at the same time he was looking through the information panel. Qingfeng's eyes were fixed on a line of information. Your offspring, Shu, was attacked by a high-level natural disaster-level evil spirit and nearly died. Fortunately, the great sage Wangji intervened at the critical moment and was able to escape danger. Your descendant, Shu, thought that with the arrival of the great sage, his own strength would be greatly increased, so he decided to mobilize troops against Tianshu Mansion again, and try to kill Lu Zhen as quickly as possible. Higher level natural disaster level evil spirit. Tianshu Mansion. Qingfeng's eyes moved. He was now able to conclude that this warning from his sixth sense must be related to Tianshu Palace. And a high-level calamity-level evil attack. The fact that this kind of evil spirit, which is comparable to that of a great sage, would suddenly attack indicates that behind this evil spirit, there may be an even more powerful evil spirit controlling everything. Originally, Qingfeng didn't care much about the Xingqian Empire. He thought that even if they were colluding with evil spirits, their strength was limited and they could not compete with the entire eastern region. But as things developed, Qingfeng increasingly understood that the evil spirit that the Star Dynasty was colluding with was not that simple. Until now, the appearance of a higher-level disaster-level evil spirit made Qingfeng completely confirm his thoughts. If he can command a high-level natural disaster-level evil spirit, then he must be at least a low-level world-destroying evil spirit, or even a mid-level world-destroying evil spirit. If it's the former, it's fine. But if it's the latter, the 4 decrees I left for the great saint may not be enough to fight against such evil. Qingfeng had a serious expression. The best result is the lower-grade world-destroying level. Although the strength of this kind of evil spirit is comparable to that of the Holy King, the power of the decree is enough to kill it. But if it is a mid-level world-destroying level, it will be different. There is only one level difference between the lower and middle positions, but the difference between the two is like the difference between a saint-king and a quasi-emperor. If you were to face off against an evil spirit that was on par with a quasi-emperor level, it would be impossible to suppress it with just 4 decrees. After all, the power of the decree is only at the quasi-emperor level at best. In this way, Shu and the people of the Shenwu dynasty are in big trouble. After figuring out the key points, Qingfeng took a deep breath and immediately sent a message to Function. After a moment, Function walked in from outside and bowed to Qingfeng. Grandson pays respect to the ancestor. I don't know if the ancestor has any instructions for you. I will be leaving the demon-suppressing fairy city for a while. From now on, you will take my place in the demon-suppressing fairy city. This is the Emperor's sword of the evil slayer. If there is any danger, you can use this sword. It will be enough to solve the problem. Qingfeng paused, and without waiting for Function to speak, he flicked his finger and a drop of blood flew directly into the middle of the hall. This blood is here, it can simulate my aura. Even if the Demon King himself comes, he won't be able to detect any clues. What you need to do next is not to let anyone enter this hall. Otherwise, if the news of my leaving the demon-suppressing fairy city is leaked, I'm afraid the demon clan will attack in large numbers. Qingfeng warned seriously. His words. Function's expression changed slightly, and then he nodded hurriedly. Don't worry, grandfather. I know what to do. Chapter 362, Tianshu Mansion Battle. Then, Qingfeng left the demon-suppressing fairy city. Function was guarding outside the hall and not letting anyone in. Whenever someone came to ask to see Qingfeng, Function would temporarily refuse them on the grounds that the latter was in seclusion to break through. And tell the others that they should not disturb them unless it concerns the survival of the demon-suppressing fairy city. But no one dared to disturb them again. See here. Function also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked towards the main hall and smiled bitterly again. Grandfather, you must come back soon, otherwise I, your grandson, can't bear this kind of pressure. Although so far, everything is normal in the demon-suppressing fairy city. But who can guarantee that there won't be problems later? Without Jiyu Qingfeng, Jiyu Fengchen always felt uneasy. But, thinking that Jiyu Qingfeng had left the imperial soldiers behind, he heaved a sigh of relief. If an imperial weapon can be activated, it can deal with many things. Then, Jiyu Fengchen just sat cross-legged and practiced. After awakening his star body, Jiyu Fengchen can absorb the power of the stars above the 9 heavens to temper himself at all times, so he has no requirements for the training environment. When he began to practice, faint starlight descended from the sky, completely enveloping his body and emitting divine light. If other people saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. After all, star power is difficult to capture. Without a specific method, even a semi-saint cannot use star power as a source of cultivation. With Jiyu Qingfeng's guidance and the advantages of the star body, Jiyu Fengchen's practice of the Taishu Star Domain Sutra also made rapid progress. In a short period of time, he had cultivated to the first level of the Divine Transformation chapter. According to his current speed, it won't take long for him to cultivate to the 5th level of the Divine Transformation, which is equal to his own cultivation level. Originally, with the power of the Star Dao body, and with Jiyu Qingfeng's guidance and resources provided, Jiyu Fengchen's cultivation speed in the Divine Transformation realm will be quite fast. But because he had to practice the Taishu Star Domain Sutra and then switch to practicing the Yuan Sutra, his practice speed was slowed down. Regarding this, Jiyu Fengchen didn't care too much. The speed of cultivation is not important, what is important is whether the foundation is solid enough. Now that he has practiced 2 imperial scriptures, Jiyu Fengchen's foundation is destined to be much stronger than that of other cultivators. Just like now, although Jiyu Fengchen has not made any more breakthroughs, since he entered the Divine Transformation chapter of the Taishu Star Domain Sutra, he found that he is now capable of easily suppressing his previous self who had not practiced the Taishu Star Domain Sutra. This shows how great is the impact brought by an imperial scripture. As the 4th-generation prodigy of the Jiyu family and a leading figure of his generation, Jiyu Fengchen naturally does not want his strength to be too weak. After all, he was practicing with Jiyu Qingfeng. If he was not as good as other peers in the Jiyu family, it would be embarrassing to tell others about it. In Tianshu Palace, the army is approaching. Many powerful people from various forces stepped into the Tianshu Palace and started fighting with the evil forces. In the direction of Taishu Holy Land, Lord Fu had a serious expression on his face, looking at the many evil spirits in front of him, with a cold light in his eyes. How many evil spirits are there in Tianshu Mansion? With the power of these evil spirits, even if our Taishu Holy Land can win this battle, I am afraid it will cost a lot. In this battle, all the strong men from the Taishu Holy Land came out, and many geniuses followed them, not only to destroy the Qingchen Empire that colluded with evil, but also to get a piece of the pie. After all, the foundation of an imperial dynasty is enough to make the Taishu Holy Land excited. However, marching all the way, the resistance of the Star Dynasty was too much for the Taishu Holy Land to cope with. But now that things have come to this point, Taishu Holy Land naturally cannot retreat. This battle, or the Star Empire will be destroyed, or the coalition forces would suffer a crushing defeat. In addition, there will not be a third possibility. While talking, Lord Fu looked at the Taoist leader, who was none other than Taoist Taishuan, the only 8th-level saint who had awakened in the Taishu Holy Land. In this battle, it was thanks to the presence of Taoist Taishuan that the Holy Land of Taishu was able to withstand the pressure of the evil spirits. Otherwise, with only the power of Lord Fu and others, it is impossible for them to be a match for the evil spirits. The Qingchen dynasty is not that simple. There are so many evil spirits, many of which have entered the middle level of natural disasters. It is rumored that the Shenwu dynasty has been attacked by a high level of natural disasters. It is impossible for a Qingchen empire to produce so many evil spirits in such a short period of time. I am afraid there must be a bigger evil hidden behind this. Taoist Taishuan spoke in a solemn voice, his eyes looking towards the battlefield in front of him, and in the blink of an eye, several energies pierced through the void, killing on the spot several lower-level natural disaster-level evil spirits that were comparable to the Taoist palace realm. As soon as these words came out, Ji Yuzhan's expression suddenly changed. What did the ancestor say? There was a higher-level natural disaster attacking the army of the Shenwu dynasty. A higher-level natural disaster. That would be incredible. According to Ji Yuzhan's understanding, his third brother is now in charge of the army. If there is an attack from a higher-level natural disaster, Ji Yushu might even die. When I think of this. Ji Yushu was a little anxious. Taishuan Daojun shook his head. Saint Sun, don't worry. Although there is a high-level natural disaster, the Shenwu dynasty also has an ancient great sage who came forward. It is rumored that he is the great sage in the southern region who was feared by the world hundreds of thousands of years ago. The one who took action to suppress the upper-level natural disaster has already resolved the crisis of the Shenwu dynasty. Hear this. Ji Yuzan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The great sage takes action. That's much better. Lord Fu was shocked. Great sage Wang Ji. Son Ji Yu, your Ji Yu family is really rich. Peak Master, you are joking. I don't know why the great saint Wang Ji took action. Ji Yuzan smiled helplessly. He really didn't know much about the great sage Wang Ji. Having said that, however, when he learned that the army of the Shenwu dynasty could have an ancient great sage, Ji Yuzan was not too worried. After all, the power of an ancient great sage is much stronger than that of Taishuan Taoist master. Lord Fu heard this. I became more and more shocked by the background of the Ji Yu family. At the same time, he was also secretly glad. Fortunately, all along, Taishu Holy Land stands on the side of the Ji Yu family and the Shenwu dynasty, and the relationship between the two sides is extremely close. Now that the stronger the Ji Yu family is, the greater the benefit to Taishu Holy Land. The two sides said they were allies on the surface, but in reality, the Taishu Holy Land was already vaguely leaning towards the Ji Yu family. The rise of the Ji Yu family. Lord Fu believed that no one could stop him anymore. Taishuan Daojun said, although that high-ranking natural disaster has fallen, I believe that the evil spirits definitely have more than just one high-ranking natural disaster. Moreover, it is able to secretly command and drive a high-ranking natural disaster. The power of that evil spirit is likely to have reached the level of world destruction. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed again. World-destroying level. The weakest of them is equivalent to the Saint King realm. Taishuan Daojun said, but it is useless to say these now. The foundation of the eastern region is not that shallow. Even if it is a world-destroying natural disaster, we can suppress it together. Now it depends on how much power the evil spirit has hidden. The latest novel is published first on Lu Nine Shuba. At the moment when Taoist Taishuan finished speaking, a terrifying spiritual power suddenly erupted from the evil army, followed by a sound like a baby crying on the battlefield. When everyone heard it, their hearts trembled, and a feeling of great terror emerged uncontrollably in their hearts. Middle-level natural disaster. Taishuan Daojun's expression changed. The void shattered, and a childlike creature suddenly appeared. The other party had a round body and wore a festive red coat. There were no facial features on his face, but there was a strange baby cry. When many monks saw this evil spirit, they were immediately swept by a terrifying, strange and polluting force, which made them lose their minds and gave them the signs of falling into the abyss. Wake up! Taoist Taishuan roared angrily, and the terrifying divine consciousness of the 8th level of sainthood swept across the 4 directions. All the forces of spiritual pollution were swept away at this moment. Immediately following, Taishuan Daojun shouted sternly, everyone must not focus on this evil spirit, but focus on killing the other evil spirits. The top evil spirits naturally carry strong spiritual pollution. Such existence is like a walking natural disaster or plague, and wherever they pass, other living beings will perish. That's why this level of evil is called a natural disaster. This is because this kind of evil itself is a terrible disaster. Even if the evil spirit does not deliberately kill people, the spiritual power emanating from its body is enough to pollute an area, causing all living beings to sink and then turn into servants of the evil spirit. A powerful calamity-level evil spirit that can pollute a country on its own. A lower-level natural disaster is okay, but a medium-level natural disaster would be even more terrifying. At present, in the Taishu Holy Land, only Taishuan Daojun can deal with such a natural disaster. The words fell. Taoist Taishuan took action directly and summoned the Taishu Ancient Mirror. The terrifying divine light pierced through the void and went straight to kill the strange evil creature that looked like a child. A mid-level scourge. Taishuan Daojun naturally did not dare to be careless. Especially on the battlefield now, no one knows what will happen next. Therefore, as soon as he made a move, Taishuan Daojun shows all his profound knowledge. With the cultivation of the 8th level of sainthood, plus the strength of the great saint soldier, the terrifying power of this attack broke through the saint barrier and entered the true great saint level. Ah! The evil boy let out a shrill cry, as if he felt threatened by the attack, and then he slapped out his short, round hands, as if a huge sea of blood was emerging. But the moment the two forces came into contact, the divine light of the Taishu ancient mirror pierced through the sea of blood, directly causing the evil boy's arm to explode, and a large amount of black blood mixed with flesh and blood scattered down. This blow, the evil boy was injured. The severe pain seemed to have completely angered the evil spirit. Its strange cries resounded throughout the battlefield. The terrifying spiritual power suppressed Taishuan Taoist lord, and all the phantoms and illusions seemed to be turning into reality. Evil beast. Taoist Taishuan showed no fear, and terrifying energy and blood power poured into the Taishu ancient mirror. Divine light pierced through the void, like the falling stars in the sky, making it difficult for the evil boy to cope with the situation for a while. At the moment when Taoist Taishuan was fighting with the evil boy, the coalition forces of other forces were also attacked by evil spirits of varying levels. Some forces, like the Taishu Holy Land, have top-notch masters in charge, so they are not afraid of these evil methods. But if some forces are slightly weaker, the consequences will be extremely serious. Only on the battlefield, there was an ancient saint bleeding, his body cruelly torn apart by a strange evil spirit. The severe pain made him scream, and no matter how he struggled, he could do nothing and could only watch his body being devoured bit by the evil spirit. Ancestor. When the strong men from this force saw this scene, they were furious. They wanted to take action to get rid of their ancestor, but they had no way. After all the ancestors in the saint realm were brutally dismembered and eaten by evil spirits. If they went up against them with their strength, they would just be sending themselves to death. Immediately, the leader of this force had red eyes and gave orders in pain. Retreat. Everyone, retreat. Leave Tianshu mansion. However, they want to evacuate, but the evil side didn't give them any chance at all. After the powerful evil spirit completely devoured the body of the saint, its scarlet eyes fell on the people below. The terrifying forbidden area expanded, covering an area of 100 miles in an instant. All monks who are in the restricted area find it difficult to escape. Although it is difficult to see the situation inside the restricted area from the outside, the numerous wailing and screaming sounds can make one understand what is happening inside. 6 sects and the armies of the 3 great families were destroyed. On the side of the Shenwu dynasty, Ji Yushu looked at the information sent by the Jinyue with an ugly expression. Not long after the war began, 9 forces were destroyed. Moreover, among these forces, there are a few that are headed by powerful saints. But even so, these forces were still destroyed. Even the ancestors at the saint level died tragically on the spot. In addition, more forces were severely damaged by the evil spirits, and the losses were varied. The great Saint Wangji had an unpleasant expression on his face. It seems that my guess was correct. The evil spirits do have a strong foundation. Now that various forces are attacking Tianshu Mansion, they have truly bared their fangs. But even though he knew the background of the evil side, the great sage Wangji also understood that the Shenwu dynasty and other forces had no way out. It has come to this. In this battle, the Star Empire must be destroyed. Otherwise, the defeat of the coalition forces will inevitably cause unrest in the eastern region. At that time, the invasion of demons has not been resolved yet, and the evil spirits are dominating the state. If the latter are allowed to develop, it will inevitably become a terrible hidden danger. If we are not careful, the human race may be attacked from both sides. So, in this battle, the Star Empire must be destroyed, and can only be destroyed. Otherwise, for the entire human race in the eastern region, it was a devastating disaster. This situation, the great sage Wangji can see it clearly himself, and he believes that other forces can see it clearly too. Even if it means huge losses, this cancer must be eradicated. After all, it has come to this point, and retreating is impossible. Chapter 363, Advance 3,000 miles. In Tianshu Palace. Wars are everywhere. The once top-notch mansion has now become dilapidated, with corpses and remains everywhere, and the sight of white bones is horrifying. Emperor Qidian was sitting in the imperial capital and saw that a pool of blood had been opened up in the former imperial palace at some unknown time. A large amount of blood and internal organs were thrown into the blood pool for Emperor Qidian to enjoy. The latter opened his mouth wide, and a large amount of blood in the blood pool was swallowed into his body like a torrent. As time goes by, the blood pool gradually emptied. The latter's aura seemed to become stronger. Not enough. The blood of these ordinary humans is far from enough. I need more blood, so that I can restore my strength to the level of destroying the world. There was a hint of bloodthirstiness in the scarlet eyes of Emperor Qidian. He wants to devour more blood. And it is the blood of the powerful human race. The blood of ordinary humans is of little use to Emperor Qidian. Unless the number can reach an astonishing level. Otherwise, this level of blood is just that. Now in Tianshu Palace, Emperor Qidian has already sensed many powerful auras, the weakest of which are at the saint level among the human race. When he thought of the deliciousness of the saint's flesh and blood, greed appeared in the former's scarlet eyes. Now, Shen Shan suddenly appeared. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "What is it?" "The human army is pressing forward step by step, and many evil spirits are retreating step by step. If this situation continues, I'm afraid that in 3 days at most, they will step into the imperial capital," Shen Shan said in a deep voice. The determination of the eastern region also frightened him. Even though they knew that Tianshu Prefecture was so difficult to deal with, Dongyu was still willing to sacrifice a large number of people, as if they were determined to completely wipe out the Qingfeng Empire. This led to a situation in Tianshu Mansion. The eastern region suffered heavy losses. But the evil side suffered greater losses. The human race in the eastern region is determined to fight to the death. This resulted in the fact that despite the powerful strength of the evil forces, they were unable to stop the human army. The latter seemed to not care about casualties at all, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qidian revealed a strange smile on his weird face. "If they want to come, let them come. I am waiting for them here. It is a good opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop so that no one can escape the net." Hearing this, Shen Shan also felt relieved. In his eyes, Emperor Qidian is invincible. In the past, he was chased by the ancient Qin family because his strength had not recovered. Now, Emperor Qidian's cultivation has reached the middle-level world-destroying level, comparable to a quasi-emperor. Looking at the entire ancient world, there are very few people who can compete with it. Currently in the eastern region, only the one from the Shenwu dynasty has the strength to rival the quasi-emperor. But as far as Shen Shan knew, that person was always guarding the demon-suppressing fairy city to prevent the demons from invading on a large scale, so it was impossible for him to come here. So, in the eastern region army, no one can threaten Emperor Qidian. As long as Emperor Qidian takes one more step forward and enters the upper realm to destroy the world, even the one guarding the demon-suppressing fairy city will not be his opponent in Shen Shan's opinion. By then, the Netherworld Immortal Court will certainly be able to dominate the eastern region, or even go a step further and dominate the entire ancient world. As one of the first servants loyal to Emperor Qidian, Shen Shan will naturally gain great benefits. Everyone has desires. Shen Shan's desire is to live, and to live better and better. Otherwise, he would not abandon his dignity and join Emperor Qidian when faced with life and death. Now, thanks to the reward from Emperor Qidian, Shen Shan's strength is increasing day by day, and he is almost able to touch the saint level. Wrong. Now it should be said that it is a medium-level natural disaster. Shen Shan knew it very well. If he had not surrendered to Emperor Qidian, he would never have been able to reach this level in his entire life. Even reaching the peak of the lower level of natural disasters and being on par with the semi-saint level was almost impossible. Pass the order, weaken the resistance of other evil spirits a little, and lead all the humans to the imperial capital. I'm waiting for them here, Emperor Qidian said sinisterly. Previously, the evil spirits launched a massive counterattack and killed many human cultivators. Now, the flesh and blood of these human cultivators have been devoured by Emperor Qidian, which has made him even stronger. This gave Emperor Qidian the confidence to face the army from the eastern region head-on. At his level, every increase in strength is a significant change. Hearing this, Shen Shan naturally took the order and retreated. Boom! The evil creature didn't even utter a scream before it was killed on the spot by the terrifying force. Nangong Chuan looked indifferent, as if suppressing a mid-level natural disaster was an easy task for him. With the demise of this evil spirit, the remaining evil spirits retreated like a tide. See here, the Taishuan Emperor's side all looked delighted. The evil army has retreated. After so much fierce fighting, the Taishuan dynasty has also suffered heavy losses. Seeing the evil army retreat, others naturally felt that the evil army was already at the end of its strength. Only a few people frowned when they saw this. Prince Chuan, there is something wrong with the evil spirit's retreat. I'm afraid there are other plans behind this. Wang Jun's reminded. He originally guarded one side and resisted demons. Later, when evil spirits appeared, he led his army straight to the Star Empire. Strictly speaking, the commander of this army is Wang Jun's. Ancient saints like Nangong Chuan were only assisting from the side. Hearing this, Nangong Chuan's expression was also subtle. General Wang is right. The evil spirit's retreat this time was indeed strange, as if it wanted to lead us directly deeper. As an ancient saint, Nangong Chuan has witnessed too many conspiracies and evil and poor acting skills, so naturally he cannot hide them from his eyes. If it was a normal battle between two armies, Nangong Chuan would not rush too deep into the enemy's territory to avoid an ambush. But the current commander of the army is Wang Jun's, so he still has to listen to his opinions. The latter hesitated for a moment, then said, "Now we are at war with the evil spirits, and we must destroy the evil spirits in the Battle of Tianshu Mansion, so even if there is any conspiracy, we can't stop moving forward. However, this battle is not fought alone by our Taishuan dynasty. I suggest that we advance 3,000 miles first, and then wait for other forces to come together before engaging in the final decisive battle." Although it was Wang Jun's first time to step into Tianshu Palace, he knew that another 5,000 miles ahead would be the capital of the Qingfeng dynasty. If the evil side has any backup plan, it must be in the imperial capital. To this, Nangong Chuan nodded, then followed General Wang's suggestion and advance 3,000 miles first, then the army will rest on the spot, gather strength and prepare for the final battle. While talking, Nangong Chuan looked at Wang Jun's with eyes full of admiration. Such talents are indeed rare. And the other party's talent is also not low. At only 100 years old, he had already entered the third level of Dao Palace realm. Although this level of cultivation cannot be compared with those of the top geniuses from the ancient families, it is much stronger than ordinary geniuses. If cultivated, the probability of breaking through and becoming a saint is high. Even one step further, there is always a possibility of reaching the realm of great saint. The latest novel is published first on Lu Nine Shuba. Although the Taishuan dynasty has ancient heritage and is supported by tens of millions of years of foundation, any saint plays a vital role for the dynasty. Not to mention, Wang Jun's is also extremely talented in leading troops. Such a genius is more important than any other genius. So, Nangong Chuan also thought about accepting the other party as his disciple. But the court is complicated and intricate. Even though Nangong Chuan is an ancient saint and a prince, he cannot act arbitrarily. If it were an ordinary cultivator, then there would naturally be no problem. But it is different because Wang Jun's has a large army under his command. Therefore, Nangong Chuan suppressed this thought. Then, under Wang Jun's command, the Taishuan emperor's army advanced 3,000 miles forward. The evil side seemed to have completely given up resistance, and the latter almost collapsed when the two armies met. Regarding this situation, Wang Jun's became more and more certain that there must be something wrong. Otherwise, the evil spirits have no power to resist. So after advancing 3,000 miles, Wang Jun's directly ordered a rest and no longer ventured further into the enemy territory. When evil spirits saw this scene, they felt helpless, but they had no other options. At the same time, the situation encountered by other forces is the same. The evil spirit's counterattack not long ago was like a last gasp, and after a burst of momentum, it could no longer hold on. But many forces also found something wrong in it. Especially when they learned that after advancing 3,000 miles, the Taishuan dynasty rested on the spot, they became more certain of what they thought. In this way, these forces also acted much more cautiously, following the example of the Taishuan dynasty. After advancing a certain distance, they simply kept their troops in place, waiting for an opportunity for a real decisive battle. Shenwu dynasty. Ji Yushu looked at the information sent by Jinyue and his expression changed slightly. It looks like the evil spirit is going to make one last stand. After all, the evil spirit was so ferocious before, but now it is directly defeated. It is hard to explain. Anyone who is not stupid can see that this might be the evil's deliberate attempt to show weakness in order to integrate all its strength and prepare for a do-or-die battle. Certainly, nothing is absolute. Ji Yushu must treat this matter with caution. Yan Yun frowned and said, King Yun's guess is indeed very likely. Since other forces have stopped after advancing 3,000 miles, we can do the same. Only by integrating all the forces in the eastern region can we minimize the losses in this battle. This battle till now, of the 30 million troops of the Shenwu dynasty, 12 million have been killed and countless soldiers are buried here. If the losses continue, even if they win later, it will be a serious blow to the Shenwu dynasty. So, Yan Yun now hopes to minimize the losses. Although the battle with evil spirits is a fight to the death, one must also try to preserve oneself as much as possible while eliminating the evil spirits. It is said that a kind person cannot command an army. But Yan Yun couldn't just watch his men die. Everyone else nodded in agreement with this proposal. Ji Yushu naturally had no reason to object. Then, as the army of the Shenwu dynasty advanced, all the evil spirits they encountered were defeated at the first blow, and the pressure of advancing 3,000 miles was extremely easy. This time's advancement was even much easier than when the Shenwu dynasty first stepped into the Qingfeng dynasty. After the army had advanced 3,000 miles, Ji Yushu ordered the troops to set up camp and not to act rashly for the time being. Just at this moment, a Jinyue came and respectfully handed a jade talisman to Ji Yushu. "Your Majesty, this is a jade talisman sent by the Taishuan dynasty. Please have a look at it." Upon hearing this, the latter took the jade talisman directly, and then put his mind into it, and information immediately emerged. After a moment, the jade talisman shattered into powder. Yan Yun immediately asked, "My lord, what is the purpose of the Taishuan dynasty?" "The Taishuan dynasty wants to form an alliance to kill evil spirits, and wants me to represent the Shenwu dynasty to participate and discuss how to deal with evil spirits." Ji Yushu paused, then spoke. "Since the Taishuan dynasty has sent a message, I will go on behalf of the Shenwu dynasty. I will temporarily leave the affairs here to General Yan." "No problem. It's just a message from the Taishuan emperor. Your Majesty should be careful and not be careless." Yan Yun nodded, and then gave another reminder. Ji Yushu is of noble status, and he is the only one who can represent the Shenwu dynasty, but at the same time, Yan Yun is also worried that the Taishuan dynasty may have other conspiracies. Although this possibility is very small, we still have to guard against it. If anything happened to Ji Yushu, Yan Yun was sure that he and others would be unable to escape responsibility. At this time, the great sage Wang Ji, who had been silent all this time, spoke. "I will accompany you on this trip. With master accompanying me, nothing can go wrong." Ji Yushu did not refuse after hearing this. Seeing this, the others also breathed a sigh of relief. As an ancient great sage, the great sage Wang Ji is unrivaled in strength in the entire ancient world. In today's Dharma-ending age, there are very few people who can truly threaten him. Even if the Taishuan dynasty really had some conspiracy, it could not threaten the great sage Wang Ji. Immediately following, the great sage Wang Ji took out another decree and handed it to Yan Yun. "This is a decree given to me by fellow Taoist Ji Yu. When using it, you only need to inject your energy and blood into it, and then you can activate the decree to fight the enemy. The power of this decree is hard to resist for anyone below the level of quasi-emperor. It must not be used until the critical moment." "Thank you, senior." Yan Yun took a deep breath, and his hands were shaking slightly as he respectfully took the decree. What a heaven-defying treasure it is that can suppress the decrees of strong men below the quasi-emperor level. Needless to say, this kind of treasure is so precious. But Yan Yun did not refuse. Because he knew very well that once Ji Yushu and the great sage Wang Ji left, the imperial army would lack top-notch warriors to take charge. If a powerful evil spirit attacked, the consequences would be disastrous. With this method, this possibility can be eliminated to the greatest extent possible, and the safety factor will naturally increase sharply. Chapter 364, Going Straight to Wanglong. Star City. This was once an important city of Tianshu Prefecture and the most important barrier of the imperial capital. Over the past millions of years, there have been more than one rebellion in the Qingfeng Empire, but all the rebels were blocked by Tianqing City after entering Tianshu Palace, and could hardly advance an inch. But now, this important city has fallen into the hands of the Taishuan dynasty. At the same time, this former gateway to the imperial capital was also a powerful weapon for attacking the Star Empire. Now, the Taishuan Emperor dynasty summoned powerful people from many forces to come, and for a time, Tianqing City was filled with powerful people. Yin and Yang Holy Land. Taishu Holy Land. The holy place of metamorphosis. Kamikaze dynasty. Many forces, big and small, sent their strong men here. The party that came forward from the Taishuan Emperor's dynasty was naturally Nangong Chuan. "Nangong is deeply honored that you are here today. You're too polite, Prince Chuan. Saint Nangong, your words are too serious." Facing Nangong Chuan, all the powerful men who came gave him a smile. After all, the man in front of them was the prince of the Taishuan dynasty, and his strength was enough to reach the 9th level of sainthood. Things to know. A strong man at this level is only one step away from entering the great saint realm, and is already one of the top existences among many strong men. Just at this moment, a voice was heard. The Cloud Prince Ji Yushu of the Divine Martial Dynasty and his mentor, the great Saint Huangji, have arrived. As soon as these words came out, the entire place fell silent instinctively, and everyone looked outside the hall. Then the voices of Ji Yushu and the great sage Huangji were heard. Meet King Yun. Greetings to the great saint. Everyone bowed in greeting. King Yun, Ji Yushu. The great saint. Needless to say, the former is Ji Yu Qingfeng's legitimate son and has a noble status. After all, Ji Yu Qingfeng is the only top powerhouse in the eastern region who can repel the upper demon king in the current Dharma-ending age. The other party's legitimate son is naturally extraordinary. And then, it is the great sage Huangji. When this ancient great sage appeared, all parties had already received intelligence about it. The great sage Huangji has never hidden his whereabouts. In addition, many eyes of the Shenwu dynasty are watching him, so it is normal for them to know about his existence. Even Nangong Chuan was now politely bowing to Ji Yushu and the great sage Huangji. King Yun, Senior Huangji. King Chuan. Ji Yushu nodded. At this time, everyone in the hall was looking at him, but Ji Yushu's expression remained normal, with almost no change. At this time, Nangong Chuan said, "Since King Yun and Senior Huangji are here, please take your seats." Wait until the two of them are seated. Nangong Chuan looked at everyone present and then got to the point. I won't say any more polite words. The purpose of Taishuan dynasty inviting you all here today is to deal with Qingchen dynasty and the evil spirits behind it. Hearing this, everyone's expressions also became much more serious. Star dynasty. This is the problem they face now. Lord Fu said in a deep voice, I wonder if the Taishuan dynasty has any information about the evil spirit behind the Qingchen dynasty. My Taishuan dynasty did find out some things. Nangong Chuan glanced at Lord Fu, without hiding anything, and simply nodded in acknowledgement. I suspect that the evil behind the Qingchen dynasty is the same as the evil that destroyed the great Zhou dynasty. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. Yang Yingtian, the saint of the Divine Wind dynasty, frowned. Prince Chuan means that the evil spirit behind the Qingchen dynasty is the Qidian emperor. Saint Yingtian is right. Nangong Chuan nodded. Taishuan Daojun said, if it is really the Qidian emperor, should we inform the ancient Qin family about this? After all, the ancient Qin family has been tracking the Qidian emperor for a long time and has always wanted to kill him. If the ancient Qin family can lend a helping hand, our eastern region can suffer less losses in this battle. I have sent a message to the ancient Qin family, but now in the central region, demons are rampant, and many evil spirits from the ancient times have revived, so they can hardly spare any effort. After all, the 5 domains of the ancient world rarely interfere in the affairs of other major domains. If we want to get the ancient Qin family to take action, it will be impossible unless our eastern region can come up with something that is attractive enough to the ancient Qin family. Nangong Chuan shook his head. After all, everything is related to the word, interest. Without any vested interests, the ancient Qin family would not have helped the eastern region. Although we are all human, seriously speaking, it's all about interests. Even the many forces gathered here are only here for the sake of profit. As for the so-called righteousness of mankind, we cannot say that it does not exist at all, we can only say that it is not much. The others also understood what Nangong Chuan said. Even Taishuan Daojun didn't say much. He just mentioned the matter of the ancient Qin family casually. If it really came true that someone from the ancient Qin family could come, Taishuan Daojun didn't believe it. The current situation in the eastern region can only be resolved by forces from the eastern region like us. Now all the armies are gathered here. If the situation becomes overwhelming, it may be possible to destroy the Qingchen Empire. The only change right now is the evil spirit that destroyed the great Zhou dynasty. Nangong Chuan paused and looked at the powerful people present. Nowadays, most of the top powerhouses in the eastern region are here. There are 9 great saints alone, and the remaining 23 saints. There are also ancient beings like the great sage Huangji who are striving to reach the 9th level of the great sage realm. In terms of strength, in fact, it is not weak at all. As far as I know, Emperor Qidian was severely injured by the ancient Qin family, and his strength was greatly reduced. He may not have fully recovered now. Therefore, our chances of winning this battle are actually quite high. I invited you all here today because I hope that the various forces present here can work together to avoid being defeated one by the evil spirits. After all, only when all parties work together can we maximize our strength. Nangong Chuan continued. His words. It also made the others nod slightly. Everyone has his or her own selfish desires. If we cannot integrate them and fight on our own, it will not benefit anyone. I have no objection to Prince Chuan's proposal. The Taishuan dynasty is an ancient dynasty, and Prince Chuan is the initiator of this incident. It would be better if the Taishuan dynasty took charge of the command, and all the forces would just follow his orders. At this time, Ji Yushu spoke up and took the lead in stating the position of the Shenwu dynasty. Ji Yushu had no intention of taking the head coach position. In his opinion, the position of head coach seems important, but it is just that. If you really want to command the heroes with this position, it is impossible. At most, sitting in this position will make it much easier to give orders. Instead of wasting time fighting for the head coach position, it's better to do a favor. As expected, after hearing Ji Yushu's words, Nangong Chuan smiled, and then humbly declined. Although the Taishuan dynasty is the initiator of this incident, the forces behind the Taoist friends present here are all impressive. No matter what, it is not the turn of the Taishuan dynasty to make the decision. The latest novel is published first on Lu Nine Shuba. Prince Chuan is too modest. Our Taishu Holy Land also agrees with Prince Yun's proposal. Taoist Taishuan spoke and stated the position of Taishu Holy Land. After the Shenwu dynasty and the Taishu Holy Land spoke up, the other forces did not say much and just spoke in agreement. To them, the position of head coach was not important. Besides, a powerful force had already spoken. If they expressed different opinions at this time, they might bring disgrace to the Taishuan dynasty. There is no need to offend an empire just for a mere false reputation. See here. Nangong Chuan half-heartedly agreed and directly let Taishuan Emperor Chao take over the position. Then, Nangong Chuan's face straightened. Since everyone says so, then I will not refuse anymore. Now that the matter has been finalized, the next thing is to deal with the evil spirits. The words fell. Nangong Chuan waved his sleeves, and the charm of the avenue flowed, instantly transforming into a sand table with an illusory interface that appeared in front of everyone. The scene in this sand table is the picture of Tianshu Palace. Now, within 1,000 miles of the capital of the Qingchen Empire, there are a large number of evil spirits gathering. In order to prevent the evil spirits from being defeated and escaping, I believe that Tianqing City should be the first and all the cities and fortresses along the way should be heavily guarded. The main purpose is to intercept the evil spirits' fleeing army. Among the 23 saints, 6 can be left behind to maintain order and prevent the evil spirits from taking desperate actions. The remaining 17 saints and 9 great saints will go straight to Wanglong and take decapitation action to kill Lu Zhen and the Qidian emperor. The remaining troops will hold back the other evil armies and provide cover for us. Nangong Chuan already had some ideas in his mind, and now that he was getting to the point, he had nothing to hide and just spoke his thoughts out loud. The words fell. Everyone looked at each other and finally nodded. Then let's follow what Prince Chuan said. After leaving Tianqing City, many powerful people returned to their own forces and made corresponding arrangements. After returning to the Shenwu dynasty, Ji Yushu also called Yan Yun and others. According to the original agreement, he ordered Yan Yun and others to stay in the rear and gather the army to resist the evil army from the side to buy time for everyone. At the same time, Ji Yushu is also guarding here. After all, the Shenwu dynasty lacks top-notch combat power. As one of the 9 great saints, it is impossible for the great saint Wangji to stay and take charge of the situation. So that's it. Ji Yushu had to stay. The great sage Wangji is also very clear about the strength of his disciple. Although he is at the peak of the 9th level of the Tao Palace realm, he possesses an immortal divine body. If they really had to fight, he would not be at a disadvantage even if he faced a saint. If all the cards are played, killing a saint will not be a problem. But just to be on the safe side, the great sage Wangji still kept the decree that was originally given to Yan Yun and handed it to Ji Yushu, allowing him to use it as a life-saving trump card. With an edict that is as powerful as a quasi-emperor's attack, plus Ji Yushu's strength, there won't be any problems if he takes charge. 3 days later, led by the Taishuan dynasty, all the armies of the forces set out towards the capital of the Qingchen dynasty. Just as everyone thought, the evil forces that had been defeated before were now resisting extremely tenaciously, as if they had sensed their own destruction and were fighting a last-ditch battle with their last chance. Humph, these evil spirits are just putting up a futile resistance. Yang Yingtian had a look of disdain on his face. As he spoke, he waved his hand and killed many evil spirits. All the evil spirits within 1,000 feet in front of him were cleared out by this attack. This is the strength of the saint realm. Moreover, Yang Yingtian is not an ordinary saint, but a saint who has reached the 7th level. It is easy for him to deal with these ordinary evil spirits. The other saints are now also taking action to kill all the evil spirits that block their way. The reason for doing this is to allow other great saint realm strongmen to preserve their peak strength and then deal with Lu Zhen and Emperor Qidian. Strictly speaking, the main person they want to deal with is Emperor Qidian. As for Lu Zhen, to be honest, the saints and great saints from all sides did not take him seriously. Even though Lu Zhen is the ruler of the imperial dynasty, it cannot change the fact that he is only a half-saint. No matter how powerful a semi-saint is, he is still just a semi-saint, no different from an ant in front of a saint. Soon, the imperial capital is in sight. A powerful evil aura covered the sky and made everyone look solemn. Just at this moment, the void trembles. A tall and majestic figure dressed in imperial clothes slowly emerged from the space. Behind him was a skeletal throne made of a mountain of bones and corpses, and below him were many evil spirits emitting powerful auras. Lu Zhen was among them. You're finally here. You've kept me waiting for a long time. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Emperor Qidian's mouth, and his scarlet eyes swept over everyone one by one. The powerful aura made everyone else frown. Emperor Weird. Nangong Chuan spoke in a deep voice. Then, he looked at the other evil spirits, and his heart became more solemn. 13 evil spirits. The weakest of them is at the level of a mid-level natural disaster, and 3 of them have reached the level of an upper-level natural disaster, plus an unknown weird emperor. This made Nangong Chuan feel very troubled. You evil spirits are harming the human race and slaughtering all the people in the prefecture. Heaven is wrathful and people are resentful. Today we come here to kill you all. Yang Yingtian looked indifferent, then looked at Lu Zhen beside him. Lu Zhen, you are unworthy of being the emperor of the imperial dynasty. Now you have fallen into depravity and joined the evil side. Will you have the face to face the ancestors of the Lu family in the afterlife? The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit, so why bother talking? Lu Zhen's expression was indifferent. Yang Yingtian's words could hardly stir up any ripples in his heart. Since he has decided to do this, Lu Zhen will never regret it. Why waste so much time talking? Just kill him. At this moment, a strong man finally couldn't help but take action. He took the lead and slammed towards Lu Zhen with a palm. The full-strength attack of the great sage caused the hundreds of miles of void to collapse instantly. It was a mighty attack that could destroy the world and was extremely powerful. However, just at this moment, the figure who had been sitting on the skeletal throne suddenly moved. The other party tapped the void with his right-hand fingers, and then mysterious ripples appeared in the space, and the Sumeru space had already swept in all directions. The terrifying power of the great sage's attack was instantly wiped out the moment it touched the ripples. At the same time, suddenly, a terrible pressure came from the surrounding space. Everyone, including the great Saint Huang, had their faces changed drastically when they felt this terrible pressure. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 365 Immortality. Evil Restricted Area. He is not a lower-level world destroyer, but a middle-level world destroyer. The great sage Shenyu's face changed drastically and his pupils contracted, as if he had seen something terrifying. The middle position destroys the world. On par with the quasi-emperor. After all, they underestimated the strength of Emperor Qidian. The Qingfeng emperor sacrificed the blood of an entire state's people, and eventually restored Emperor Qidian's strength to the level comparable to that of a quasi-emperor. Now, suppression in the restricted area. That pressure alone made the blood of all the saints stagnate, and their bodies seemed unable to move. Only the 9 great saints could barely resist it. But it's just resistance. The Qidian emperor simply pointed his finger down from the void, and the vast sky and universe seemed to collapse. The extremely terrifying power made all the cultivators look horrified. War. The great sage Shenyu roared. Things had come to this point and he had no time to hesitate. In an instant, his wings of wind and thunder spread out behind him, and the power of wind and thunder intertwined together, forming a hurricane that could destroy the world and swept away everything. When the great sage Shenyu made his move, other powerful great sages also made their moves in anger. So what if the middle position destroys the world? At this point, everyone knows that they have no way out. This battle. Only by fighting to the death can you have a chance of survival. Anyone who has even the slightest fear will inevitably end up dead. The 9 great saints joined forces to attack. The momentum is amazing. However, Such a force that gathered together 9 great saints was not enough to stop a single finger of Emperor Qidian. The slender fingers of Emperor Qidian seemed to be able to shatter the galaxy. The powerful and terrifying force suppressed everything. All attacks dissipated and disappeared the moment they touched his fingertips. When the remaining force hit them, the 9 great saints were shaken and vomited blood from their mouths. There was a look of horror in everyone's eyes. The power of Emperor Qidian was completely beyond their expectations. I originally thought that even though I was not a match for Emperor Qidian, I could at least fight him a little. But now when they really fought, I realized how big the gap between the two sides was. Is it possible that the human race of the eastern region is really going to perish at the hands of evil spirits? There was a great sage with a ferocious look on his face and unwillingness in his eyes. The other side. The great sage Wangji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face showing shock but also determination. Everyone, I will tear this restricted area apart in a moment. Don't hesitate to lead your men away and order the army to retreat. We can talk about the rest later. Fellow Taoist Wangji, are you sure you can break through the restricted area? After hearing what the great sage Wangji said, everyone was slightly stunned, as if they had not expected the former to have such a trump card. However, the great sage Wangji did not reply. It's because Emperor Qidian has taken action again. The other party stretched out his right hand, as if covering the entire heaven and earth, and crushed towards the great saints and sages with the force of destroying everything. The purpose of Emperor Qidian is very clear, which is to kill these cultivators, and then destroy all the armies in the eastern region, so as to restore himself to the level of a superior world destroyer. Seeing the attack from Emperor Qidian coming, the great sage Wangji did not hesitate at all and directly activated the decree given to him by Qingfeng. Boom! The decree unfolded, and the terrifying rhyme of Tao burst out. Then, an ancient heavenly sword suddenly emerged. It was like a sword that could split the sky and the earth, cutting through the void universe. Even the attack of the Qidian emperor was forcibly broken by this sword. At the moment when the two forces were about to disintegrate each other, the great sage Wangji used the second decree. This is the purpose of the law. The target is obviously the entire restricted area. Rip. The huge restricted area was torn apart like a curtain, and the pressure on everyone disappeared in an instant. Withdraw. Without caring about being shocked, everyone retreated directly to the rear. At the same time, the figure of the great sage Wangji also disappeared like a stream of light. Qingfeng gave him 4 decrees. The first decree was used to kill the evil spirit in the wedding dress. The second decree was left for Shu as a trump card. As for the remaining third and fourth decrees, they were all used here. You can say that the great sage Wangji has now fully demonstrated his abilities. If we don't retreat, we will just be waiting to die. The quasi-imperial decree. You think you can stop me with just 2 decrees? You are wishful thinking. Emperor Qidian was furious, and his scarlet eyes seemed to be spewing out monstrous rage. The terrifying pressure of a mid-level natural disaster shook the void, and then his right hand seemed to pierce through the void and went straight to suppress the back of the great sage Wangji. My life is over. When the great sage Wangji felt the terrifying aura behind him, his face suddenly became filled with despair. Just when he thought he was going to die here, he saw the space suddenly crack open, and a man emerged from it. He then swung his palm forward and easily dissipated the power of the attack. Friend Gu. When he saw the person coming, the great sage Wangji immediately showed his relief at surviving the calamity on his face. Qingfeng. He never expected that the other party would appear at this time. But soon, the great saint Wangji reacted immediately and said hurriedly, "Fellow Taoist Gu, be careful. The evil spirit of the Qingchen dynasty is the Qidian emperor who destroyed the great Zhou dynasty. His strength has reached the level of a quasi-emperor. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Wangji, I know about this matter." Qingfeng nodded slightly, and then spoke lightly. "Let Gu handle the affairs here, and Taoist Wangji go deal with the other evil spirits. Then I'll completely rely on brother Gu." The great sage Wangji did not show off his bravery. After hearing what Qingfeng said, he flew away directly. He knew his own strengths and weaknesses very well, and a fight of this level was not something he could interfere with. Get involved rashly. It will only hold Qingfeng back. And the other side. When Qingfeng was speaking, his eyes were always looking forward, where the skeleton emperor's throne was gathered, and a tall and majestic figure sat on it, like the almighty Nine Heavens God. "We meet again. It's you." The scarlet eyes of Emperor Qidian became cold, as if a strong murderous intent was emanating from them. The moment he saw Ji Qingfeng, uncontrollable anger surged in his heart. The battle of the Great Zhou dynasty was still fresh in Emperor Qidian's memory. That was the first time that Emperor Qidian suffered such a devastating defeat since he was sealed by the Tai divine dynasty in the ancient times. Emperor Qidian was filled with resentment towards the monks who participated in that battle. Now, Ji Qingfeng appears. This made Emperor Qidian forget about other people, and he had only one thought in his mind, which was to tear the human race in front of him into pieces. You came just in time. I want to use your flesh, blood, and soul to help me reach the upper level of world destruction. The Qidian emperor's voice was grim, and the evil forbidden area descended with a bang. Facing the attack from Emperor Qidian, Ji Qingfeng raised his eyebrows slightly, and punched out with his right hand. The fierce and domineering force pierced through the sky, and even the forbidden area was directly blasted away before it actually fell. At the moment the restricted area exploded, Ji Qingfeng took a step into the air. The energy and blood in his body shook the sky, like a glorious sun shining on the earth. The darkness of the entire Tianshu mansion dissipated at this moment. Everyone was attracted by this sudden change, and when they looked in the direction of the wave, they saw a tall and majestic figure coming into view, as if suppressing the ages. That's Father. When Ji Shu, who was guarding the rear, saw that figure, an expression of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. He never expected that Ji Qingfeng would come in person. Original. Ji Shu was still somewhat worried whether the great sage Wangji and others could deal with Emperor Qidian. But now, after seeing Ji Qingfeng coming, the worry in his heart disappeared immediately. So what if he is Emperor Qidian? My father is an almighty powerful being who can suppress the upper demon king. We really have to fight. The latest novel is published first on Lu 9 Shuba. Emperor Qidian is definitely not his opponent. The emperor. At the same time, on the Shenwu dynasty side, everyone showed awe on their faces, and when they looked at that figure, it was as if they were looking at some supreme immortal god. Qi and blood are like the sun. Shine through the 9 heavens. If such an existence is not a god, then what is it? When this force exploded, even the ancient land of Taichu was shaken. Such a strong energy and blood force, could it be that an ancient being has revived? This amount of energy and blood is enough to match tens of millions of living beings. In many ancient cities of life, greedy eyes were looking towards the direction of Tianshu Mansion. They were all attracted by Ji Qingfeng's powerful energy and blood. They wished they could leave the Taichu ancient land immediately and devour all the energy and blood. But soon, they just suppressed this impulse. Now is not the time to be born. The era of great contention has not yet arrived. It is too risky to rush into the world. But in one of the ancient cities of life, an ancient being opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Tianshu Palace. His eyes were somewhat shocked, but also somewhat doubtful. This aura is the aura of Yuan Jing. Could it be the child who entered the Taichu ancient land at that time? No, it's impossible. This kind of aura is already on par with a semi-emperor. Although the kid's strength was good at the time, he could only be on par with a saint king at best. Emperor Heiyuan was somewhat shocked, yet at the same time a little unsure. But, in that energy and blood, Emperor Heiyuan indeed felt the breath of Yuanjing. Yuan Sutra. That was the imperial scripture that he had spent thousands of years to create. This is the emperor's scripture. Emperor Heiyuan never passed it on to anyone except Ji Qingfeng, who entered the Taichu ancient land. But it was precisely because of this that Emperor Heiyuan was shocked. It's impossible. Even if it's the reincarnation of a great emperor, it's impossible for him to directly enter the level of a half-emperor in such a short time. It seems that I have been sleeping for too long and my perception is impaired. As Emperor Heiyuan thought so, his heart calmed down. A powerful half-emperor. That is an existence that has truly surpassed the peak of quasi-emperor and has already stepped half a foot into the realm of great emperor. A strong person at this level is only a step away from becoming an emperor. Throughout the ages, in fact, the number of semi-emperors is not much more than that of great emperors. This shows how difficult it is to become a strong person at this level. In Tianshu Palace, Ji Qingfeng has already completely fought with Emperor Qidian. With the activation of the 3 major heavenly meridians, Ji Qingfeng's strength instantly reached a top level. Even an ordinary punch or kick contained the power to destroy the world. After just one encounter, Emperor Qidian was completely at a disadvantage. Ji Qingfeng's powerful strength made this evil spirit, which had been able to live from ancient times to the present, change its expression drastically. Impossible, it's only been a few years, how could you be so strong? Emperor Qidian couldn't believe it. He was shocked by Jiyu Qingfeng's powerful strength. No matter how hard Emperor Qidian tried to think, he couldn't understand why Jiyu Qingfeng's strength had reached such a breakthrough in such a short period of time. Think back to the past. Although Emperor Qidian was defeated, it was because he was besieged by many powerful people. Fighting alone, Emperor Qidian believed he was not afraid of anyone. Not to mention, Emperor Qidian has now obtained the vitality and blood of all the living beings in the state. Not only has the injuries suffered by the great Zhou dynasty been completely recovered, but his strength has also made a certain breakthrough compared to before. But even so, Emperor Qidian still had no room to fight back when facing Jiyu Qingfeng. From beginning to end, the opponents were all suppressed and beaten by Jiyu Qingfeng. Boom, boom, the terrifying force shook the sky. Jiyu Qingfeng's fists contained unparalleled power, which forced Emperor Qidian to retreat step by step. His body was broken and shattered, and a large amount of black blood spilled. Every drop of blood that falls corrodes the earth, leaving behind hideous holes. Boom! Another punch was thrown, and the body of the Qidian emperor fell from the void like a cannonball, causing the earth to tremble, as if a dragon was turning over. When the other evil spirits saw this scene, their faces changed drastically. Impossible, Jiyu Qingfeng's strength is so strong that even your majesty is no match for him. Shen Shan looked at the scene in front of him and felt as if the sky had fallen. He thought that the Qidian emperor, who was extremely powerful and invincible, was now being held at will by Jiyu Qingfeng and had no power to fight back at all. Such pictures. This naturally gave Shen Shan the illusion that his faith had collapsed. Lu Zhen, who was standing aside, also had a look of horror on his face. From the moment Jiyu Qingfeng appeared, Lu Zhen felt that things were out of control. Now seeing Emperor Qidian being completely crushed, he became even more shocked. Why? Why is Jiyu Qingfeng so powerful? Why? Lu Zhen roared inwardly, his eyes filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. He understood that the battle was already over for his side. Once Emperor Qidian is defeated, all his plans will be in vain. Lu Zhen had already thought about the possibility of his own failure, but when it actually happened, he still found it difficult to accept. Just at this moment, things changed again during the battle. Jiyu Qingfeng smashed the body of Emperor Qidian with one punch, causing it to explode and turn into a ball of blood mist. But the next moment, Emperor Qidian's body condensed again, as if it was immortal. It's useless. I am an immortal being. Even the Tai divine dynasty couldn't kill me. How can you, an ant who hasn't even entered the realm of the great emperor, threaten me? Emperor Qidian laughed wildly and looked at Jiyu Qingfeng with mocking eyes, as if he was sure that the other party could not do anything to him. Chapter 366, The True Form of the Ghostly Emperor. Immortality. It depends on how long you can last. Jiyu Qingfeng had an indifferent expression. As he spoke, the blood and energy in his body surged. A peerless heavenly sword was born in the void, and in an instant it transformed into millions of sword energies that chopped down with a loud bang. Although the heavenly sword is only a saint's magical power, with Jiyu Qingfeng's current cultivation level, when it is used, even the most ordinary magical power can exert terrifying power. Not to mention, Tian Dao was created by Jiyu Qingfeng. This magical power suits him. Now, Jiyu Qingfeng once again displayed his heavenly sword magical power, and the power that erupted was enough to destroy the world. Emperor Qidian couldn't resist at all, and his body collapsed. The moment the millions of sword energies slashed down, his bones and blood were separated, and the recovery of his body could not keep up with the speed of destruction. Jiyu Qingfeng had no expression on his face, he just kept suppressing Emperor Qidian, making it difficult for the latter's body to truly recover. I don't know how much time has passed. The body of Emperor Qidian completely dissipated, leaving only an eyeball remaining in the void. No matter how Jiyu Qingfeng attacked, he was unable to kill him completely. See here. Jiyu Qingfeng immediately understood that this eyeball was the true form of Emperor Qidian. Only by destroying the eyeball can the Qidian emperor be completely killed. Jiyu Qingfeng had already prepared a way to deal with this situation. He activated the Divine Emperor Cauldron, directly put his eyeballs into the ancient cauldron, and then looked at Lu Zhen and other evil spirits. Without any extra words, Jiyu Qingfeng shattered the void with the snap of his fingers, and millions of sword energies bombarded down light covering the sky and the sun. No matter whether it was Lu Zhen or other evil spirits, they were all killed on the spot. The difference between these evil spirits and the Qidian emperor is that the origins of these evil spirits cannot be compared with that of the Qidian emperor, and they are not even the ancient evil spirits that have survived since the ancient times. With Jiyu Qingfeng's current strength, it would be easy for him to kill this evil spirit. In just a moment, there was no longer any living evil spirit in the huge imperial capital. Even the so-called higher-level natural disasters and evil spirits whose strength is comparable to that of the great saints of the human race cannot withstand Jiyu Qingfeng's sword. When these evil spirits were wiped out, many other evil spirits that were fighting against humans died in an instant, leaving only a small number of evil spirits struggling, but they were no match for humans. Imperial capital. Jiyu Qingfeng sat on the former emperor's throne, and below him were the top powers from all sides. When everyone looked at the figure on the throne, they couldn't help but reveal awe on their faces. This is the awe for the supreme powerful. Especially the great sage Shenyu and others, they did not dare to be the slightest bit presumptuous in front of Jiyu Qingfeng. The strength of Emperor Qidian. They all know it very well. The so-called great saint of the human race is nothing in front of such evil spirits. But, even a powerful figure like the Qidian emperor was killed by Jiyu Qingfeng alone, and all the evil spirits in the entire imperial capital were wiped out. If Jiyu Qingfeng had not taken action, even if Emperor Qidian did not exist, the human race in the eastern region would have to pay a heavy price to win. Now, Jiyu Qingfeng waved his sleeves, and a ferocious head appeared in front of everyone. This is Lu Zhen's head. I remember that you once said that whoever can kill Lu Zhen can become the ruler of the Qingchen Empire and take charge of ancient Xingzhou. Now that Lu Zhen has been killed by me, according to the original agreement, Guxingzhou will belong to our Shenwu dynasty. Do you have any objections? As soon as these words came out, Taishuan Daojun said immediately, of course, if Senior Jiyu kills Lu Zhen, then the Shenwu dynasty can take control of Guxingzhou. This is the original agreement among all forces. With the Taishu Holy Land taking the lead, even if other forces are unwilling, they cannot stubbornly oppose it at this time and can only bow their heads and obey. After all, the person in front of him is an almighty being who suppressed Emperor Qidian and killed many evil spirits in the imperial capital. Even in ancient times and prehistoric times, his strength was top-notch. There are rumors. Jiyu Qingfeng's strength may have reached the peak of quasi-emperor, or even stepped into the half-emperor level. A strong person of this level can be called the strongest person below the great emperor. In addition to the original agreement, all parties involved will naturally not seek trouble. Since everyone has no objection, then the matter will be settled. However, I have to be frank. Now that this is an established fact, I don't want anyone to regret it later, or to attempt to get involved in ancient Xingzhou. Otherwise, I will definitely not agree. When the last sentence was spoken, a terrifying pressure suddenly burst out from Jiyu Qingfeng, sweeping across the entire hall in an instant, causing these people's faces to change drastically. Even those who aspire to become great saints feel as small as ants in the face of this pressure. The terrifying pressure is much stronger than when they faced the forbidden area of Emperor Qidian. Visible. How powerful is Jiyu Qingfeng? If this person wanted to kill me and others, it would probably be just a matter of moving his fingers. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Jiyu Qingfeng remained calm. Although his words were spoken bluntly, he was not worried about offending these forces. Only the weak need to look ahead and behind. For the strong, there is nothing to worry about. If it weren't for the fact that they were all human, Jiyu Qingfeng wouldn't bother to say too much. Then, everyone left. Jiyu Qingfeng met with Jiyu Shu alone. Father, you will stay in Guxingzhou for the time being to take charge of the situation. Your eldest brother will probably send someone to take over soon. Jiyu Qingfeng said. A state is of great importance. Although the ancient Xingzhou is now in ruins, most of the people have died at the hands of the Qingchen Empire, and only a very few people are able to survive. Those who survived did not want to leave Guxingzhou, but they had no way to leave. Because a state is so vast, it is not easy for ordinary people to cross it. A state is vast. It is enough to make it difficult for a person to complete his entire life. But anyway, as one of the 108 states in the eastern region, ancient Xingzhou is rich in resources and cannot be compared with the other 9 states. The Shenwu dynasty has now reached the peak of the dynasty. As long as it takes one more step forward, it will be no problem to be promoted to an imperial dynasty. If Jiyu Qingfeng wants to improve his strength now, the fastest way is to upgrade the Shenwu dynasty to an imperial dynasty and then lead the Jiyu family. After all, the previous 2 promotions by the court had brought great benefits to Jiyu Qingfeng. Now that we have been promoted to an imperial dynasty, it is naturally no exception. I understand, my child. After hearing Jiyu Qingfeng's explanation, Jiyu Shu naturally did not refuse. Jiyu Qingfeng looked at him and said calmly, "Your performance this time is also good. If your father is not mistaken, the great era of contention is probably approaching. You should seize the time to accumulate your foundation now, and when the great era of contention arrives, you can immediately strive for the Saint Realm." Great struggle for prosperity. Jiyu Shu's expression changed slightly. Isn't it said that the Dharma will end in 10,000 years, and the Great Age will last for 3,000 years? The last Great Age should have been less than 9,000 years ago. It will take at least 1,000 years before the second Great Age can come. Jiyu Shu still had some understanding of these things. After all, he had the great sage Wangji following him at the time, so he was familiar with many secrets of the ancient world, and this was especially true of the great struggle for prosperity. Jiyu Qingfeng said, "Under normal circumstances, the great struggle and prosperity would naturally last for more than 1,000 years, but now that demons have invaded and evil spirits have risen, the world has fallen into a monstrous catastrophe. All living things perished, and evil energy from heaven and earth surged into the sky, causing the era of great strife to arrive ahead of schedule. If nothing unexpected happens, in 100 years at most, the era of great contention will begin. But nowadays, not everyone can perceive the changes in the world. If you prepare yourself first, you can be ahead of others." Jiyu Qingfeng spoke. His words. Jiyu Shu was shocked and looked a little dazed. 100 years at most. The latest novel is published first on Lu Nine Shuba. The era of great contention will come. It has to be said that this news did surprise him. At the same time, Jiyu Shu understood it even better. If this news really spreads, it will be enough to shock the entire ancient world. Jiyu Qingfeng said, "In the ancient times, the Tai divine dynasty attempted to ascend to heaven, and eventually opened the gate to immortality, which led to the advent of evil spirits, and then the ancient catastrophe broke out, bringing an era to an end. Now the evil spirits that were sealed and suppressed in the ancient times have reappeared, and demons have invaded again. I think this great struggle and prosperity is not just a prosperous era, but a catastrophe comparable to the ancient times. Great calamity." Jiyu Shu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. The information revealed in Jiyu Qingfeng's words shocked him. Does father have any way to deal with it? When the great calamity comes, no one can escape it. If you want to deal with it, you have to improve your own strength. You have an immortal divine body, so your aptitude is naturally needless to say. At the same time, you practice the Wangji immortal scripture passed down by the Wangji great sage, which is considered to be top-notch among the great sage realm techniques. However, no matter how powerful the imperial immortal scripture is, its upper limit is ultimately only the great saint realm. So today, your father will teach you another imperial scripture as a foundation for your future. It's just that I haven't mastered this emperor scripture yet, so I can teach you the complete emperor scripture for now, but for now, it's enough for you." After Jiyu Qingfeng finished speaking, he didn't wait for Jiyu Shu to speak. He just raised his hand and pointed. A powerful Taoist thought rushed directly into the latter's sea of consciousness. The martial arts that Jiyu Qingfeng taught was naturally the ancient divine king scripture. He has mastered 2 imperial scriptures, and the Yuan Sutra is of a higher level of cultivation, so he should be the one to be taught the Yuan Sutra. But in fact, the upper limit of the Taiku Divine King Sutra is much higher than that of the Yuan Sutra. They are both powerful beings at the level of Great Emperor. Emperor Heiyuan is naturally inferior to the ancient God King. Although both imperial scriptures point directly to the Great Emperor realm, the ancient Divine King scripture can directly point to the peak of the Great Emperor. The more important point is, the physical body chapter of the ancient God King Sutra can cultivate the ancient God King body. If it is fully accomplished, the physical body will be comparable to an emperor's weapon. On some level, the body of the ancient God King and Jiyu Shu's immortal God body are extremely compatible. Immortal divine body. It can be said to be immortal. If one cultivates to perfection, one would be able to be reborn by a drop of blood. If combined with the powerful body of the ancient God King, Jiyu Shu would be truly invincible. This is why Jiyu Qingfeng taught the other party the ancient Divine King Sutra. As for teaching Ji Yu Fengchen the Yuan Sutra, it was because the other party had inherited the ancient star Dao body and practiced the Taishu Star Domain Sutra. And according to what Ji Yu Fengchen said, Ji Yu Qingfeng also had some understanding of the Taishu Star Domain Sutra. This technique is actually very similar to the ancient Divine King scripture. If one can cultivate it to perfection, one can also condense a perfect Taishu combat body, making the body extremely powerful. Therefore, Ji Yu Qingfeng did not teach the other party the Taiku Divine King Sutra, but only taught him the Yuan Sutra. After all, it is because there is some conflict between the Taiku Divine King Sutra and the Taishu Star Domain Sutra. Although if the two imperial scriptures can be cultivated to perfection, the strength of the cultivator can be greatly improved. But in comparison, after all, it is not as good as Yuanjing. The Dao rhyme of the ancient Divine King scripture was terrifying. Even with Ji Yu Shu's current level of cultivation, it took him a full hour to recover from the impact of the Dao rhyme. The ancient Divine King scripture. Ji Yu Shu looked inward at the Dao rhyme seed in his own sea of consciousness, and the mystery of this technique emerged. It was many times more powerful than the Wangji immortal scripture. Although the current Taiku Divine King scripture only involves the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, even so, it can be seen that this emperor scripture is unfathomable. In comparison, the Wangji immortal scripture is more than one level lower. This is the emperor's scripture. Ji Yu Shu took a deep breath. It was the first time he had inherited such a skill, and it was hard for him to calm down. Ji Yu Qingfeng said, the ancient Divine King scripture was passed down from the ancient times and was practiced by the ancient Divine King, one of the 12 Divine Kings of the Tai Divine Dynasty. This technique allows cultivators to cultivate the body of the ancient God King. If the ancient God King body reaches the great perfection stage, the physical body can even rival the Emperor's weapons, which is quite compatible with your original immortal God body. Thank you, Father, for the Dharma. Ji Yu Shu looked excited. He naturally understood the power of the ancient God King Sutra. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he could practice the ancient God King Sutra to the 9th level of Dao Palace realm would allow him to further improve his strength on the original basis. So, even if he didn't use his heavenly veins and the incomplete imperial weapons, Ji Yu Shu still had the confidence to truly fight a saint. The foundation brought by the Emperor's scripture cannot be compared with any other martial arts. Then, Ji Yu Qingfeng asked, as far as I know, all divine bodies in the world have different levels. Your immortal divine body should not have entered the minor success stage yet, right? Father is right. How can an immortal divine body achieve minor success? According to Master, to achieve the minor perfection of the immortal divine body, one needs the mature 9 deaths immortal grass and the immortal spirit spring. But unfortunately, I haven't found out the news about the immortal spring yet. As for the 9 deaths grass, it is rumored to exist in the ancient land of the Emperor in the demon world. But the Emperor's ancient land is a life-restricted area, and it is not easy to enter and find the 9 deaths immortal grass. Ji Yu Shu did not hide anything and directly stated the conditions for achieving a minor level of success in the immortal divine body. 9 deaths herb, immortal spring. Upon hearing this, Ji Yu Qingfeng nodded slightly. I will pay attention to these 2 things. As for the demon world, many ancient demon kings have revived, so it won't be easy to enter. Chapter 367, The Limit of the Dynasty. The depth of the demon world is unfathomable. Ji Yu Qingfeng naturally wouldn't be arrogant. Even though his current strength is such that no one among the quasi-emperors can be his opponent, Ji Yu Qingfeng still has no confidence in facing a real emperor. Ji Yu Qingfeng believed it. In the demon world, he must have the background of a great emperor. Before he had the strength to truly rival that of the great emperor, Ji Yu Qingfeng naturally wouldn't risk going deeper. After all, he is not the same person he was before. I don't know how many pairs of eyes are staring at me in the dark. If he could enter the demon world, Ji Yu Qingfeng had no doubt that there would be strong men from the demon world who would come forward to snipe him. So, even though he knew that there was the 9 deaths immortal grass in the emperor's ancient land, Ji Yu Qingfeng had no intention of entering for the time being. But, since the 9 death herb can be found in the demon world, perhaps it can also be found in the ancient world. There are many forbidden areas in the world. If the ancient land of Taichu can produce the elixir of immortality, then it is possible that it can produce other elixirs. Then, Ji Yu Qingfeng left quietly. At the same time, at the court, when Ji Yu Yang received the message from Ji Yu Qingfeng, he was immediately excited. Good, Lu Zhen has been executed, and Guxingzhou has fallen into the hands of Arshenwu dynasty. Ji Yuyong couldn't help but be excited. One state. Vast and boundless. Even though Zhouzhou can be called a state, there is absolutely no comparison between it and the 108 states in the eastern region. Not to mention a state. Even a prefecture in the eastern region is much more vast than the 9 provinces. Nowadays, ancient Qingzhou fell into the hands of the Shenwu dynasty. In this way, Ji Yuyong no longer has to worry about territorial issues. Next, all we need to do is arrange for someone to take control of Guqingzhou, and then the Shenwu dynasty will enter a stage of explosive growth. Promote the imperial dynasty. Right before my eyes. Ji Yuyong took a deep breath, and then called someone over. The person who came was an old man. Although his temples were gray, his back was still straight, his eyes were bright, his face was dignified and upright, and he bowed to Ji Yuyong. Your Majesty, I, Liang Jin, pay my respects to you. Prime Minister Liang, no need to be polite. Ji Yuyong looked at the person in front of him and smiled slightly. Liang Jin. He was a great scholar in the previous dynasty. Later, when the Shenwu dynasty rose, he joined the court. He was originally just an ordinary minor official, but his achievements were outstanding during his tenure, so he was promoted out of turn, and now he is the prime minister of the dynasty. Ji Yuyong is still very optimistic about Liang Jin's abilities. The Shenwu dynasty has been thriving in recent years, with peace and prosperity for the country and the people, which is also inseparable from the other party. Someone, please take a seat. As soon as Ji Yuyong finished speaking, an eunuch brought a chair and Liang Jin bowed again. Thank you, Your Majesty. I asked you to come here today because the emperor has killed Liu Zhen of the Qingfeng dynasty. According to the agreement between the various forces in the eastern region, Guqingzhou is now part of the territory of the Shenwu dynasty. What do you think about this matter? Quote, Ji Yuyong didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. His words. Liang Jin's expression changed slightly, and then a smile appeared on his face. Ancient Qingzhou is a top-notch province. It is a great blessing for our country that such a territory is under the control of our Shenwu dynasty. But, according to what I have learned, the Qingchen emperor sacrificed blood for the common people, and only 1 in 10 people in ancient Qingzhou survived. Even if the evil spirits are eliminated, there will still be many troubles. What's more important is that people's hearts are unsettled, so winning their hearts is the most important thing. Liang Jin paused. So, in addition to this old minister, Your Majesty may as well let the patrol guard go to Guqingzhou to patrol on behalf of the emperor and stabilize the people's hearts. Then, reduce taxes and win the hearts of the people. Liang Jin expressed his own views and subsequent arrangements without hiding anything. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuyong nodded repeatedly. I have to say, many of Liang Jin's methods were exactly what he had in mind. Final. Ji Yuyong made the final decision and everything was done according to Liang Jin's proposal. He then arranged a group of officials to go directly to Guqingzhou to expand the territory. Today's ancient Qingzhou is in a state of disrepair, which means that everything has to start from scratch. As for the officials, proper arrangements must be made. When Ji Yuyong issued the decree, the imperial court quickly dispatched personnel to Guqingzhou to officially take over this large province. When the other eastern region forces saw this, they were all filled with envy. After taking over Guqingzhou, the foundation of the Shenwu dynasty has been further strengthened. I think it won't be long before it is promoted to an imperial dynasty. I remember that the Shenwu dynasty was founded less than 100 years ago, and now it is expected to be promoted to an imperial dynasty. This speed is really amazing. Looking at any dynasty in the eastern region, it takes thousands, even tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation before there is a chance to advance step by step. After all, imperial advancement is not such an easy thing. Without a long period of time to accumulate, it would be very difficult to reach this level. But, there were also monks who understood this in their hearts. The reason why the Shenwu dynasty was able to develop so quickly was ultimately because of the Jiyu family. After all, with such a top-notch expert around, it is not impossible to directly promote the emergence of an empire. With the Shenwu dynasty taking over ancient Qingzhou, it took only 3 months for the fluctuating people's hearts to gradually settle down. And then, Ji Yuyong ordered his men to make arrangements to send some people from Zhouzhou to Guqingzhou, and at the same time build a teleportation formation between the two places. As for the martial arts sects, in fact, without Ji Yuyang's order, many martial arts sects in Zhouzhou volunteered to go to Guqingzhou to expand the territory and stabilize the situation for the court. Just right. Ancient Xingzhou suffered great disasters many times before, and even though the people have settled down now, it is still in chaos. So in response to the requests from these martial arts sects, Ji Yuyang just waved his hand and agreed to all of them. Iron Sword Sect. Sect Master Lu Ying said in a deep voice, "The Imperial Court has agreed to the request of our Iron Sword Sect, but our sect has been operating in Zushan Mansion for many years. Do we really want to leave now? If the Iron Sword Sect wants to grow stronger, then they must leave." The swordsman shook his head slightly, his eyes gleaming like torches. Zushan Mansion is too small. In addition, the Imperial Court is now powerful throughout the 9 provinces, and various forces are everywhere. The Iron Sword Sect does not have much room for real growth. If it wants to grow further, it must find another way. Although Guxingzhou is in chaos right now, this also represents an opportunity. At that time, the Xingqian Emperor sacrificed blood to the whole world, and all the people shed blood. How many sects were destroyed because of this, and how many caves and blessed places became ownerless? As long as our Iron Sword Sect can occupy a blessed place, we can open up a new situation in ancient Xingzhou and then strive for a higher level. Having said this, the Kendo master paused, then spoke again. You should also know that with our talents, if there is no other opportunity, the divine transformation realm is the end point. Trying to enter the Dao Palace realm is nothing but a luxury. The words of the Kendo master. This made Lu Ying silent. He naturally knew that what the other party said was true. Now, in the Iron Sword Sect, only Lu Ying and the Sword Taoist have entered the divine transformation realm. This is because the Iron Sword Sect has made great contributions in following the dragon and has received many rewards from the court. But, the Iron Sword Sect has almost reached its limit at this point. Without other opportunities, it is difficult to go further. Until now, Lu Ying's cultivation had stopped at the 3rd level of the divine transformation realm, while the swordsman had entered the 9th level of the divine transformation realm. Even though the two of them made rapid breakthroughs, they actually used a huge amount of resources to barely reach this level. If a swordsman has a chance to enter the Dao Palace realm, then Lu Ying knows that if he does not have other opportunities, there will be no possibility of a breakthrough in the future. Just think of this. Lu Ying took a deep breath and said, "The Grand Elder is absolutely right. The latest novel is published first on Lu 9 Shuba. Make arrangements. Everything is still uncertain when we go to Guxingzhou this time. The state is in chaos. It will not be easy for our Iron Sword Sect to gain a firm foothold and help the court stabilize the situation." The swordsman stood with his hands behind his back, and there seemed to be a hint of melancholy in the depths of his eyes. The Iron Sword Sect's roots are in Zushan Prefecture, but now that the entire sect is going to relocate, it is impossible for the swordsmen to say that they have no feelings at all. But, Kendo practitioners also understand this. The Iron Sword Sect must make changes now. Otherwise, one day, the Iron Sword Sect will be lost in the crowd. After seeing the vastness of the ancient world and the brilliance of cultivation, the swordsman is naturally unwilling to stop here. If it were other sects, they might have the spare capacity to only send a portion of their strong men to Guxingzhou to expand their territory, but the Iron Sword Sect could not. The latter has a shallow foundation and must mobilize the entire sect. Besides, the entire Kyushu. Most sects are like the Iron Sword Sect, or even worse than it. After all, there are only a very small number of people who are truly qualified to take both into account. The affairs of the Iron Sword Sect are a microcosm of all the sects in Zhouzhou. As the imperial edict came down, all quarters of the world were shocked. A large number of sects put all their resources into going directly to ancient Xingzhou to seek a future. Wuzhou. Inside the Shenwu sect, all the sect leaders gathered here. After several decades, time has not left any trace on Ji Yuyun, but has made him look younger. This was because he had broken through the shackles of the divine transformation realm 3 years ago and entered the Dao Palace realm with his cultivation. A monk in the Dao Palace realm. Lifespan of 6,000 years. At Ji Yuyun's age, it is impossible for him to look old. Just say it. It is difficult to truly regain youth by achieving a breakthrough in cultivation, but it is not a problem to maintain the original appearance, or even to look a little younger. The imperial court has now taken over Guxingzhou. Many sects in the 9 provinces have requested to go there. Our Shenwu sect cannot fall behind. However, the foundation of the Shenwu sect is in Wuzhou after all, and the foundation of the sect cannot be abandoned, so I think we can let an elder lead some disciples to establish a foundation in Guxingzhou. Ancient words. All the sect elders' eyes lit up. Everyone can hear the meaning of Ji Yun's words and the hidden interests behind them. If he could lead the sect's disciples to ancient Qingzhou to expand the territory, the benefits brought by it would naturally be incomparable to staying in the sect. Suddenly, many elders came forward to recommend themselves. To this, Ji Yun raised his hand to interrupt everyone. This trip will be led by Elder Yufeng, who is at the 6th level of the Divine Transformation Realm, and is comparable to the masters and chiefs of many sects in Zhouzhou. Now that Qingzhou has suffered a great disaster, only 1 in 10 cultivators are left, and the number of strong ones has been greatly reduced. I believe there will be no problem in using Elder Yu's strength to take over the sect's position and open up the situation. I will definitely go all out and will never let the sect down. Yufeng stood out with an excited look on his face and immediately clasped his fists to accept the order. When the other elders saw this, they looked envious and jealous. They also wanted to go to ancient Qingzhou. But there's no way. This is because among all the elders, Yufeng's strength ranks among the top 3. A more important point, it was Yufeng who was Ji Yun's confidant. Now that Ji Yun has given the order personally, others cannot refuse even if they have other ideas. Inside the Shenwu sect, now Ji Yun has the final say. As the only powerful person in the Dao Palace realm in the entire sect, Ji Yun has absolute say in the sect. To be frank, Ji Yun's current strength is considered to be the most powerful among all the cultivators in the Shenwu sect since ancient times. Even the martial ancestor who founded the Shenwu sect was not as strong as Ji Yun. When the former fell, he was only at the 9th level of the Divine Transformation Realm, but Ji Yun had already broken through the shackles of the Divine Transformation Realm and entered the Dao Palace realm. This shows, what kind of prestige does Ji Yun have in the sect? Your Majesty, now all the sects in Zhouzhou are heading to Qingzhou one after another. In the imperial study, Ji Yuyi presented all the intelligence gathered by the Jinyue in front of Ji Yuyang. The latter glanced casually and smiled slightly. Okay, if these sects go to Qingzhou, the imperial court will be able to take control of the state more quickly. Ancient Qingzhou is too big. It is not easy for the imperial court to take care of everything. So, that's why Ji Yuyang deliberately spread the news about Qingzhou. His purpose was to let these sects volunteer and use their power to help the court stabilize the situation. The development of things was just as Ji Yuyang expected. After learning the news about Qingzhou, all the sects could not hold back and came forward to request to go there. So, Ji Yuyang naturally went with the flow and agreed to everything with a wave of his hand. Ji Yuyang was not too worried about whether these sects would pretend to obey the imperial order and deliberately disrupt the imperial court's plans after going to Qingzhou. This is because the majesty of the Shenwu dynasty has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even if these sects were given 10 times the courage, they would not dare to go against the court. At the moment, with a large number of sects heading to ancient Qingzhou, the situation in Yizhou is gradually stabilizing. Ji Yuyang could clearly feel that the fortune of the entire Shenwu dynasty was slowly improving, and the 6th grade green lotus representing the dynasty's fortune was also becoming more solid, with a hint of turning into substance. Ji Yuyang understood. This represents the fortune of the Shenwu dynasty, which has grown to the limit of a dynasty and is waiting for an opportunity for transformation. As long as the destiny completes the final step of transformation, the Shenwu dynasty can be officially promoted to an imperial dynasty. This time, in Ji Yuyang's opinion, it won't take long. As short as 3 to 5 years. It can be as long as 10 to 20 years. The Shenwu dynasty will definitely be promoted to an imperial dynasty. Chapter 368, Ancient Sect. Your descendant, Ji Yuyang, issued a large number of imperial decrees, and many martial arts sects entered Qingzhou to assist the court in suppressing the area. Your descendant, Ji Yuyang, sensed a change in the dynasty's fortune and believed that it would not be long before the Shenwu dynasty could be promoted to the imperial dynasty. Your descendant, Ji Yuzan, went through the battle of the Qingchen Empire and felt that his own strength was insufficient. After returning to the Taishu Holy Land, he went to the forbidden area to practice in seclusion. Your offspring Ji Yuzan has received a telepathic message from an ancient strongman from Taishu Holy Land, and his strength has improved. Your descendant, Ji Yushu, is in charge of Qingzhou and has killed many monks who intended to cause trouble. Your descendant, Ji Yushu, killed a human cultivator 136. Your descendant, Ji Yushu, killed the demon 1337. Your offspring, Ji Yushu, gained enlightenment during the battle and his strength has improved. Your descendant, Ji Yushu, has been practicing the ancient divine King's Sutra diligently, and his strength has improved. Your descendant Ji Shengnan came out from seclusion, killed a 3rd-level demon in the Dao Palace realm with 1 sword, suppressed a 6th-level demon in the Dao Palace realm with 3 swords, and then killed a semi-saint demon with a sword despite his own injuries, shocking everyone. Your descendant, Ji Shengnan, was attacked by the Demon King, but was fortunately rescued by a mysterious strong man. Your offspring. After returning to the demon-suppressing fairy city, Ji Qingfeng regained his former calmness, as if the battle in Guxingzhou had no effect on him. Period. Ji Qingfeng was looking at the information panel and was well aware of the situation outside. Things about ancient Xingzhou. Ji Qingfeng believed that Ji Yang could handle it. It turns out, ancient Xingzhou is indeed gradually emerging from the catastrophe. The most obvious point is that the fortunes of the Shenwu dynasty are gradually improving, and there is a subtle sign that it is transforming to a higher level. From here we can see the changes in the Shenwu dynasty. The situation in Zhouzhou is stable now, so it is naturally impossible for the Shenwu dynasty to undergo such an obvious transformation. In this way, only the ancient Xingzhou will remain. As for Shen Yuanzhou, the current situation is similar to that of Kyushu. As for Ji Zan and Ji Shu, what they did was within Ji Qingfeng's expectations. Especially Ji Zan. As an ancient force that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years and is home to a powerful force that once reached the level of a great sage, the foundation of Taishu Holy Land is naturally not that simple. The so-called Forbidden Area is one of the foundations of the Taishu Holy Land. In comparison, the person who really surprised Ji Qingfeng was Ji Shengnan. The first level of Dao Palace realm can kill half-saint demons. What kind of heaven-defying power does Wushuang's sword bone have to allow Shengnan to achieve this? Ji Qingfeng was a little shocked. To be honest, he didn't know much about the unparalleled sword bone. It was only after knowing that Ji Shengnan had mastered the unparalleled sword bone and her strength improved extremely quickly that Ji Qingfeng paid a little attention to her, but he did not understand her too deeply. Until now. See the text of the information panel. Ji Qingfeng suddenly understood. The unparalleled sword bone not only has incredible talent, but also has extremely astonishing combat power. The first level of the Taoist palace killed the half-saint demon. Not everyone can do this. Ji Qingfeng's own words were naturally an exception. Not to mention, Ji Qingfeng knew that his path was unique. If it were anyone else, even if it was Ji Zan who possessed the heavenly phoenix divine body, or Ji Shu who possessed the immortal divine body, it would probably be impossible for them to have the ability to kill a half-saint when they were at the first level of the Dao Palace realm. Visible. The unparalleled sword bone is extraordinary. Even Ji Qingfeng was somewhat shocked by such combat power. Then, Ji Qingfeng took a look at the other text messages and then called someone over. What do you want, Your Majesty? I want you to find out what the unparalleled sword bone is. Also, Shengnan has been away from the Ji family for some time. Find out where she is now. Ji Qingfeng looked at the red leaves in front of him and spoke. Upon hearing this, the latter clasped his fists and accepted the order. Yes. After Hong Ye left, Ji Qingfeng continued to practice in seclusion. Half a month. Hong Ye comes again. Greetings, Your Majesty. Any news? Ji Qingfeng opened his eyes with a calm expression. Hong Ye nodded and said, I have received some news. The young lady is now in the southern region. She is accompanied by strong men, and it is difficult for the secret guards to really approach her. As for the unparalleled sword bone, I have also ordered people to investigate. It seems to be related to a sect called the Sword Sect in the ancient times. It's a pity that there is too little news about the Sword Sect, and I haven't been able to get much useful information yet. Southern region. The ancient Sword Sect. Ji Qingfeng nodded slightly when he heard this. Okay, I know about this matter, you can go ahead. I'll take my leave. Hong Ye bowed and retreated. Ji Qingfeng took out a jade communication talisman, which contained the information collected by other secret guards, and it was basically the same as what Hong Ye said. The reason for making preparations for both scenarios is not because Ji Qingfeng does not trust Hong Ye, but because one more channel can provide more security. Just because Hong Ye is similar in some things doesn't mean that other secret guards are similar. But, for now, the information found by both parties is basically the same. The Sword Sect, an ancient sect that has been passed down since ancient times. During the ancient catastrophe, even the Tai Divine Dynasty was destroyed, but a sword sect has been able to pass on to this day. It can be seen that its foundation is definitely not simple. Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, and silently memorized the name of Zhangzong in his heart. He did not continue to let the secret guards investigate the sword sect's news. This is because such an ancient sect from the ancient times is definitely not something that ordinary people can explore. If we really let the secret guards conduct a thorough investigation, we might attract people from the sword sect, and then something unexpected might happen. For Qingfeng, the secret guards cannot be lost easily. And judging from the information panel, Jianzong doesn't seem to have any ill will towards Jiyu Shengnan. What made Qingfeng a little curious was how Jiyu Shengnan was able to successfully join the sword sect. Shake your head. Qingfeng ignored this matter. When he learned that the sword sect was an ancient sect, Qingfeng stopped looking for information. Ancient times. Those were the most ancient times in the ancient world. If the ancient world has a source, then this source can only be traced back to the ancient times. That era. It was not only the time when the Tai divine dynasty dominated the world, but it was also the most prosperous period for the human race. There are many top sects. The strong are like clouds. The Tai divine dynasty was only the most dazzling existence in the ancient times, but it did not mean that other forces in the ancient times were completely incompetent. It is said that in the early days of the ancient times, humans were ignorant, ate raw meat and drank blood, and fought with wild beasts. Later, a strong man gained enlightenment from heaven and earth and created a civilization. At the same time, the way of cultivation also spread. The Tao of the ancient times was the simplest, but at the same time it was also the closest to the origin of the Tao. The so-called Great Way is simple. Therefore, the ancient times were also the most powerful era in the ancient world. Qingfeng reviewed the information about the ancient times in his mind, and he also had some yearning for that ancient era. The wild land. Thousands of races are standing side by side. Only in the end did the human race win and become the masters of this world. What a pity. Qingfeng has limited knowledge of the ancient times. The latest novel is published first on Lu Nine Shuba. Of all the martial arts techniques from the ancient times, Qingfeng only obtained one ancient divine king scripture. But even so, Qingfeng could also see the brilliance of that era from the ancient divine king sutra. The sword sect was able to gain a foothold in ancient times and continue its heritage to this day, so one can imagine its strength and background. Qingfeng even suspected whether there was a powerful person at the level of a great emperor behind the sword sect. Although emperors are rare, many top forces that dominate an era may not be able to produce a powerful emperor. But the sword sect is different. As a mysterious ancient force inherited from ancient times, Qingfeng must estimate the opponent's strength as much as possible. But, although Qingfeng was somewhat wary of the sword sect, he was not overly cautious. After all, judging from Jiyu Shengnan's relationship, there is no conflict between the Jiyu family and the sword sect. Besides, Qingfeng's strength is now steadily improving. As long as he continues to break through, it is only a matter of time before he can rival the emperor. So, there is no reason for Qingfeng to be afraid of the sword sect. Think of this. Qingfeng suddenly had an idea and took out the divine emperor cauldron. He saw rolling black mist emerging from the ancient cauldron, which transformed into all kinds of hideous and terrifying visions, as if some unparalleled evil demon was suppressed inside. At the same time, in the main hall, there was a faint roar that made people shudder. I almost forgot about you. Qingfeng looked at the divine emperor cauldron. His eyes could penetrate the rolling black fog and see clearly the specific scene inside. There was an eyeball in the black fog, and all the black fog was spreading from it. When Qingfeng looked at the eyeball, he was suddenly bombarded by a terrifying and violent divine thought. But, facing this level of divine consciousness bombardment, Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged, and his sea of consciousness was as solid as a towering mountain, and was not affected at all. Let me go. I will grant you eternal life. The eyeballs once again transformed into the figure of Emperor Qidian, and a hoarse voice entered Qingfeng's ears. The latter smiled slightly. It's very simple to ask me to let you go. Tell me your origins frankly, and I may be able to set you free. As soon as these words came out, the black fog suddenly stagnated. Immediately following, a strange and cold voice was heard. How dare you negotiate with me? You are just an ant who has no idea how high the sky is. Release me and swear allegiance to me. I can grant you eternal life and let you see the real world. This sentence contains a strong aura of divine thought, which seems to be able to bewitch people. To this, Ji Qingfeng's right hand, which was holding up the divine emperor cauldron, shook, and a terrifying and blazing blood and energy instantly surged into the ancient cauldron. Between Sumeru, the temperature of the entire ancient bronze tripod suddenly soared, and the rolling black fog was like being in a furnace. Emperor Qidian let out a shrill scream. Ah! This kind of blood and energy power like the sun is a great restraint for evil spirits. The feeling is like winter snow exposed to the sun. Emperor Qidian felt as if his soul was being tortured by thousands of cuts. So painful. This made Emperor Qidian wish he would die immediately. But what a pity. He himself is almost immortal, and even after enduring such torture, there is no sign of him disappearing. Aunt. Ah. I won't let you go. Ah. I was wrong, please forgive me. Ah. Emperor Qidian's attitude changed quickly, from cursing at the beginning to surrendering and begging for mercy later on. But what a pity. Ji Qingfeng had no intention of stopping at all. The terrifying power of qi and blood enveloped the entire divine emperor cauldron. The terrifying temperature seemed to be able to burn the heaven and earth to ashes, making the huge divine emperor cauldron feel like it was placed in the sun. The screams and wails of Emperor Qidian were endless. This sound, it lasted for several hours. Emperor Qidian seemed to be getting a little weak, and his screams gradually became much quieter. If seen by outsiders, they would have to doubt whether Emperor Qidian had been completely refined. However, only Ji Qingfeng, who was always paying attention to the movements inside the divine emperor cauldron, would truly discover that the body of the Qidian emperor was not affected from beginning to end. This kind of torture of burning the blood and energy only makes the person feel painful, but it is far from the point of death. Are you really immortal? It seems that I have underestimated you. Ji Qingfeng looked at Emperor Qidian, who had no strength to scream, but his body remained the same. He also understood that although he was strong, he was not able to truly wipe out the latter. Ji Qingfeng was not surprised by this situation. After all, even the Tai divine dynasty failed to kill Emperor Qidian back then, but only sealed him up. This shows how terrifying Emperor Qidian is. If Emperor Qidian could be killed so easily, then the Tai divine dynasty would never have left these evil disasters behind. This shows, it is not so easy to kill the evil spirits. It's just ordinary evil spirits. It is not so easy to completely eliminate an evil spirit like the mysterious Emperor Qidian. Half a day later, Ji Qingfeng stopped. Emperor Qidian, who had been enduring torture, now felt a sense of relief at surviving the calamity. You are not lying. To a certain extent, you are indeed immortal. However, you should also know that although I cannot kill you, it is not a problem for me to torture you. Therefore, there is no need to say those useless threatening words. Just answer whatever I ask next. This way you can avoid some spiritual pain. Otherwise, I don't mind refining you every few days. A cold smile appeared on Ji Qingfeng's lips, and the words he said made the heart of Emperor Qidian in the divine emperor cauldron tremble. Fear and a barely perceptible resentment seemed to emerge in his eyes. However, Emperor Qidian did not dare to actually explode. The pain he had just endured for a few hours had already made him feel fearful. That kind of soul-tearing torture reaches deep into the spirit, and even an evil spirit would find it difficult to truly endure it. Seeing that Emperor Qidian fell silent, Ji Qingfeng understood that the other party had temporarily bowed his head. See here. Ji Qingfeng asked the first question in his mind. Where on earth did you come from? Chapter 369 Evil God. I come from the fairyland. Emperor Qidian was silent for a while, and then a cold voice came from the divine emperor cauldron. Fairyland. Ji Qingfeng didn't feel much meaning for this answer. After all, he had learned a lot from the ancient god king. The Tai divine dynasty opened the gate to immortality, which led to the advent of evil spirits. Fairyland. Fairyland. It's just a name. Actually, both are the same place. What is the current situation in the immortal realm? What is your status in the immortal realm? Evil spirit, you should call me God. In the divine emperor cauldron, a strange smile appeared on the corner of Emperor Qidian's mouth, and his expression became extremely arrogant, just like a high and mighty god. I am the evil god. As early as countless years ago, the fairyland was conquered by our evil gods. The evil gods are all over the fairyland of the upper realm and billions of dust-like universes. You humans in the upper realm are nothing more than livestock raised by us evil gods, just blood food. If you submit to me now, I will make you my servant and you will enjoy eternal life. Ah! Before Emperor Qidian could really finish his words, the terrifying power that burned his soul came again, causing him to scream miserably. Qingfeng looked indifferent. You still don't seem to understand the current situation. Just answer whatever I ask. If you keep talking nonsense, you will only suffer. After being taught a lesson, Emperor Qidian quickly became obedient. Then, he asked again, what is a strange god? The weird god. In a sense, the weird god is from the same origin as us evil gods. In ancient times, the evil gods and the weird god shared the fairyland. Later, our evil god clan suppressed the strange god clan and completely became the overlord of the fairyland. Quote. After hearing what Emperor Qidian said, Qingfeng's expression changed slightly, and then he continued to ask other questions about the fairyland. What a pity. It seemed that Emperor Qidian had experienced suppression from the Tai divine dynasty and had suffered severe blows one after another. His memory was somewhat incomplete, and there were many things that the other party found difficult to answer. At the beginning, Qingfeng just thought that Emperor Qidian was deliberately concealing the truth, but as he continued to torture him, he discovered that Emperor Qidian did have memory problems. However, due to the torture of his soul, Emperor Qidian's memory became a little confused again. I am the evil god. No, I am the weird god. The strange god, the evil god, who am I? Emperor Qidian had a ferocious look on his face, which kept changing. He had great doubts about his own identity. Weird god, evil god. Looking at the Qidian emperor who was in chaos in the divine emperor cauldron, Qingfeng did not continue to interrogate him. Regardless of whether the former is an evil god or a weird god, such existence is not completely immortal. According to Emperor Qidian, whether it is the evil god or the Guishi god, they will all die, but in order to truly kill them, one must have sufficiently strong strength. Obviously. Monk from the lower world. It is a luxury to want to kill the strange god in the fairyland. Looking at the Qidian emperor who was in chaos, Qingfeng stared at his real body with an indifferent expression. The weird emperor should be the so-called weird god. His true form is likely to be derived from a more powerful weird god. However, I cannot look directly at that kind of existence right now. If it were during his heyday, Emperor Qidian's strength would have surpassed that of the great emperor. When he first stepped into the lower realm, he had already suffered severe injuries. But even so, the Qidian emperor also set off a huge wave, and was eventually sealed up by the chaos ancient god king at the cost of his own life. An eyeball. Then a strange god was born, which was more terrifying than the emperor. You can imagine. How terrifying is the strange god in that eye? That kind of existence. I'm afraid that just a glance could kill the emperor. However, in the netherworld, the emperor has reached the end of his cultivation. Any great emperor can suppress the world for eternity and have no rivals. The fairyland has fallen. If you want to enter the fairyland, you will die. But if you don't enter the fairyland, there will be a day when your lifespan will run out. Qingfeng's expression kept changing, and it seemed that what lay before the people of the world was a dead end. Entering the fairyland means death. If you don't enter the fairyland, you will die. Of course, there is no such thing as nothing that has no solution. As long as you don't break through to the great emperor realm and continue to stay alive with the elixir of immortality, you should be able to achieve immortality in disguise. But this kind of miserable life is not what Qingfeng wants. And if you don't reach the realm of the great emperor, it doesn't matter if you have a long lifespan. In the eyes of a true strong man, you are just an ant. If you stand still, it's equivalent to digging your own grave. And from the mouth of Emperor Qidian, the evil gods not only occupy the fairyland, but also have traces of them in billions of tiny universes. For example, the universe where the ancient world is located is not the only universe. Outside of this universe, there are billions of tiny universes. And above the numerous tiny universes is the real fairyland. However, now, the evil gods are everywhere in billions of tiny universes. What's worse, some have already fallen completely, and an entire universe is enslaved by the evil gods. No one can guarantee that a more powerful evil god will descend one day. If it really comes to that, it will be the end of the entire ancient world. Just think of this. Qingfeng took a deep breath. We want to enter the fairyland, but we need to plan carefully. In this situation, we need to improve our strength first. Only when we are strong enough can we be able to deal with the subsequent catastrophe. Qingfeng calmed down and looked at the Qidian emperor sealed in the divine emperor cauldron. He added a few more seals to ensure that the other party would not be thrown out. If possible, Qingfeng would naturally want to wipe out Emperor Qidian. But what a pity. The existence of Emperor Qidian cannot be erased by him now. Even if he were to break through to the Great Emperor realm later, it would be just wishful thinking to wipe out Emperor Qidian. Before that, Qingfeng temporarily sealed up Emperor Qidian. If the other party was in his prime, it would be impossible to suppress and seal him with just the Divine Emperor Cauldron. But now, Emperor Qidian has suffered a serious blow. Apart from his almost immortal nature, his strength has been reduced to only 1/10 of what it was before. Even a Saint King can easily suppress him. As a great holy weapon, the Divine Emperor Cauldron would naturally have no problem sealing the Qidian Emperor. Then, Qingfeng took out the strange divine banner. Looking at the black ancient banner in front of him, he is now 100% certain that the weird god banner is a product of the upper realm. A strange god, an evil god. According to the weird emperor, this weird god banner should be related to the weird god clan. I just don't know how far the weird god born in this weird god banner can go. Qingfeng pondered. God. Or maybe the immortal heavenly lord. From the mouth of Emperor Qidian, Qingfeng also learned about the realm above the great emperor. At this level, no matter it is an evil god, a weird god, or even other creatures, there is a unified realm title. Above the emperor, this is the heavenly lord. Above the heavenly lord, this is the immortal heavenly lord. Even with Qingfeng's current vision, he could not see any clues about the weird god banner. He also didn't know how far the weird god bred in it could go. But, at present, Qingfeng has already recognized the strange god banner as its master, so for the time being he does not have to worry about the possibility of the strange god banner backlashing. Above the great emperor is the heavenly lord, above the heavenly lord is the immortal heavenly lord. In his prime, the weird heavenly emperor was an evil god at the heavenly lord level. What a pity. Although Qingfeng was aware of the existence of the heavenly venerate and the immortal heavenly venerate, he had no idea what the difference was between these two levels. Take a deep breath. The latest novel is published first on Lu 9 Shuba. Qingfeng stopped thinking about this matter. No matter whether it is the heavenly lord or the immortal heavenly lord, they are not something that can be touched by people at his level. After all, Qingfeng has not truly entered the realm of the great emperor until now, let alone the level above the great emperor. At the same time, Qingfeng was also a little curious. With the mystery of the attribute panel, if I don't enter the upper realm, can I also rely on the power of the attribute panel to directly break the shackles of the emperor and be promoted to the level of heavenly venerate or even immortal heavenly venerate? If that is possible, then the threats from the fairyland will be nothing. Then, Qingfeng continued to practice the Tianmai Sutra in seclusion. Time passes. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past 3 years, the ancient world also underwent earth-shaking changes. More and more evil gods are reviving, and the demon world is invading frantically, causing the entire ancient world to fall into war. The eastern region. The situation is even worse. In the past, the Star Empire surrendered to the evil spirit and sacrificed the lives of all the people in the state. Although various forces joined forces to destroy the Star Empire, they also suffered heavy losses. Later, the massive invasion of demons brought tremendous pressure. As one of the forces in the eastern region, the Shenwu dynasty could not really stay out of it. After all, the Shenwu dynasty now controls the entire ancient Xingzhou. When the evil gods and demons invaded, ancient Xingzhou was also affected. However, a large number of people and monks died in Guxingzhou, causing its strength to drop to the freezing point. 108 states in the eastern region. After suffering a severe blow, Guxingzhou was almost at the bottom of the list. Fortunately, Ji Yang had issued many imperial decrees several years ago, not only asking the cultivators from Zhouzhou to go to Guxingzhou to establish their own sects, but also recruiting many independent cultivators and promising them corresponding benefits. So that's it. A large number of independent cultivators poured into ancient Xingzhou, and with the authorization of the imperial court, they occupied various blessed places and established their own foundations. And then, some sects, big and small, were also envious of certain blessed places in ancient Xingzhou, and moved their entire clans there. By doing so, the fallen strength of Guxingzhou can be restored at the most astonishing speed in a short period of time. Although Guxingzhou's strength has not yet recovered to its former peak in the past 3 years, it is much better. That's why, when demons invaded, ancient Xingzhou was able to resist the demons' invasion and avoid complete fall. Your Majesty, the Demon King has appeared in Tiankui Mansion, and the number of demons has increased dramatically. They are very likely to take advantage of this opportunity to completely defeat Tiankui Mansion and open up the situation in Guxingzhou. In the court, a minister stepped out and spoke. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuyang immediately said, Chu Yuan envoy. I am here. The Demon King is on the loose in Tiankui Mansion, so this matter will be handled by the worship court. I obey your order. Chu Daoshuan bowed and accepted the order. See here. Ji Yuyang nodded slightly and said nothing more. Today, the worship hall is filled with powerful people. There are already more than 50 semi-saints, and the remaining Taoist palace cultivators are no less than 500. And the threshold for joining the Worship Institute has been raised again and again. Unless you are at the 7th level of the Tao Palace realm or above, you are not qualified to join the Worship Institute. Although the Taoist cultivators are considered to be the top powerhouses in the eastern region. But the eastern region is vast. The strong are like clouds. Compared to the entire human race in the eastern region, the number of Tao Palace realm people is actually not that rare. In addition, the current invasion of demons is both a disaster and a great opportunity for the human race. Therefore, these years, strong men of the human race also emerged like mushrooms after a rain. In addition, in the battle against the Xingqian Empire, Jiyu Qingfeng's terrifying fighting power shocked the world, and the prestige of the Shenwu dynasty was once again enhanced. Nowadays, anyone who isn't stupid can see that it's only a matter of time before the Shenwu dynasty is promoted to an imperial dynasty. Even if it enters the imperial dynasty, it is estimated that it will not be the limit of the Shenwu dynasty. So, naturally, there are a large number of cultivators who want to join the Shenwu dynasty and are willing to enter the Worship Institute to practice. Today, the Temple of Worship has not only a large number of powerful people, but also some holy soldiers and great holy soldiers. Although a demon king is powerful, he is not qualified to act arrogantly in front of the Temple of Worship. Then, there were ministers reporting other matters. Ancient Qingzhou was very big. There are demons in many places. Plus the evil god was born. All these things will eventually be reported to Ji Yuyang one by one, and then he will make arrangements. To this, Ji Yuyang also gave a response. After everything was dealt with, Ji Yuyang looked at the ministers below and spoke in a majestic voice. Now that the imperial court has conquered ancient Qingzhou, the national fortune is steadily improving. I have a premonition that it won't be long before my Shenwu dynasty can be promoted to the ranks of imperial dynasties. Therefore, before this, we must be careful to prevent the invasion of demons and evil spirits. If there are any traces of them, we must suppress them with all our strength and not let them harm the people of Shenwu and hinder the advancement of the court. Quote. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and looked excited. Your Highness obeys your order. Promoted to the imperial dynasty. Although there have been rumors in the outside world over the years that the Shenwu dynasty can be promoted to an imperial dynasty, it is still unknown whether it can really be promoted or when it can be promoted. But now that Ji Yuyang had spoken personally and explained the matter, it had dispelled all the doubts in everyone's mind. The country's fortunes are improving. This is of great benefit to everyone. Especially for officials holding official positions, if the Shenwu dynasty can be promoted to an imperial dynasty, they can also be blessed by the national fortune and obtain corresponding benefits. Realm breakthrough. By that time it will just be a matter of waiting. Now, the only people who can truly remain calm are probably Chu Daoshuan and a few others. Their strength has already stepped into the semi-saint realm. Before the great era of contention truly arrives, no matter how great the opportunity is, it is impossible for them to break the shackles of semi-sainthood and truly break through to the saint realm. Of course, if the Shenwu dynasty can really be promoted to an imperial dynasty, it will be a good thing for them. Chapter 370 The Fourth Heavenly Pulse. The Fairy City that suppresses demons. 3 years have passed. The invasion of demons is becoming more and more rampant. A large number of cultivators entered the fairy city to suppress demons and joined the ranks to resist demons, with the aim of obtaining the flesh and blood of the Chaos Beast. In other words, the Chaos God Elephant must have enough flesh and blood to be able to sustain for such a long time. Boom. Bang. The sound of war drums sounded throughout the demon-suppressing fairy city. Zhang Nanfeng, who was in charge of guarding the immortal city, went to the top of the city wall as soon as possible. He saw an endless stream of demons swarming out of the realm passage, their number covering the sky and the sun. Humph, these demons are here again. It seems like they are impossible to kill them all. What are you afraid of? I have killed at least 8,000 demons. I will kill them as long as they dare to come. Now my cultivation has reached a bottleneck, so I can use the demon's inner elixir to break through. The number of demons cannot be infinite. One day, we will be able to kill all the demons. The wandering cultivators guarding the immortal city looked at the large number of demons appearing before them without any fear on their faces. It's because those who were afraid had either died on the battlefield or left the demon-suppressing fairy city early. Anyone who can stay is not afraid of a fight. Especially after years of fighting, even the weakest of these cultivators have their hands stained with the blood of hundreds or thousands of demons. The iron-blooded murderous aura condensed around their bodies is not so easy to conceal. All troops, prepare. Zhang Nanfang shouted in a deep voice. The 100,000 demon suppression army had now been fully assembled. A terrifying and murderous aura filled the void, causing other cultivators to show fear on their faces when they saw it. The demon suppression army is here. Even though I've seen this many times, every time I encounter these demon-suppressing soldiers, I still get palpitations instinctively. HMPH. The demons killed by the 100,000 demon suppression army must be hundreds of millions if not billions. It is hard to imagine that the Shenwu dynasty has trained such a terrifying elite. If such a force appeared in the outside world, how many armies would be able to resist it? Quote. When some cultivators looked at the 100,000 demon-suppressing army, there was solemnity and admiration in their eyes. These years. I don't know how many of the 100,000 demon-suppressing army members died, and how much fresh blood was replenished, but the so-called fresh blood were all old soldiers in the demon-suppressing fairy city. To be frank, the hands of any living member of the demon-suppressing army are stained with the blood of tens of thousands of people, or possibly even more. If such an elite army with their hands stained with countless blood were to really leave the demon-suppressing fairy city, it would surely shock the world. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that these were the elite troops trained by the Shenwu dynasty using the demon clan. As for why the Shenwu dynasty did this, that depends on one's own opinion. But anyway, the power of the demon-suppressing army is unquestionable. At this time, the void trembles. A monstrous demonic energy rushed into the sky. The terrifying pressure was so overwhelming that it set off a hurricane on the battlefield, as if it was going to tear the sky into pieces. Demon King. Zhang Nanfang's eyes narrowed slightly. This is not the first time that a Demon King has taken action. In the past few years, several Demon Kings have taken action in an attempt to break the defense line of the demon-suppressing fairy city. But every time the Demon King took action, he was repelled head-on by the demon-suppressing army. Today's demon-suppressing army. It is no longer comparable to when it was first founded. Even Zhang Nanfang, the commander of the Demon Suppression Division, has broken through to the 7th level of the Dao Palace realm. In terms of true strength, he is comparable to a semi-saint. With the support of 100,000 demon-suppressing troops, even the Demon King can be defeated. And, except for the demon-suppressing army, there is also an extremely powerful and evil god on the side of the Shenwu dynasty. So, the Demon King couldn't even stir up any trouble. Certainly, this only refers to the Demon King. 1 year ago, there was once a powerful being at the level of a Demon King who mixed in with the demon army. He suddenly took action and killed many human cultivators, causing chaos in the defense line. But before the Demon King could really break through the defense line, he was killed on the spot by Qingfeng with a sword from a distance. From beginning to end, Qingfeng never showed up. With just a strike of the sword from a distance, he killed a Demon King on the spot. It is precisely because Qingfeng is in charge of the overall situation that Zhang Nanfang has enough confidence to deal with everything. Now, when Zhang Nanfang had just thought about it, the Demon King had already taken action. The terrifying force shattered the space, and it seemed that he would directly smash the entire city wall. "You monster, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of me?" Zhang Nanfang shouted angrily, and the long sword behind him suddenly came out of its sheath. The dazzling blood-red blade light cut through the sky and directly collided with the power of that palm. The void trembled and shattered, and at the moment when the sword light was annihilated bit by bit, a powerful force came over and made Zhang Nanfang retreat in the air. Every step he took caused the space under his feet to explode. Release your strength. Facing a Demon King who was as strong as a saint, even if Zhang Nanfang's strength was enough to be as strong as a half-saint, he would not be his opponent if he fought alone. Only by using special means to release the force can you ensure that you will not get hurt. To be able to block my palm, you are indeed quite powerful. The white-winged Demon King's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Zhang Nanfang with some surprise. He didn't expect it. An ant who seemed to be at the Tao Palace level was able to block his palm and ignore it. But the White-Winged Demon King didn't care too much. The Tao Palace realm is just the Tao Palace realm, it is nothing in front of him. As he finished speaking, the White-Winged Demon King had already attacked again. The powerful force belonging to the Saint Realm spread out mightily, and it seemed as if the heaven and earth could not withstand such terrible pressure. The Demon Suppression Army, follow me to meet the enemy. Zhang Nanfeng had a murderous look on his face. As he finished speaking, he saw that 100,000 Demon Suppression Army had already deployed their troops, and all kinds of terrifying forces seemed to have merged with the previous ones. Boom! Zhang Nanfeng took a step into the air, and with the strength of 100,000 Demon Suppressing Army, he swung his strongest sword, instantly turning 100 miles of space into dust. The blood-red sword light seemed to be condensed into substance, causing the White-Winged Demon King to frown. Boom! Boom! A powerful force burst out, and shocking waves swept in all directions. Just at this moment, in the boundary channel, several forces that were no weaker than the White-Winged Demon King burst out. 5 Demon Kings. Have the demons gone mad? When the others saw this, their faces changed drastically. In the past, even if a Demon King appeared, it would only be 1 Demon King at most. But now, 5 Demon Kings appeared at once. This situation is certainly unusual. Soon, the news of the birth of the 5 Demon Kings spread throughout the demon-suppressing fairy city, and was immediately reached by Ji Yuyang. When the latter heard the news, he did not look worried at all. The demon-suppressing fairy city has the Supreme Emperor here. I believe that the 5 Demon Kings alone will not be able to cause any trouble. Your Majesty is right, but the demons still sent 5 Demon Kings to come even though they knew that the Emperor was in charge of the demon-suppression fairy city. That's a bit unusual. In the imperial study, Liang Jin spoke slowly, his face seeming to have a hint of worry. In his opinion, even if the demon clan has many powerful ones, they cannot randomly send strong ones at the level of Demon King to die. The appearance of the Demon King a year ago was a test to see whether Qingfeng was still staying in the demon-suppressing fairy city. But after the test results came out, 5 Demon Kings arrived again from the demon clan after a year, which is somewhat intriguing. After all, no matter how many demons there are, the number of strong ones who can reach the level of Demon King is definitely limited. A strong man of this level would never rashly come here to die. Liang Jin's words. This made Ji Yuyang's expression become much more solemn. You mean, the demon clan wants to invade on a large scale this time and completely defeat the defense line of the demon suppression fairy city? This is just my own speculation, but I don't rule out this possibility. Liang Jin nodded. The latest novel is published first on Lu Nine Shuba. Ji Yuyang took a deep breath, his eyes changing. Obviously. Liang Jin's words also gave him a bad feeling. After a moment, Ji Yuyang said, the strength of the emperor is not as simple as they imagined. If the demon clan really mobilizes in large numbers, unless a strong man at the level of the demon emperor appears, they may not be able to defeat the emperor. Right now, our Shenwu dynasty is only one step away from being promoted to an imperial dynasty. I intend to completely open up the Ministry of Revenue's treasury, and allocate a large amount of resources to all parties, in order to enhance the power of the court as much as possible, and stabilize people's hearts. As long as Guxingzhou can be more stable, I believe the court can be promoted to the ranks of the imperial dynasty. Your Majesty, I agree with this idea. Liang Jin nodded. Although doing so would greatly consume the resources of the Shenwu dynasty, necessary measures must be used when necessary. As long as the Shenwu dynasty can be promoted to an imperial dynasty, many problems can be solved. The other side. Inside the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Ji Qingfeng opened his eyes, and his body seemed to be surging with mysterious Taoist rhyme. If someone had the ability to see through things, they would find that there were 4 divine pillars in his body that could reach the sky. The so-called divine pillar that reaches the sky. It is the heavenly vein. It takes several years. Ji Qingfeng successfully cultivated the 4th level of the Heavenly Vein Sutra and condensed the 4th heavenly vein. The 4th level of the Heavenly Vein Sutra. If I use the power of the 4 heavenly veins, I wonder if I'll be qualified to compete with the emperor. Ji Qingfeng looked inward at his body, and 4 divine veins that reached the sky came into view. Even though these 4 divine veins were condensed by himself, when he actually saw them, he still felt a vast and abysmal pressure. As Ji Qingfeng's cultivation level increased, he could more easily feel the extraordinary nature of his heavenly vein. The 4 celestial veins connect heaven and earth. As long as Jiyu Qingfeng has a thought, he can possess boundless power. When there are 3 heavenly veins, to the greatest extent possible, Jiyu Qingfeng can triple his own strength. Now, with the 4 heavenly veins, he could quadruple his strength. When his strength was tripled, Jiyu Qingfeng was already able to easily suppress the quasi-emperor level Qidian emperor, and even if he faced the vast sea demon emperor, he could easily repel him. If his current strength was 4 times greater, Jiyu Qingfeng would be confident that he could kill the vast sea demon king directly if he were to confront him. And this is not Jiyu Qingfeng's final strength after 3 years of retreat. Name: Jiyu Qingfeng. Age: 124 9/1000. Realm: Saint King Realm Level 2. Martial Arts: Heavenly Veins Sutra 4th Level Heavenly Sword Perfect. Great Wilderness Fist Sutra Perfect. Ancient Heavenly Sword Perfect. Purple Extreme Tao Classic Perfect. Wind Separation Sutra Perfect. Nirvana